Absolutely. There's always stuff like that. I love that idealist form of reality. And that is so naive, Emily, but I respect it. I mean, I think like okay, here's the thing, right? We live in a world where, like, this is a problem that I think a lot of games that I enjoy have. We live in a world where if you're not constantly here, and this is just on PC, right? If you're not constantly appearing right here at the top of Steam, do you even exist? Because that, maybe not that screen in particular, but news feeds like that is what keeps you in business in the games industry. Back in the day, it was, you know, you would release a disc, right? And then, or a cartridge. And then you would make enough content that you could make another disc. That was how that worked. But if you took, and the reason people did that was because you had to take a product that you could ship to a store that you could sell. And there had to be enough in that product that you could ship it to the store and sell it. We haven't been in that reality since things started going digital. And between that and the democratization of, like, game engines, you gotta stand out. And you gotta stand out somehow. And the way you can do that is by releasing a lot of small piecemeal DLC. Having if you're a multiplayer game, running seasons. You know, giving all your maps away for free, but selling anime stickers to put on your guns. You like to think that money is worthless, and then your daughter wants something that she found at Carry For. I'm not even sure what Carry For is, Mercy Kitty, but I'm sure it's a store. Yeah, I don't know. It's funny that people talk about Dogecoin being a meme coin. I don't know. I'm not a crypto person at all. I find a lot of it kind of repulsive. But I'm very much a... Sure, Mercy Kitty. I'm very much a person who likes a high-speed train crash. And it's fun to watch. And there's been a couple of times... Do not go to any of these websites, and absolutely do not put your credit card or banking information into any of these websites. This is anti-financial advice. Do not do this. It is fucking hypnotic to go to axiom.trade and just watch. Just watch. Just go to new arrivals. There's stuff that people are throwing on pump.fun. And just watching shit spike and disappear in minutes. It's like watching 500 stock market crashes a minute. It is wild. It's crazy. Like, holy shit. Like, it sucks. It's gross, but, like, it's fucking fascinating. Forgot about it until your cats needed a thyroid treatment. Doge paid for cat medical treatment. Hell yeah! No, absolutely, right? And like that's like, I think the weird thing about DLCs in video games, Hand of Fate, is there's two different stories about DLCs in video. I realize I'm jumping subjects massively. There's two major stories of DLCs for video games, and it highly depends. Do the people playing the video game like the people making the video game? If yes, DLC is great. I want to support the devs. If no, dev can get fucked, and I hope their house burns down. By the way, I bought the DLC anyway, but I bought it on sale. I'm gonna put the record away. Give me a sec. And what sucks about it is, like, in most cases, it's never, like, the actual need or want or plan of the developer. And a lot of that stuff sucks because it's, like, a lot of the time not planned to be sold. Like, a lot of the time, like, especially, like, in bigger AAA games, like, stuff that shows up after the fact is, like, I've heard so many stories of, like, people working at Ubisoft or Capcom or various other studios where it's, like, and I talk to people at work events and stuff where it's like, oh yeah, no, we were working on this game for 5 years, and then 6 months before it releases, they inform us that we have to take all of this stuff and put it as a pre-order bonus, and then sell it late, like 3 months later for $15. And it's like, this was a thing that we made to be put in there. Or like, alternatively, game's finished, and they're like spending 6 months polishing it, and the level designers and like the team that was working on the game core originally goes to like start working on new stuff to either start prototyping for the next game or whatever, and then they get told, yeah, finish that, and they're like, it's not done, and they're like, doesn't matter, finish it, and then put it in as a pre-order DLC. It's like, Has John video game intended? Has John video game intended? You mean as John Black Ops wanted it to be originally? How you doing, Rolf? It's good to see you. I mean, do you understand it now, Timmy? Or like, is it still just like a weird, anomalous thing? You know, Emily, you're really tempting me to just rehash the conversations I've had time and time and time again. I don't know if you actually want me to do that. It's like I had this discussion yesterday and the day before. Well, actually, no, I did have it the day before. I had it on the day before while talking to somebody else, not on stream. About why that's literally impossible. Like, it's a beautiful reality, but unless your parents are an oil baron, literally impossible. Literally impossible. For 99.8956324% of the population. No, you didn't. It was like that. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say you got lucky. I'd say you were paying attention. TV. And that's like the fucked up thing about that market is if you're paying attention, you can replicate that 5 times a day. But in order to be paying attention, you have to be in such a tight-knit, closed, quiet, cordoned off circle of insiders. It's not possible. Right? And, well, it's not even like time, right? Like, that was not the last time, but one of the last times that a massive public pump and dump happened. Like, there have been plenty of those since. However, that was the last time where everybody was already bought in, which was Dogecoin, right? Because since then, when they've happened, you know, there's 25 people bought in. And they make millions of dollars instead of like hundreds of thousands of people bought in, and then it gets pumped, right? What do I think the next update to DF is going to be? Some random bug that we didn't know about, and then probably something related to Lua. What do I think the next update is going to be? Whatever Tarn's working on, I don't know. Probably some bug fixes. If you're asking me about content, go look at the roadmap, and I don't need to guess. Just go look at the roadmap. It outlines approximately what Tarn's working on for the year. It was like 3 news patches ago. That was a question from YouTube chat. Anybody in Twitch chat confused? Yeah, it's like stopped war animals from running away. I don't know. I mean, they did that a couple patches ago, actually, but stopped babies from being born worshipping unknown gods. A+. Zortos, hello. DS, good morning. I forgot me a can of sparkling water, chat. I also need to go fill up my water bottle because it's mostly empty. So, I think I'm gonna go grab those in a minute. Yeah, but Mercy Kitty, let me ask you a question. Like, I know that you're talking about the price of The Sims. When did The Sims 4 release? When did Sims 3 release? When did Sims 2 release? When did Sims 1 release? Okay, how many years was between Sims 1 and Sims 3? Now, how many years has it been since they've released The Sims 4? Okay, how much content is in the base game of The Sims? I don't like EA Games in particular. I don't like their management. There's plenty of lovely people that work there. They have an office pretty close to me, so my neighbors sort of are employed by them. But how many years has it been? Okay, think about what you consider to be a reasonable DLC. If you look at the base content of The Sims 4 and the base content, and I mean just like vanilla, you own no DLC, there's more stuff in The Sims 4 than there was in The Sims 3. And there might not be some stuff that you want. Okay. Still more of it. You could spend more time playing The Sims 4 base game with no DLC than you could with The Sims 3. And now you'll say, well, there's mods. Okay, cool. Sure. That's not my point. If you develop a game on an ongoing basis for more than 10 years, you gotta pay the hundreds of people working on it. And those ain't low salaries. And yes, EA Games is a money-grabby, evil corporation. For all intents and purposes. But what's your alternative? Lay them off and stop making them? Make a new game with about the same amount of content each time? Or just have a marketplace where you can piecemeal buy what you want when you want it? Because I was talking to a friend of mine a couple of years ago. Last time I went to a TwitchCon, so 2023, who literally just plays The Sims for a living and sometimes other things. And I point blank asked him, I was like, on behalf of my sister-in-law who was asking me, like a couple weeks earlier actually, if you're to get into Sims 4 and have $100 to spend, what DLCs do you need? He goes, oh, you don't even need to spend that much. Just wait for a sale and get this one, this one, and this one. It was like $34 or something in DLC. He's like, and then that will get you like hundreds of hours of gameplay. It's like Train Simulator, where those games, like Train Simulator has like 40,000, it's not, probably not 40,000. Last time I looked, it was legitimately around $20,000 in DLC. Because if you are fucking around in Train Simulator, you're not buying all of it. That's not the point. You buy the 4 routes that you want because that's the thing that your brain is hyper-focused on because you are a train enthusiast and that's the train that you need in your life. So I always think that The Sims is a weird one to complain about when it comes to DLC, because you want the thing to keep existing, right? Like, I didn't like that last Sim City. But there is a weird part of me that wishes that Sim City did as well as The Sims. Because then there would still be a Sim City that I could call a game that I could go play. It's like, I'm still, I don't play Battlefield anymore, but I'm happy that they still make Battlefield games. Yeah, also Euro Truck is the same thing, right? Like, you don't need to, if you want to go play Euro Truck or American Truck Simulator, you don't need to buy every single DLC to play it. At this point, like, when people say the devs want to make a new game at some point, I know that we're in an ad break now. I'm gonna go get my can. Hold on. I'm gonna refill my water. I'll be right back. Like, let me tell you this. When you say, I'm pretty sure the devs wanted to make another game at some point, but EA said no. I'm pretty sure that developers want to stay employed. And what happens at the end of a video game development cycle? They rejigger the whole team because you're now prototyping. Everybody gets moved off of the previous project because word's going to get out that, or maybe not everybody, but people slowly get moved off of the old project because word's going to get out that they're making a new one and people are going to stop buying the old one as much. And everybody gets fired. The people that made The Sims 4, that original game, probably don't really work there anymore. The majority of the people working on The Sims right now are systems designers for an engine that already exists, artists for a game that already exists, and not the people who can make a new one. So the devs making a new game would most likely equal most of those people losing their jobs. And then when the new one releases, the few of them that still work on that old one will most likely cease to exist, aside from the few of them that move to the new one. And there is no way that you can make a sequel to The Sims anymore. It financially, historically, is the equivalent of taking your bank account and shooting it. Like, it's like robbing your own bank and setting it on fire. and not keeping the money. Like, look, find me an example of a high-profile, long-term developed game with a shit ton of invested money from an audience that has successfully made a sequel without deleting the original and saying you only have the sequel now, that hasn't gone up in flames. It doesn't exist. Like, the way I see The Sims these days is, I don't think you'll ever get another Sims game. Sure, there was maybe developers that wanted to make a new one, but it's most likely that none of them work on that project anymore. I mean, Civ is kind of a weird outlier. Every other Civ is, like, I don't know, Civ's just kind of on a pattern. I think what didn't work well for Firaxis was trying to make a Marvel game. But I think that's a bit of a different story. Because, like, that new Civ is, like, starting to pick up again, which is interesting. I mean, Warhammer, again, they're compromising their own game by adding it on as kind of a weird form of DLC. Anno isn't a perpetually developed game. They release one game, and then they release an expansion pack, and then they release an expansion pack, and then 8 years later they release another game. That's not an endlessly developed game. They're not doing that with not at that scale anyway. I'm talking about, like, how do you make a sequel to World of Warcraft? And don't you tell me that the DLC that the expansions are sequels. I'm talking about, like, how do you make Apex Legends 2? I'm talking about how would you make a sequel to, what's the name of that fucking video game with the clown face, the bank robbers, the Payday? How do you make a sequel to Payday? Even if that game launched well, it wouldn't have made it out the gate in one piece. Like, how do you make a sequel to EverQuest? How do you make a, I guess, yeah, it was a second sequel to Payday, wasn't it? Although Payday 1 was kind of a different thing. How do you make a sequel to Counter-Strike? You don't let people play the original. When Counter-Strike Go came out, people didn't like it. It took, like, a real money marketplace and, like, making it free to play. Yeah, I know. I love the idea and, like, the idealism of, like, people want to make the developers want to make a new Sims. There are no developers working on The Sims anymore who could make a new, like, I genuinely do not believe that EA Games has given that studio the people to be able to do that. I read that as Sims 2, and I was like, excuse me? Yeah, Smite 2. Smite 2, did that, I guess, yeah, I guess that released. Of Diablo 2, thought it was dead for a while, but people kept going back to it. Diablo 2 was the highest-selling video game of all time when it released. Like, still the best Diablo? Sure, I don't know. I've never been a Diablo person, but at the same time, like, I don't know. I don't see a world where another Sims ever releases, unless it gets sold. That's maybe the only case scenario. Or, like, The Sims just becomes The Sims. So I'll be honest with you, I don't play fighting games, Frisco. So I couldn't tell you. But what I do know about fighting games is, remember the backlash against DLC on the disc? They've just been so far ahead of the controversies, people just stopped caring earlier with those games. That's kind of a joke. I don't know. I don't really play fighting games. So here's the thing though, Ronan. It didn't. Like, saying that City Skylines 2 flopped is like, it was bad. Yeah, it didn't flop. Like, just looking at current player counts. There's more people playing City Skylines 2 than City Skylines 1. It's more than doubled City Skylines 1's all-time player count. It's already, looking at average charting, it's sold more so far than City Skylines 1 did in the first 5 years. And how long has it been out? 2.5 years? Game's doing fine. I mean, I played it and bounced off it because of the issues. Like, I'm absolutely one of those people. Like, was it as big as it could be? Sure. But, like, I would argue, in all honesty, that is why you don't want sequels of that scale. But at the very least, like, I know that this is, like, kind of focused on The Sims, but at the very least, The Sims isn't as engine limited as some other games. Like, it was kind of designed to be the thing that it became, and yes, they could do more, certainly, but it runs on anything, pretty much. Sequels are from movies and single-player games, sure, yeah, and not live services. Is that where you're going with that? Or actively developed games? I would also, sorry, hot take about City Skylines. City Skylines is kind of a shitty city builder. Like, it's beautiful. It's cathartic. It's great fun as a city building sandbox. I don't think City Skylines 1 is a very good city builder. And you also got to remember that, like, while City Skylines 1 ran well when it released, it didn't have tunnels. And you couldn't manipulate terrain on launch. Outside of, like, one menu, and the terrain manipulation was so bad, if you, like, tap the button, you'd have a spike the size of the Empire State Building in the center of your city. It had no disasters. There was no reason to actually build a fire department because nothing could catch fire. I mean, yeah, people would get pissed off if you didn't have one. But you gotta remember how bare bones that game was when it launched. And if City Skylines 1 came out now, nobody would give a shit. It would have mixed reviews. No content. Bad game. But nobody had made a good city builder of that style in a very long time. And people were still hot on the memory of the always online SimCity. They didn't, though. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, they kind of didn't. Actually, tunnels were free. A lot of that stuff was free. The day-night cycle was $10. Like, DLCs for City Skylines, in my humble opinion, if you bought the game when it released and bought the DLCs as they came out, wasn't actually that expensive. They put out like a $15 thing every, like, 6 months to a year. And then a $30 thing every year after that. Like, if you buy it now, yeah, it's expensive. Yes, absolutely, 100%. If you try to buy in now, it sucks. But the same kind of goes for all Paradox games. If you like the base game when you buy it initially, and you buy things as they're ongoing, it's a much more reasonable ask than this game's been out for 8 years and now that there's $600 in DLC. It's like, whew, like, what was it? I think it was Borderlands. Did like a Borderlands 2 Ultimate Edition thing where they took like $400 of DLC and just rolled it into a $30 upgrade. So, and like, because the game's cheaper now, because it's no longer a full price game most of the time, like, for the price of a full price game, you can just get all of the stuff. Like, that's a solution if you want to be fair to the customer, and like saying that like Randy Pitchford and co is like fair to the customer is kind of funny to me, but like at the same time, like, they just have a bad sense of humor. Like RimWorld, I give RimWorld a hard time, but I don't know. RimWorld's fine, man. Like, those DLCs are pricey, but like they are weird enough that it's pretty easy to just kind of buy around Steam sales. DLC has to be good and worth it. Absolutely, right? You had a City Skylines sequel in form of Workers and Resources? Sure, but that, I mean, Workers and Resources is a very different kind of game, and I would also argue Workers and Resources is a city... Like, I played quite a bit of City Skylines, right? But I stopped calling it a city builder after, like, hour 100. It's a city painter, right? It's... Because the way I played City Skylines is, like, I turned the economy off. Like, I just made cool looking shit. I just kind of stopped caring at a point. And like, yeah, it would still fall over if like I didn't balance things the way the game wanted me to. But like, I turned the economy off and the progression off because I just thought it sucked. Whereas like Workers and Resources, I find like actually or rather, I played it when it first went into early access and it was so buggy and sluggish and slow and ran like shit on my PC and on most people's computers at the time. Like I bounced off that game because it felt like work. But like I've played city builders since then that are much more mechanically my speed and my style of mechanics that I've really liked. And Workers and Resources is such a different thing. Like if you went into Workers Resources and had it as a sequel in your mind to City Skylines, like the game that you wanted, yeah, absolutely you're gonna fucking hate City Skylines 2 because you probably would hate City Skylines 1 now. Because City Skylines 1 doesn't have any management in it. Like, it's like the vibe of approximate city building with no stakes. Like, I remember playing a bunch of City Skylines at one point, like going on a weird city builder binge, and then playing SimCity 3000. And like, a city in SimCity 3000. Okay, a city in City Skylines 1, I could play for 50 hours. Easy. 100 hours. Easy. Just like meticulously designing like the shape of like a highway interchange. Whereas SimCity 3000, a successful city is like 4 hours of gameplay. Because you can build the city really quick, because it's just a grid. Maps aren't that big, generally, unless you make them big, which you don't really need to. And they'll just fucking vote you out. Like, that game's kind of weighted in the direction of, like, eventually people get mad at you. Blame you for something. And you just get put in an office. After, like, 70 years in charge, but, you know. Are you trying to say economy and you type? Yeah, I'm assuming you didn't. Okay. An economy builder in this case, but yeah, it's... Like, Workers and Resources is a really interesting video game. It's, like, kind of a fucky middle ground of, like, factory building game and, like, automation and city build. Like, it's a lot of things. Like, it's a really cool game, but it is kind of like... I don't know, my brain puts it in the same bucket as Factorio, where it's kind of almost at its own niche. The more players they have, the better they are. So it's better to upgrade it than... Oh, well, the better the developer is, not necessarily the better the game is. So it's better to upgrade it over making a new one, persuading people to switch to single player. Especially, like... The first time I felt this, like the sunk cost fallacy of refusing to quit a game, was a game called Crossfire. And Crossfire had skins, it had guns that you had to grind a lot to unlock, and it had loot boxes. And I played quite a bit of that game because it was free to play, and this was an era where like free to play shooters were pretty few and far between. And I remember quitting and moving to Counter-Strike and League of Legends. Initially just Counter-Strike and then League of Legends. And when I was stopping playing that game, like, every other game felt boring. It felt like there was nothing to do. It felt like I had nothing. It felt like there was nothing to earn or nothing to gain because I'd unlocked so much stuff in this other game. Even though, like, I knew that, like, these other games that I was playing were better in almost every aspect. Just straight up better games. StarCraft 2 killed the RTS genre? No, the internet killed the RTS genre. Sorry, but the internet... Everybody learned that they were bad at RTS games, so people stopped playing RTS games. No. StarCraft 2 is a fine RTS game, and not the thing that killed the RTS genre. The thing that killed the RTS genre was the RTS genre. The RTS genre is an extremely niche, high skill ceiling style of game. Exactly, right? Like, RTS games are still alive and well in their own weird corner of the internet and are doing better than many high budget esports titles. Yeah, sure. I mean, Red Alert was a much more casual thing, but AoE 2 is doing well. I would even argue AoE 3 kind of does okay. I'm actually kind of curious now. I need to go look this up. Obviously, these are not going to be not 3. Age of Empires 4. What am I talking about? Yeah, I mean, like, there's more people playing Age of Empires 4 right now than Cities Skylines. Like, and that's just the Steam numbers. Yeah, and there's 22,000 people playing Age of Empires 2. Like, those, for what those are pretty healthy games. You know, and ironically, I loved Age of Empires 3. One sparse. But that's just because I owned it when it was new and I had a laptop and didn't really read what people thought about video games on the internet very much. And yeah, I had a pretty great time with it. So yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, hell, there's a fucking 1,000 people playing the original Age of Empires Definitive Edition right now. Yeah, no, I mean, like, they tried things with Age of Empires 3, but I had fun with it because it ran on my laptop, and actually, now I'm kind of curious. How many people playing Age of Empires 3? There's 5,000 people playing Age of Empires 3 right now with a 3,400 with a 3,468 24-hour peak. Like, I don't know, that game's doing fine. Even. I guess what I'm trying to say is all in, there's like about 40,000 people playing Age of Empires right now. Right now. RTS games are fine. Might not be your personal flavor of RTS, but how RTS is still kind of alive now. I personally know that the Supreme Commander situation, and it's like 2003. Yeah, I mean, Supreme Commander is wild. Like, it's impossible to know how many people are playing Subcom these days. But, like, in a world where games like Beyond All Reason are, like, kind of quietly bubbling, like, I don't know. I think RTS games are kind of doing fine. Yeah, I think, like, if, like, sort of like what Mercy Kid is saying, like, if your definition of the RTS genre is, like, Wolf, I was about to make like a really shitty red pill joke. If your definition of the RTS genre is like the traditional nuclear family of 2 resources, workers, a base that you have to micromanage and hotkey, and like a build order and a 20-minute timer with very, very tightly balanced factions, yeah, RTSs are dead. Yeah. Absolutely. I'm gonna go close my window so I don't get blasted with a ray of sunshine. I can't wait for like a month to be by when we're in the timeline of the sun is higher in the sky and it doesn't shine directly through my window. It's like about a month of the year, I think, that it does this. One of your favorite RTSs is Empires in the Undergrowth. I was given a key for that. Never played it. Ow. I was kind of meaning to at one point, but just never got around to it. So goofy? Nah. Nah. No, they shouldn't. For the same reason that, oh, geez. Hold up. I need to go look this up. What's the name of that studio? It's like Genki Co. should never rework their logo. Genki Co. is a Japanese studio that makes Tokyo Extreme Racer. And just trying to get a full This is their logo. Apparently, it is a portrait of the founder of the studio drawn by his 4-year-old son. It's perfect. It's great. I mean, yes, they've, like, you know, redrawn it a couple times since, but, like, that's their logo. They should never change it. It's perfect. And you launch, like, Tokyo Extreme Racer, and it's like, Genki! It's like, yep, let's go. That's funny and super sweet. Yeah, exactly. But I don't know. Yeah, it kind of looks silly. Fun fact about the Bay 12 logo. If you don't like the look of it, go into your game files and delete it, and it won't be there when you launch it until they patch it. Let's play some Dwarf Fort, chat. It's Godzilla pointing the logo? I know it's a thing from one of their games. I don't actually know what it is. I don't actually know what it is. It's just the Bay 12 Games logo as far as I'm concerned. Whoops. Well, I screwed up. Oh well. I'm gonna have a very large file from yesterday that I'm gonna have to cut. Apparently I left my recording running throughout Menace last night, and that means that I have an extra 11 gigs of a video game I don't necessarily need recorded right now. Oh well. I mean, he's just trying to poke me in the head. That's what's happening. I think historically the advice was always, like, mute the tab, but genuinely, I don't know. One spars. I don't know. There was a point in my life where I focused on that stuff and cared very deeply about, like, whether or not an individual web browser was, like, muting the view count. I don't know. Get enjoyment out of the stream. You do you. But, like, I don't even know if that's a thing anymore. Mercy? I think it's if you want to be counted as ad revenue, you mute the tab. I don't know. Mute the tab. That's the traditional advice. All right, folks. I updated Legends last night. So you should have a up-to-date version of Legends. If you are watching on the Twitch stream, you just type in !Legends. If you're watching on YouTube, it should just be in the description. Or you could just go to legends.blindirl.net. That be my website, yeah. Also, Rich in YouTube chat points out that the Lo-Fi Games Studios who make Kenshi is equally silly. There's an ad break about to run. Hang tight. I'm just going to wait for 1 minute and 30 seconds, and then I will respond to the Twitch. Tends to not tell people anything, because I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think people just extrapolate, guess, and aren't always correct, and then information is a mess. Yeah. Wait. What's up with Kenshi? Oh, that the logo for the developer of Kenshi is a picture of a dude. We were just talking about companies that have silly logos for their company. That's all we were talking about. Almost no dwarves. Almost no dwarves. So you can go into here, and you can go to historical figures, and you could look up John Urist. It's just Chris? Yeah, okay. It's a selfie. You know, you could just look up Urists and see every single Urist who's been born, including Batome. He was born on the early winter on the 13th of Moonstone. He's 27 years old. Is a miller, member of the seed of creation. cloudy hall of the mahogany mine. The M&M, if you will. They have a child named Ineth. Help Abby. You could go through their full history, however short it may be. In fact, they helped defend the fortress in the onslaught of Denting in Sunspire, which happened very recently at the end of the last stream. The onslaught of Denting, where the pink seduction invaded us, we were, of course, victorious. But it was a grim battle. I jumped to most recent events. And I grab this. I go to the end. Rewind time just a little bit. You can see all the deaths. Kib was struck down. So was Shem. Goden. Well, of course, all the goblins that were struck down as well. Who killed who with what? So, you know, you can see exactly what's happened historically. And learn that there is currently one alive cat in the fortress. It's not that they're created out of thin air. The world has, like, populations that are unnamed and not notable. Like, when it says historical figures, it's not counting the not historical figures. So there are populations that just, like, seemingly get appeared out of thin air, but that's just because they weren't historical and their parents weren't historical. So they were born from unknown parents because they weren't historical. You can read that Moreb 2 was struck down. Moreb was struck down by a goblin, Stastost Gultrots, the dreamy sin of palaces, with an iron spear. But don't worry. Hopefully we'll get to have our revenge. In fact, actually, after attacking us, the Assault of Boring, I think they've actually been in, yeah, they've been in several fights since. Because they took part in the fight against Sunspire, killed Frisco, killed Moreb, killed 3 other of my dwarves, and since then, clashed with 788 creatures in Profane Polishes. Good lord, man. I think he lives in Profane Polishes, too. Is Profane Polishes not a goblin place? Nightmare of Watchfulness. Huh, it is a goblin location. Goblins are at war with goblins, it seems like. Anyway, hopefully we'll get the chance to kill this guy. Hopefully. Did I make this? Fuck no. No, this is, I mean, Rogue Phoenix could probably actually give you some more details. This is an open source thing. This is Legends Viewer. You can just run this locally. That's how it's designed, is to just, you export your XMLs from Legends, and then you can go through all of your history in your worlds. It just parses the information for you and surfaces it, basically. You could find all of this within the game, but good luck. And because the game offers XML exports for the world's history. And I am hosting this on my server, which is by my knee. Apparently this used like 300 gigs of data last week, which is kind of wild to me. But I update it at the end of every fort, and sometimes at the beginning of every fort. In this case, or at the end of every stream, rather. And I did it yesterday as well in the middle of the stream. I might do it in the middle of the stream again today because I'm getting pretty quick at it. But essentially, like, it's all of the raw data from the world that's generated. So if you want to keep up a little closer with what's going on in my forts, just go grab that link and take a peek. Currently, the living dwarves in the fort are, but you may already know this, Squizzly, Tibbe, and I do let it just run. And if it's down, it probably means that either I hit the wrong button on my power bar when turning my computer off, or I'm updating something, or my power's out. The Umbria Alderman is one of our jewelers. We've got Davette, the Royal Beast. We've got, oh no, it's Oak. We've got Lanix, the Glassmaker. We've got Megalodon, the Woodcutter. Giggity McSquat, which is a name. And we've got Ham of Doom, steamed and ready to go. We've got Batome, Urist, we were looking at. We've got Otters. Pulled you back into Dwarf Fortress, you tried the ASCII days, couldn't get into it. You had it sitting in your library and now you're on a volcano start? Oh, so you, like, did you buy it when it released or something? Stoner? Cool. Glad you're figuring it out. This is a game that takes people years to get into. I mean, I first installed Doorfort in 09. I didn't properly get into it until like 2000. Or I didn't start getting into it properly until like 2011, and I didn't really learn the game until like 2015, and then I didn't get good at the game until like 2017. So like, you know, it's a game people bounce off of. Although I think that effect was a bit more extreme a while ago, but we've got Daggett, who I'm gonna try and allow to do more things now. We've got some pretty pissed off dwarves, to be honest. We've got Nomald, we've got Maxentur, we've got Captain Radiator, we've got Snail, we've got Gutsy, QN Green Tea, who's killed like 2 Forgotten Beasts at least, and 2 Forgotten Beasts and an Etten, I think. And we've got Cassius Nomad, and I think that's everybody, and Scales. Now, my military is all stationed at the moment because there was a Forgotten Beast here who got one-tapped by Green Tea, so I'm just going to unstation these dwarves. So, this is the fortress currently. That is a giant hedgehog. And the goal of the fort is to build an artificial volcano before the yak dies so that I can sacrifice it to the yak god. Farmer who is unhappy. I will just use my executive decision-making to not give you a red-faced dwarf. Instead, I will give you like a that. How's that level of unhappy? Or like a this level of unhappy. Well, that's an otters, but like a this level of unhappy. I will not give you a red face. Because otherwise you're just wasting your points. Unless your goal is to just die immediately, in which case I'll make you into a cat and butcher it. Because then you'll get your wish. So we'll give you like beard or no beard, actually, is the question. No, I am not a Dragon Quest fan. I am indifferent. I'm aware of its existence. That is... I'm not really a JRPG guy. I played Final Fantasy on my Game Boy Advance SP and thought it was bleh. And then I played Final Fantasy 2 and made it about an hour in and went, fuck this. I'm trying to think of other JRPGs that I didn't hate. I liked SRPGs a lot back in the day. I played like Tactics Ogre, and I never played FF Tactics, but I did play a lot of Fire Emblem and stuff like that, and like Advanced Wars. But I don't know. I'm not a big RPG guy. I kind of never have been. Oh, actually, yeah, I did play Shining Force. Now that you mention it, I played Shining Force on the PC, on one of those PC Genesis collections that also had like Comic Zone and stuff in it. I did play the first and finish the first Shining Force. Yes, I did do that. Unhappy, not tantrum worthy. Okay. Oh, there is an O in there. I don't know how my brain didn't read that O. I was like looking at the word and going, is there an O in Phoenix? Why is there an O in it? No, it doesn't have an O in it. He presents himself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements. He doesn't generally think before acting and is rarely feels strong cravings or urges. He can be very single-minded and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He doesn't focus on material goods and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and he's open to changing his mind. He enjoys the company of others and likes a little excitement now and then. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and scratches his ear whenever he's bored. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. I only played the first one, the original Shining Force. It was okay. I mean, I don't know if I would play it now, or if I would enjoy it now, but it was a game that I had at the time, and I didn't have a lot of games at the time, so I played it. He personally holds shrewd and crafty individuals in the lowest esteem, and finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. He values a harmonious existence, and dreams of crafting a masterwork. Shumdi. Yuristov, hello. But Rogue Phoenix, you were asking earlier about, like, features for, like, Legends viewer, and I was deep in a babbling about DLC. What were you asking earlier? He likes claystone and iron and tiger iron in the color cardinal, bolts, shields, cabinets, peafowls for their enormous fantails, and giant desert tortoises for their longevity. The sound of the rhythmic sweetness of Impossible prefers to consume bobcat, teff beer, and apples. He absolutely hates cave spiders. And you've got an incredibly upturned nose, jade eyes with large irises, and a prominent chin. You worship Anan Azmul Od, which is a god I don't see as much, but not a god that I see infrequently. Which one is that? Anan Azmul Od. The god of Twilight! Right, yes. The sparkly vampire god. The god of Twilight. There's an iron bow right there. I'm gonna melt you. So, plan for today. We got invaded at the end of the last stream by goblins, and it was pretty catastrophic. So plan for the start here is we need to get defenses functional. But the actual longer term plan for the stream is I would like to get this lava ready. I want to put lava in this thing. I don't know if it's going to be filled all the way to the top. It might be. It might not. I haven't decided yet. Still thinking. But this is going to have lava in it. That is the plan. You were just saying that people should use the Chrome Tech main version if they run it locally? Got it. Yeah, no, that is true. I mean, this is... I don't know. Maybe you should put some wording in it, like server version or something, but... Do you think that the yak knows that it's dying no matter what? Not to be, like, grim or anything, but isn't that just, like, a state of, like, sentient existence, is that you're gonna die? Like, I don't know. Fear of mortality is a very... sentient trait. So from here, the area goes down to the bottom of this hole. I'm filling in these edges with glass, and it's going to go down through the aquifer here, through the aquifer here, through the aquifer here, through the aquifer here, and not all the way into this level, although maybe I will make it go all the way into this level. I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to build the bottom of this thing. But it is going to, at the very least, go down to here. If I go up to the top, I'm thinking about making other pools of lava, like letting it bubble up to about here, and then maybe spread around to like over here or like over here or something, like very dramatically transforming the surface. Because that would be pretty easy to do quickly, and I think that would be interesting. So that is kind of the plan for the day. Of course, I would like to keep the Royal Beast, my Duchess, alive. We are also getting closer to Mountain Home, or becoming the capital, I guess. Because we are the rank that is necessary to become the capital, so we might become a capital today? I don't know. We might not. And if we do, I'm going to kill the queen. Just pump stack it, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna use minecarts because that would just be too slow. It would take too long. I will have to get it through an aquifer, but whatever. I mean, it won't be that big of a deal. I've done worse. So yeah, we'll just be tubing it and piping it up here. But I think the first actual plan is do a few more additions to this outer wall. And once I've added a few additions to the outer wall, double check that this is connected so that I can actually seal the front door off. And get some siege weapons on top of this, because I want to get some bolt throwers up here. I also want to get some stockpiles up here for ammo. And I'm going to need to expand the size of this military. Maybe not bone and wood ones, just metal ones. So that's really like the plan for the day, is to just continue reorganizing. Who you would nickname Whiny Bitch because he wouldn't stop crying about missing some dwarf? Well, no, that's poor life. I hope that he survives mentally. Although it is very fitting that whiny bitch became king. That's kind of funny. That's all chert. I will dig through this. And this. I mean, you don't make the rules here, Cashless. You're a nomad. You don't follow no rules. Just because I'm a homebody doesn't mean I can't make my own rules. Also, Bobtron, hello, how are you? It's good to see you. Hope you as well. I really am kind of running out of this. I'm just gonna use boulders. He says that. I'm just gonna queue up a thing that rock block. Let's just cut all 60 of these. I just want the center column to be the same color consistently. That's all I want. Stoner, I've got my stuff set up so heavily that if anything truly fortress ending happened, there's like a 99% chance it would just pause. So do I ever worry about that? No. No. Also, I have 3 monitors, so it's very rare that I actually have to tab out for something. But even back in the day, like when I played on one monitor, or like I'll get up and leave and like come back and stuff, I'm generally pretty confident that it'll be fine, usually. That's good to hear, Bob. It's good to hear. As a reminder to everybody, if you're watching on the YouTube side of things, the Twitch chat moves faster because the Twitch chat is a community and audience that I've built up over a very long time, and people tune in when I go live. YouTube decides some days to promote my streams to people, and sometimes it doesn't. And on weeks and times when it doesn't, then the chat's usually very quiet over there. So I don't generally look at the YouTube chat as often as I'm looking at the Twitch chat. But if you're watching on YouTube, please do remember to leave a like on the stream. And just remember that this is a crowdfunded channel. And I get to do what I do because people have subscriptions and throw Prime subs and buy bits on Twitch and subscribe to my blog and do all that kind of fiddly dunk. So if you like what I do and the way that I do it and happen to have a Prime subscription, think about me when it's available. That's all I gotta say. And don't forget to leave a like on the stream regardless, because that tricks the bots into thinking that I'm cool. For a minute before realizing. I will say that, like, if you go into the announcements settings, I'm pretty sure it's still this way, but if you go to announcements, especially Fortress mode, things like migrants, I don't actually think pop up. So you'll just like get migrants and not notice a lot of the time. I see that happening to new people. Same things like with caravans, like those don't pop up. So like you can go through and like make the game pause or just give you a pop-up and then like not pause. You can make it recenter on the pop-up to the point where the game is like completely unplayable. Like every time somebody trips, you could have a pause, pop-up, recenter. Like somebody trips in the tavern on alcohol every couple of seconds. So, you know, like you can make this game strict enough that it's hard to play if you want. If that's something you feel the need for. I don't actually need those. That's not right. I go here. And there's a child sleeping. That's basically it. You're down there. A few more of these. In and outs. Baz Sol says, thank you very much for the Prime for 6 months. Appreciate you greatly. I don't need to convert them. We just need to trick YouTube into thinking that we're cool so that YouTube promotes the YouTube stream, because that helps everybody. Like, I don't necessarily want everybody who watches on YouTube to come over here, because some of them are mean. But some of you are mean too, so, you know, I guess it evens out in the wash. But at the end of the day, like, watch on the platform that's more convenient for you. I just want I want Twitch to keep doing about as well as it is, and I want the YouTube robots to tell new people about the stream more often and recommend the stream more often, so that people are told when I'm live, because that's less work for me. And I screwed this side up. How am I screwing these up? Just like building too quickly and not thinking. That's all I really want. I don't know. All right. Your mom always says you're pretty cool. You should put on a jacket then. Or catch cold. It's also weird that your mom speaks in... I guess that would that be like in first person from your perspective? So I guess it would, when she says I'm pretty cool, maybe she should put on a jacket. Yeah. You know what's wild about Twitch Mobile, Sapphic? Or I'm just gonna call you Megalodon. Is it highly, and I mean highly, depends on the phone you use. Like, there are some phones where, for all intents and purpose, apparently works real well. There are some phones where it's dog shit, and there's no middle ground. The humans have arrived. Do I even have a trading depot at the moment? I don't. I know that I was going to put it underground, but... Okay, so I'm going to go down here. I'm also going to make one of these somewhere. I was going to put a temple over there, and then I just kind of didn't. Yeah. I mean, to be totally fair, it happens with most phone brands, like, you know, medical devices that are only compatible with phones that were made in the last 3 years. And it's like, cool. So the person, like, on permanent health care benefits who can't really afford to buy a new phone has to buy a new phone to not die. Well, that's cool. Or to be able to efficiently not die. It's like kind of a pretty common problem, so... At least with Twitch, it's just an app, you know. What's the structure I'm making right now? Will you drop the tower with the yak on top of it? I'm not going to drop the tower. I'm making a big pit, which is going to be filled with lava. Which I'm not entirely certain if this is going to be the be-all, end-all source of the lava, or if this is going to be a reservoir for the lava. I'll figure it out. I think this might end up being just a reservoir primarily, but yeah, the boring dystopia. Well, it's like, you know, wheelchairs requiring an app. Stuff like that. Excuse me. You know, people get annoyed when their car needs an app, but like, yo. I'm gonna make some rock grates. I'm just gonna make like 80 of them. Except I'm just gonna make these at one shot so that it doesn't really affect production much. I'm gonna make them out of shale. Also gonna go to tasks by hitting T and just go through here and unpause all of the other jobs, because I had like a dozen or so dwarves die, and I had to bury them over here. So I had to get those coffins done really quick, so I paused a bunch of stoneworkers tasks. Maybe some other pause jobs on here. Nope. Not that I'm seeing. Cool. Cool, cool. Cool, 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 cool. If I go to work orders, where are we at? Clothing and stuff is all currently on pause. That's good. Gloves are being made. Cabinets being finished. Got drinks and booze. Beds get made when needed. Truck will get made when needed. Actually, just gonna make like pig iron. Let's make a little bit of steel. Just make some steel shields or something, or some steel bolts. And then you, bolt thrower parts. I'm just gonna make 6. That's what I'm gonna do. 6 of those. Any advice on getting metal to production started to begin with? I guess the question is, what kind of advice are you looking for? Like, what workshops to build? You make a smelters, and you need an anvil? Or do you mean like what to make first? Well, it depends on what you have. I think like my main advice is if like the production lines seem intimidating, don't worry about it so much. Just start building shit. Because a skilled dwarf with a shitty weapon is better than a shitty dwarf with a great weapon. So if you're talking about like making weapons, just use what you got. Make sharp weapons out of sharp metal, and make whack weapons out of heavy metal. So if you have a lot of silver, make hammers or maces. If you have a lot of iron or copper, you could make bronze, or you could make steel if you have access to all the materials, and then you would make axes and stuff. So I guess it depends on like the baseline of that question. Holy fucking bolts. So I got 123 iron, 15 silver, a little bit of black bronze, 10 copper. Slade, but I don't actually think you can mine that or acquire it outside of massive amounts of shenanigans. By that I mean like abusing bugs is a way you could word it. Because that's the densest, heaviest material in the game. But in vanilla, without making an artifact, silver. If you're making an artifact, platinum, right? I'm pretty sure platinum is the densest and the heaviest. I could be wrong. But you can't make weapons out of platinum unless you mod the game. That's still my prison. It's still locked. Still need a proper temple. Just trying to finish up bedrooms. We're about to be in an ad break. I'm just gonna keep designating stuff like this while we're in the ad break. And if you don't have a sub badge, I will refrain from responding to anything you say until after. I'm allowed to cut down 8 trees. So 1, 2, 3. 4. We'll do 4 for right now. Actually, it's early spring, so 5, 6. And they're still all the way up there. We're building a trade depot. Did I skip 2 on purpose? Nope. What shocks me, Nomald, is that so many people don't know that. It's called wood, and they say trees, and they're called trees. Yeah, no, they do. My headcanon is that because, and I explain this constantly, but because trees use mycelium to move nutrients from one tree to another, my headcanon is the elves are all friends with the trees, okay? And those are their buddies, right? You know, they ask them nicely for them to craft stuff for them, and they're very attached to their friends. And the cavern trees are the internet and the phone line. So you're just going around like fucking chopping up all their copper cabling and selling it. And they're like, man, why's the phone out? What the fuck's going on? That's my headcanon anyway. I don't know. Pro tip, if you don't like it, hit escape. Go to settings. Go to difficulty. Go to custom. Scroll down. And then there's a tree fall limit. So I have 8 right now because I actually quite like me, but the default for Untamed Wilds is 5. You can... I could set this to like 50, 100, 300. So if you want to just like have much less strict elves, like just change those numbers. Also, yeah, trading for wood is like easier than trading for stone because like it's pretty light. So trade caravans bring kind of a lot of it pretty quickly. Elves are not what they seem. They're just trying to have a monopoly on wood products. Man, it's like a lightweight, cheap, low-value stuff. Greetings from the woodlands. We have much to discuss. Actually, hold up. I'm going to wait to agree to that until they're done chopping down all the trees. Who's felling trees? You are? Okay. Once they've all been chopped down, I'll agree to the next terms. So the reason I'm trading with multiple factions is because I'm trading with 3 human factions simultaneously right now, every summer. If you demand tribute from some random faction that isn't run by goblins, and they don't already dislike you, they will just trade with you. Like, that's a way of, like, letting them know that you're there, and if they're a neutral entity, they'll show up and trade. So I'm trading with 2 different elven factions because I've done that. I'm trading with both of the dwarven factions, mine and the other one, and 3 human factions. I don't think you can do that. At least not in vanilla Rogue Phoenix. Because if you try to chop down, like, the mother tree or whatever they call them, the game gives you, like, you're not permitted to interact with this. Similar, like, you get, like, the you can't sleep here if it's a place you don't have permission to spend the night in. I might be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Although, you could embark anywhere underneath an elven city in DF Hack, and then... Ah! Shall we begin? As they say. The ruler I couldn't find. All right, folks. Round of beers. The royals are here. We're gonna need to fill the kegs. Alongside of them, some migrants have arrived. So this is some random duder named Zephon. Okay, where's this? Wait. Ah. So I think the monarch is coming from this side. Considering I just got a legendary mace dwarf. And her child. You worship Reg, the god of oaths. It's actually some pretty good gear. Actually, just gonna swap you to metal. Who's this? The other child. Some legendary peasant with fancy-ass clothing on. What's the image on your clothing? It's a superior giant cave spider silk trousers and circled with bands of iron. It is made from cave spider silk. Menaces with spikes of lavender jade. Fancy, fancy. Look at this. Superior quality. Really? Oh, okay. I guess it doesn't have any images on it. There she is, boys. Lore. Net cloistered. The demon of she was a prisoner of the demon of disemboweling? I really like the Coven of Witches. That is a good name for a lady necromancer. Then don't become a monarch. Nobody's making you become the mountain home. It's not the only way to play the game. I don't do it every time. I do it maybe every third time. Oh wait, are you saying that not having the outpost liaison come to you is too convenient? Piticato? Oh, I shouldn't. I should. You do know that if you have the monarch and you trade with other factions that aren't yours? Oh, okay. So you're saying that you wait, you like taking care of the outpost liaison? Okay. Well, I mean, it's just it gives you so many more options for trading with other people. I love that they have a long-term acquaintance named Nani? There's something about that that's kind of funny to me. She's allegedly 54 years old. I don't know how true that is. How many kills do you have? None. Where's the thing that I'm looking for? Health, description, no. Items, no. Room, skills, yes. Errors in the tower. Question, intrigue. It concerns the failed attempt of the dwarf necromancer lore to corrupt the human Ole fastened bands in Lashed Crew in the midsummer of 141. The writing is completely serious and stunningly self-indulgent. Against preconceptions, time spent in the mountain halls. My thoughts on suspicion. Concern another. She really is obsessed with this failed attempt to corrupt this person. But the prose of that one is splendid. So she wrote her same book. The truth about the author. The authoring of Errors in the Tower. What was the Errors in the Tower about? Errors in the Tower was a guide concerning the tower. The writing is completely serious, yet self-indulgent. I guess like she sees our fortress and goes, looks like a tower. That'll do. Wait, hold up. She's already more anxiety prone. She's currently more distrustful. Why though? Well, chat room, we now have a queen, which I wasn't certain was going to arrive in the first place. So that's kind of crazy and kind of fun. There's nothing particularly noteworthy about her that I'm seeing just like looking through this. But we've known who she is for a while, so, you know, if you want to look her up, you can. She's in Legends for sure. Basement ashes, that's what happens after the Forgotten Beast flies through, that breathes fire. But, you know. Oh, legendary Spurdorf. Doop. 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 Legendary Spear Dwarf. I do really like this part where you just get a bunch of legendary combat dwarves, like, immediately. I do quite like that. Like this guy, the Animal Caretaker. But, let's toss him in the military. There's the Outpost Liaison. You also worship Cybrick. Knows the fabulous you know actually a bunch of things. The birth of forks. What about spoons? Did they bring any artifacts? Sometimes they bring artifacts. Not that I'm seeing. Well, that is fun. We grant this request. I can chop down 9 trees. Cool. Let's tore its hip open. Maybe the dwarf just had a sharp shoe. Did you think about that? Why did they drop a croc? Because that's a steel low boot. I'm a little bit offended on behalf of Dwarven Craftsmanship that you think the crocs look like dwarven low boots, but I suppose I actually really need to make a stockpile for my gear. Although, do people like crocs now? I feel like there's been like a bit of a croc redemption in reality where people don't hate crocs anymore. Where they used to kind of hate crocs and now they don't seem to anymore. And it kind of perplexes me a little bit, to be honest. Because I used to really like crocs and I used to get made fun of all the time for wearing crocs. Because finding me another shoe that floats. It's like kind of a challenge actually to find a shoe that floats. And I know that might sound like an oddly specific need or want, but my God, they just straight up didn't make shoes that float for a very long time. And as somebody who used to do a lot of kayaking, the last thing you want is to lose your shoes because they don't float. That's not limited to Crocs, though. That's just everything. Everything's expensive these days. So are my flip-flops, though, Orange. I don't know. I don't own a pair of Crocs because they're too expensive. I own a pair of lightweight sandals that I bring with me when I go camping. It just makes more sense. I'm just gonna get rid of this. Oh, did one of you turned into a block of ice, eh? That has to have happened. Has to have happened. Well, I will assume I will find your body, but I will memorialize you anyway. Dominoc, happy bearded tavern keeper. I don't have any tavern keepers, and I'm not going to have a tavern keeper, so what is something that you would like that isn't a tavern keeper? I have no plans to make a tavern keeper. got nobles. We've got other dwarves. Many different varieties of tasks. I do not want a tavern keeper. I have a public tavern, and that's already enough of a liability. I don't need to actively over-alcohol them. Medical dwarf. These little ones would be your options here. Got some pissed off diagnosers. And some other pissed off diagnosers. I don't know, I don't think any of them are really happy though. Meng's okay, Dolmas is okay. Meng, where's Meng? Meng the surgeon? Sure. I didn't see that one. Yeah, humans have such a low alcohol tolerance, I can't have a safe tavern with a tavern keeper and humans in it. Like, he hates vows, obligations, and promises, and other binding elements that could restrict his life. Wait, like the thing that doctors have to swear to not kill their patients? Anyways, he's conflicted by this for more than one reason, probably because of his med school. He is extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He doesn't focus on material goods, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He has a calm demeanor, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He likes to brawl, and he generally acts with an arrow focused on the current activity. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He doesn't really care about anything anymore, though. You want to see what would happen? Watch my last video to the end. She would resurrect zombies. Some of them are friendly, some of them are not. And she might summon nightmares. If she summons nightmares, they will kill as many of my dwarves as the enemy. And my population will cut in half immediately. And, I mean, that's not really something I really want to have happen. So I'm going to try and keep her away from the military. There's a few ways I could make her fight things, but I probably won't put her in the military. Unfortunately, I don't think that this is going to be the fortress for that. He personally finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish and dreams of mastering a skill. And he likes Andorite, fine pewter, and fire agate, as well as giant mountain goat horn, salt water crocodile tooth, and salmon bone. But that being said, I don't mind having the liability of having a necromancer running around. I think that's kind of fun. Would another monarch potentially replace her? 100% another monarch would replace her. Not guaranteed that that monarch lives in my fortress. She likes Andorite, fine pewter, and fire agate, as well as giant mountain goat horn, saltwater crocodile tooth, and salmon bone. Rope reed fabric, bolts, spiked balls, and the words of the dutiful boot. And the sight of the skirt of embraces, and when possible, prefers to consume mango wine and candle nuts. What the fuck is that? I know I've said this out loud before. What the fuck is a candle nut? I've looked up candle nuts. I still don't know what the fuck a candle nut is. What the fuck is a candle nut? Anyway, where was I? After the candle nuts. Absolutely hates blood gnats. Me too. That was a very... You know when, like, a dump truck, like, is reversing and then hits their brakes on a hill and it makes a screeching sound? That's what I just heard one of those lasted for, like, a minute. He personally, but, like, when they're going slowly and slowing down kind of thing. He is very muscular and has a long beard, which is braided, and his sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His medium-length hair is tied in a ponytail, and he has a jutting chin. His nose is upturned. His round brass eyes have large irises, and his hanging lobed ears are flattened. His lips are very thin, and his hair is mahogany. Can we, like, as a community, stop saying the magic update? Hot take here, chat. There is magic in the game. Of all kinds, already. There isn't going to be a magic update. But probably every major update from here going forward is going to include some magic. And one is getting hungry? Station them and cancel the station. That seems weird. I would tell them to go stand elsewhere, like be like, go here, and then punk do that, basically. And make sure they're actually off duty. Platinum is like gold. It's like for jewelry and such. It's too soft to actually use for making tools. At least with the technology that the dwarves have. You've tried, but you'll try again. The other thing that you could do, and this is a bit extreme. Just delete the squad and remake it. But that's weird. I mean, they shouldn't get stuck. Are they getting any thoughts at all? Because like I saw my military do something kind of similar, but I've been able to fix it by just simply like turning training off and on again and like deleting and like giving them an order and deleting it. Yes, it's this Vicona, but it's nowhere near as like mechanically opaque, or not opaque, mechanically definable. Like if you have X amount of exported value or are above a certain city rank, like capital, right? Like I can get the biggest possible sieges right now. But the biggest possible sieges depends on two things. It depends on the size of the goblin factions in the area, the materials that are available, the animals that live in the area, and the like age of the faction. So what is the hardest raid that you can get, or like the scariest siege that you can get, varies from world to world. Transparent. Yeah, I guess I was thinking opacity, but yeah, no, transparent is the word I was looking for. So, yes, but probably not the way you're thinking it would be, I guess. Because, like, I've fought with goblins for not for so long. I fought with goblins in one world that are massively at war with another goblin faction or two other dwarven factions and a human faction that I don't really ever get hit by major raids or sieges because they're just like this goblin faction that I'm at war with right now is also at war with another goblin faction, another dwarven faction, and two human factions. So they're like, they don't have much extra manpower to like attack me. So at least initially, like things were kind of quiet, but now they're finally attacking me. And the first siege was, they didn't really have great gear. I'm sure they'll send stronger stuff as time goes on, but they don't have the strongest force of darkness at the moment because they're pretty stretched thin, most likely. Is that? No, I have to do those one further apart. But yeah, I guess to answer your question, there is faction value. If you do want to actually look at those numbers, if you go to difficulty, you go to custom, there's trade triggers, which is the value, and then there's production triggers, which is local, and then trade value, and then there's population triggers. So you can like turn those numbers down. However, this is just, they'll ignore you until number 1, right? Until you have 20. Like the goblins won't intentionally attack you until you have 20, which means they might still attack you. They'll only send small sieges until you have more than 50 people. When you have more than 100 people, they won't really send more than, 30, 40 people. When you hit 110, they'll start sending like full sieges. Same with like 80 to 110 is when they start sending like full sieges. It's within that window where you start getting like the actual threats. But like the game has changed pretty heavily since the siege update. And I'll be honest, I don't actually know entirely how the new triggers work. Like I've looked at the mechanics and the difficulty menus and stuff, but like it doesn't mean a ton to me. So kind of in a weird middle spot right now where it's like, I don't actually know what to expect still, and that's kind of exciting to me, but I guess it's a little bit frustrating if you're asking like what you should be expecting, because I don't really have a direct answer for you. I hope that answered your question. I don't know. Did it? No, I'm actually gonna go back on what I was thinking about doing here. Let's do this instead. Oh, no, if you attack them, then they'll attack you. And also, the other asterisk is they won't attack you if they're not in range. So, like, when you're settling in the overworld, there's, like, a little pop-up. I can't actually show you. I would have to start a new for it. There's a little pop-up that says, like, the neighbors that are in the vicinity at the bottom. If there are no neighbors in the vicinity at the bottom, unless you attack somebody else, they won't attack you. So, if there's nobody in range, and you can't attack anybody because you can't get to them, they won't attack you because they can't. But, like, if I settle here, there will be 30,000 goblins in 5 locations within 2 days' travel, right? If I settle... I'm trying to find an empty area. There really isn't an empty area here. If I settle here, then there might be that next tower might be close enough to, like, aggro me. But, like, if I settle up here, there won't be anything. So, like, if you are... Like, this is 6 days travel away from my fort, right? I don't actually know what the limits are of their reach. It depends on, like, that faction's influence. So, like, I'm right... It's easier to just do this. I'm right here, right? So I have goblins that are a day's travel away from me. So once I hit a high enough... Once I make enough noise, we used to always call it noise back in the day. Once I make enough noise... sell enough stuff, intake enough stuff, produce enough stuff, have a big enough population, they'll notice me and they'll start attacking me. Or I could just, like, start stealing their shit and they'll invade me, like, right away. As soon as I get caught, anyway. Or, like, if you just start sending, like, raids to, like, steal items and stuff, if you lost the escape dice roll, and even if it's a successful raid and you steal items and they get in and out safely with nobody getting hurt, it could be a goblin named so-and-so saw them leaving. Or notice that they were there, and then that's enough, right? Or you could just go there and demand tribute, and they'll attack you. What's even funnier is they might even give you tribute. Like, they'll, like, give you some items and then attack you. It's actually, I think, one of the reasons why, like... It's something that I really wish Dwarf Fortress explained better, because... Like, I think one of the biggest pieces of, like... criticisms I've seen for this game since it launched on Steam was just like, nothing happens. It's like, well, yeah, the game doesn't really tell you that, does it? The game doesn't really point you in a clear direction of how to make things happen. Which is what it is, unfortunately. Oh, I'm giving you an extra one. I don't need to give you another one. Cool. Progress. Where did non-hostile goblins come from? Oh boy. Green glass, sand, glassmaker's shop, and charcoal or lava. And a bag. What makes non-hostile goblins? So, a goblin isn't... Okay, so a goblin is a species, not a faction. If you play adventure mode, and you don't need to play a lot of adventure mode to see this. Actually, I could probably show you in Legends Viewer, because that surfaces some of that stuff. But if you play adventure mode, you'll see it immediately. But this is, you know, my world currently that I'm playing. If I go to factions and groups, the boat of juice? That doesn't seem like a very good way to make a boat float. Anyway, if I pick a dwarven faction, right? Or a... Let's actually sort this up. Civilization, that's what I want. So if I go to a civilization of not old men, ant-men, or whatever, scroll until I get a civilization of not animal people. I have to click this a bunch of times. Elves, sure. The Ultra Thorns of Justifying. I open this up in a new tab. This is not entirely elves. Wasn't there like a population graph where it shows the populations? Am I missing something? Current sites. Is it sites that shows the populations? There it is. So you can actually see like the populations of who lives there, right? So in this case, it's all elves. If I go to the obscure sheen, okay, like nobody lives there. What if I go to the blunt twigs? And go here. You can see 11 elves live here, 4 goblins live here. They also have 37 leopards and 26 jaguars. So being able to see this, why are there goblins here? Well, the goblins that live here, most likely, didn't like where they were living before. They probably ran into some conflict with where they were living previously. Maybe they just didn't see living in a society where murder is legal and a common hobby is a positive. Maybe they decided they didn't like Steve from accounting and wanted a better gig. Many things could make them leave a faction. Going off on an adventure is one of those. And then they can just settle down anywhere. And what's really interesting is most dwarven factions are not primarily dwarves. Most dwarven factions are like an amalgamation of like dwarves, humans, and goblins and elves. It tends to not be as many elves because the elves often don't get along as well with the dwarves. But like if I go to like the Lilac of Praise, which is not loading for some reason. If I go to the Humid Volcano, this is my faction that I played previously. And then I go to like Boarship. This dwarven fortress, Boarship, has 26 dwarves living in it, 3 humans, a monarch butterfly person, 7 trolls, 43 goblins, and 23 elves. What causes friendly, neutral goblins? A goblin that didn't want to live in the persuasive sin and decided that living in the, I don't know, the gold of reasoning was a better, more logical way to live. That's why. What's really interesting is there are a few species traits in Dwarf Fortress, right? Like if you look at a dwarf's description, right? Like this is Davet. A short, sturdy creature fond of drinking industry. Sure. If it was a goblin, it would be, I think it's a creature bent on, it's like a sometimes cruel creature bent on mayhem or something. But goblins have this. But like if you go to their values, this is the faction they were born in. And then this blue text shows how they deviate. This person, this individual dwarf, deviates from the faction that they were born in. So if you see a dwarf with no blue text, it means they're perfectly aligned with a dwarven faction. Any dwarf with blue text means they're either slightly more extreme in one direction or slightly more extreme in the other direction. They have hard limits of how far they can be. But if you have a dwarf with a bunch of extremes in a pretty baseline dwarven faction, and that's in Legends mode and you're not playing that fortress, that dwarf is very likely, and maybe they hate the law, they disagree with the people in charge, they keep experiencing trauma, they haven't achieved their goal yet, they want to be a legendary warrior, and there's no military and very few wars going on in this place. They're much more likely to leave and join the humans who are at war with the goblins, or the goblins even. Because that's how the way this game works. Sorry, that was like the longest fucking roundabout answer to a very simple question. How do you end up with friendly goblins if they like living in your fortress more? It's the actual simple answer. But I figured that would be kind of an underwhelming answer. Basically, assume everything in Dwarf Fortress is people. And what type of creature they are unless they're undead, is very unlikely to have an effect on their actual allegiance. Like, if you have a bunch of naked goblins show up that are part of a performance troupe, it's pretty likely they all fucking hated being in the goblin faction if they have goblin names. It's just like if you have a dwarf show up that has a goblin name, which can happen, by the way. It is not unlikely. I'm just going to bring these gems over and just sell gems because it's easier for the moment. It is not unlikely that that they were kidnapped, or their parents were kidnapped, had kids in a goblin faction, and they hated it there. Or they're a spy. Does deaths by race count as them living there? So if it's like... I think that's just total numbers, isn't it? Like at least in Legends Viewer. I mean, actually, maybe Phoenix could tell me, but I'm pretty sure in Legends Viewer, deaths by race is just whoever died there, not specifically part of that faction. But like, yeah, it's not faction specific. So like, if it says goblin, it doesn't mean like this dwarf who was part of a goblin civ died here. Sure, yeah, kind of hawk. You use silver weapons and wooden shields. Wooden shields break too quickly for me, hardcore, in YouTube chat. Bim. The cook is taken by a fey mood. Invite Kona. Thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. The first gifted sub since the beginning of the stream. Yeah, first gifted sub since the very beginning. Appreciate you. Thanks. Pretty sure it's counting race, not civ association. Pretty sure. Because, hold on. Let me just squint at it real quick. Let me check something. I might be looking actually at the wrong menu. I'm thinking of older versions of Legends Viewer and citing that. Because you're right, chat. And like that, this is the other interesting thing is you can have collections of outcasts who can just join anybody. Those are always kind of fun. Let me see if I can find the menu that I'm thinking of, or if it still exists in this version. The evil cusps. Huh. Yeah, I might be thinking of a menu from an older version of Legends Viewer. Because there was a, there used to be a menu that was just like current living population and current dead population. I wonder where that went. Man, sometimes I do miss older versions. Calamities, conflicts, coups, purges, warfare, battles, duels, rage, conquerings. Written content. Is it sites maybe? No, it's just got the deaths by race one. Tisk. not actually that useful. Yeah, that must be what I'm thinking of. Because there was an older version that had a similar graph to this, but it was like current populations. I want to say it was just like a bunch of bar graphs. But also a child got abducted. In the year 68, they died in the year 85. So sad. Notable deaths, beast attacks. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to see the total populations counter again, because that was interesting and exposed a lot of my points here. I don't know. If you just go play adventure mode for like 90 minutes, or just play adventure mode for 30 seconds and start in a dwarven fortress, you'll see. You'll see all of these goblins that are almost always populating dwarven forts. Strange moods. I should stay focused on the video games that I'm playing. But I don't know, maybe people will develop it more now that I'm yelling about it more often. That I can host it so other people can see it. The reason I've never really used Legends Viewer is because I tried using it briefly a while ago, and it was, everybody just always kind of asked me, it was like, send me the XML and I'll look. And it just got so cumbersome trying to like me parse all the information, because there's so much information that without being able to just let other people see it, it just kind of becomes a pain. I wonder if you actually go through the raw XMLs if it still has the populations. Probably does. Probably does. Wouldn't surprise me. Chat, what's something you would like to see added to that Legends Viewer? I should pull this and pop that back up. There you go, and then the bridge lifts up with just the blood stain underneath it. Okay. Let's see, can I make bolt throwers? Do I have the stuff to make bolt throwers? I need empty bins. How many logs do I have lying around? Right. I may actually deconstruct a lot of the wooden structures here to be able to get more logs. Not a small number, not a large number. How about down here? Just go up here and delete this. Thunk. Let's go trade with these elves and see what they've got. Oh, what squad are you in? Literally, you're running my main squad. At least it's not as bad as Legends browser was. All right. Maybe mods to it? I mean, it's kind of outside of the scope of what we're talking about here, George, but sure. No, absolutely. I mean, obviously, like, I would love Tarn to just spend a year developing Legends, but for the same reason that, like, it makes very little sense for me to, you know, spend all of my waking minutes making tutorials for nobody. Giant pond turtle. Hey, chat. It's the fixed bug turtles. That's cool. For the same reason that, like, it doesn't make a huge amount of sense for me to do that, it doesn't make a huge amount of sense for Tarn to do similar things development time-wise. Like, he has to use his time for what makes the most sense, for what makes the largest portion of the game happy. I mean, there's already features that were in version 47, George, that aren't in version 50 for Legends mode. Cloth. Cloth is what I want. But I can't type, apparently. This is going to be slow. But I will do my damnedest. Best. Hello, glass half empty. You're just working on a fork. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's like a large issue is just like people need, maybe don't need. In order for Legends Viewer to stay interesting, it needs new stuff added to it. In order for people to notice it and pay attention to it, it needs new stuff added to it. It's like if games want to sell, they need new stuff added to it. So in the case of like, this kind of thing, it's like, you know, you want people to use a thing and you want the tool to get better, you have to add stuff to it. This is where I'm at now, chat, because the elves are getting not harder to trade with, but I'm starting to care more about it. So I can sell cave spider silk. I can sell pigtail. And I can sell, like, cotton. Which is probably most of these clothes, but still. Because I'm going to buy that grizzly and the giant pond turtle. But I'll say this. If any of the people managing Legends Viewer are actively managing Legends Viewer and want people to keep giving them ideas for new features for Legends Viewer, if the only place to make them aware of that is the Bay 12 forums, we might as well just fork it and make new shit. And just say fuck it. Because if you want Legends Viewer to get eyes on it, and you want people to see it, and you want people to be able to use it, it needs to do what DFHack is doing. It needs to be on Steam. You know, and it needs to be visible where people can access it. Otherwise, it might as well not exist, which is kind of where it's at right now. Like, it's not even on, like, the Steam Workshop in any meaningful way because there's no way to run it like that. Like, it needs to, like, you need to be able to hit a button and it needs to just automatically load the most recent files from your install. That's a Lummable shoe. It needs to automatically, like, grab the most recent files from your game install. It needs to, like, be somewhat user-friendly. But, you know. Which is why, I'll be completely direct, this is, like, hosting that Legends Viewer like that is something I've wanted to do for a while, but I just never bothered because to be frank, what was interesting to me wasn't the idea of going to the people who are working on it and being like, hey, could you add a bunch of shit for me? No, it was like, let's try and build a community of people that want to update it and do interesting things with it, because clearly the people who are maintaining it originally didn't care. Hey, I traded. Success. I have a giant pond turtle. It's like saying, we have a cave troll. But on the flip side, my take is that you shouldn't be running Dwarf Therapist now at all. When I say that I'm making tutorials for nobody by Kona, I mean, like, not enough people for them to be worth it. Yes, people watch them, and yes, they get a lot of people into the game. But if I don't want to just rehash a hour-long discussion I had yesterday. But look at that boy! Not the dwarf. The turtle. What a bro. Anyway, if I make tutorials now, it has such a small audience that the amount of time it takes to make it, I make dollars an hour. Like, that's what I mean. Because there's a very small number of people right now looking for Dwarf Fortress tutorials, especially like obtuse or advanced stuff, to the point where like it's not worth making. That's all I'm talking about. That's all I mean. But when I made them originally, there was 35,000 people playing Dwarf Fortress on Steam and hundreds of thousands of people buying it per week and thousands of new people coming in per day, and like there was 2,000 people watching this stream on this channel, and how many are here right now? Like 150? So, yes. 160, which is like below my yearly average even. Like it's a very small number of people that actively play this game. I'm trying to figure out where the fuck to put some Queen's Quarters, and I don't know. Also waiting for this ice to melt. Guess I could mine out this middle section. Did any of them get bit? If they got bit and it drew blood, yes, they will turn into a weremammoth. If they didn't get bit or it didn't draw blood when they bit, like if it just bruised, then they'll be fine. So anybody who's got an injury, I would lock them down if you want your fortress to survive. Or just build a fuckload of doors, and the next time there's a full moon, pause the game and lock a lot of doors. In like 5 seconds? Probably nothing saw it on the surface. I would put a guard dog on the surface. Or I tried to do that, I guess. Just a little big guy. Yeah, exactly. Just a little big guy. But it's kind of in. You'll do another guard beast. I'll say this. Animals that are trained in hunting have a longer line of sight than animals that are not trained in hunting. So if you have an animal that's trained in hunting, they'll see further and they'll spot things faster. Pro tip. Because part of the hunting training is they learn... The cook has created Tangath, a chert hatch cover. Ooh. And offers it to the seed of creation. That's a kind of a cool thing. Hit Z on the keyboard, Nomald. Make an animal training zone. Press accept. Hit U on the keyboard. Go to pets and livestock and scroll down until you find an animal that has these 3 icons. And then click that button for ward training and that button for hunting training. The difference is this button, they automatically attack hostile entities. This button, they'll attack neutral entities that can be butchered, and they get a plus 30 on their line of sight. So chain them up so they don't go around murdering all the turkeys on the surface. Also, you might notice that there's a bunny rabbit up here. I'm actually gonna throw some other animals up here, like these keats that I'm not really doing much with, that turkey that I'm not gonna do much with, these 2 stray sheep, because why not? And then maybe the buffalo. I will be butchering these animals if I decide I don't need them, but those will notify me if any were creatures arrive. And did I did not queue up wooden bins. Let's make some steel bars, and let's do iron bin. Don't really want iron bins. Wooden bins. Of all the guardian birds, I use them for the memes, but I don't actually think any birds are all that good as watch animals. I think, like, bears are probably actually the best, because bears that can be trained in hunting. Actually, on that note, yeah, like grizzly bears, probably the best, because they're big, and, you know. Oh, there was a name redeem? Did I miss something? Sure, cashless, I'll give that to you, but in future, you already have a dwarf. Maybe give it let somebody else have it. But we'll give it to you, because I agree. But since you're naming the trail, it's fine. It's just like, don't, try not to just like hog every, I mean, if it's up for like 40 minutes and it kind of was, it's fine. But just, sharing is caring. Schmelly! The name will clue in when I unpause. Oops. Schmelly tends to avoid physical confrontations, is slow to trust others, is slow to give them the flights of fancy, and is quite polite but slow, and is moved by art and natural beauty, and is slow, and is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and occasionally overindulges. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, but he is kind of slow about it. And he is quick to form negative views about things, and quick as in turtle speed, and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, except for when he beats the hare. And he can handle stress. Because he's a twiddle. No, that's fine. It's all good. Cashless. It's all good. You had a mix of 20 war and hunting dogs chained along your entrance? How'd that work out? I feel like they would all just get executed. But I'm actually kind of curious about how it worked out. Make wooden bin. It's been 1 log since I looked at me. Let's just go to here. Trying to figure out, thinking like here, but that wouldn't give them that much. Maybe I should just knock out these walls. Yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna knock out this wall. I'm just gonna reorganize a little bit of this. And I'm actually just gonna go forbid those bins. What am I building? Giant pit? Yep, big old hole in the ground. I'm gonna put lava at the bottom of it. We had a bunch of goblins attack us yesterday, and they kind of got knocked in. But the idea is to build like a artificial volcano. That is the idea. And I have a yak, and when that yak dies, because that yak is our god, quote unquote, I will make it, or I will make the sieges harder every year once that yak dies. That is kind of the plan. We'll do it this way. Okay, yeah, the Goblin Snatchers would. I assume that this is a bug, but one of my favorite quirks with Goblin Snatchers is every time they attack you, they bring an additional bag. So you can tell if, like, a Goblin Snatcher is really shit at their job and has never successfully, like, taken your stuff because they'll have, like, 15 bags in their inventory, and I find that really funny. But one of your woodcutters is a necromancer? I wonder if she shall raise your dead dwarves. If you want to know everything about necromancers, watch the last big video I uploaded. Like, that video will walk you through. Will she do it? Not willingly. And probably not once they're rotten. It'll happen if she's in combat. So it's like a self-defense thing. If she ends up in combat, she will just randomly resurrect anything that is resurrectable, but those dead dwarves have to be resurrectable, and they might not be resurrectable. Yeah, they make a pill for that though, if you're not erectable. Anyways, the main reason for that is we're in an ad break. In version 47 and before, necromancers used to just like resurrect bodies. Actually, I think it was before version 47. Anyway, necromancers used to just resurrect bodies. Yeah, it was version 44. Necromancers would just resurrect bodies at random when they were near them. Like, if they're in proximity to skeleton, but zombie appear. And that was back when all zombies were hostile. There was no such thing as like intelligent undead. And that sucked. It like was impossible to have necromancers in your fort at all. Because you would just have zombies everywhere and they would always be hostile and they would kill everything. And now there's ways to like gamify it and like make it work, but be careful. Do your research. Why so few, Georgie Pie, who says that they have 200 cats in their fort? Why so few? You could have 202. You're like Corella DeVille, but for cats. Although that's most dwarven fortresses. Everyone's just walking around in cat leather. Speaking of cat leather, that's not a segue to anything. How's your day going, chat? What you up to? What you playing? I'm really looking forward to Menace properly releasing tomorrow. And so tomorrow is either going to be a full day of Menace or another split day. Looking forward to it. I think like there's only one actual answer to that "how are you doing" question right now, though, and if it's anything like my answer, fucking terrible, man. Like, I don't know. Like, I was watching a stream last night while I was kind of exporting my VODs, and it's a channel that doesn't often stream. He streams maybe every 3 months or something, and he mostly plays like battle royale games with a couple friends. And it's kind of just like one of those podcast streams where it's just like 3 people, but these days it's Arc Raiders mostly, just like playing game and talking. And one of the people he was playing with is like a full-time graphic artist. One of the people he was playing with is, and the full-time graphic artist has a side hustle where he makes comics and stickers. One of them is a indie game developer, and then another one is previously an indie game developer and now primarily just a freelancer. And we're just talking about being a entertainer in times of turmoil, basically. It's like when the world feels like it's falling apart, like being creative gets harder. And holy shit, I feel that at the moment. Like, I'm supposed to be the friendly, happy, engaging, entertaining person. And every time I look at what's going on in this planet, I just want to walk into the ocean. Shitty year so far. Hopefully we get some better months. That is the wrong type of stone. I'm gonna fix it. I was not watching the FTL dev, no. That's not who I was watching. You came home from a workshop and I'm now writing about repairs for an exam. Sounds fun. What was the workshop? Playing some DF? Weird. Who does that? Like for fun? Crazy. Imagine playing DF for fun. I'm making jokes for clarity there. Ettins can read. Well, I mean, an Ettin could learn to read, but Ettins just steal items of importance and high value. So if an Ettin invades a place that happens to have a slab and they happen to win, they'll steal the item of the highest importance or value. They're like a giant crow. Or magpie. Oh, the workshop where you work. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. I thought you meant like workshop, like I went to a pottery workshop or something. At least that's how I was deciphering that. But. That's why yours had a platinum secret in Life of Death slab. I don't think they can learn necromancy, otherwise I feel like you would see it all the time in regards to necromancers. I know that they can join factions and religions, which is a bug that has been accepted as a feature. Please don't let us have real live magpies that steal things based on real value. I always go back to that video of that crow that was made a number of years ago on, I want to say it was Vine? The crow that was trained to collect money and bring it back to its trainer. And the guy just tapped on the side of his window and a crow shows up, drops a 20 in a cup, and he gives it a piece of food, and then the crow flies away, and then he just walks over to the drawer and drops it in. It's just a pile of cash. Where was those bedrooms that I was working on? They're there. Or that recent photo that was posted on the Discord of somebody standing in front of a Kia, and it's it was very friendly and made nice sounds. I'm like, it's trying to take your glasses. Don't trust it. Never trust a Kia. You can see it in its eyes. Its inquisitive nature. It's calculating the dollar value and the amount of potential distress it'll cause the person it's standing in front of, based on what it steals. And it will go for maximum emotional impact. Got a lot more cabinets to stick in here, actually. Okay, now that I've got those beds in there, I should be able to go here, grab this, do that. Kerplunk. You know, I don't think I need to specify. I'm pretty sure you have all of the information you need to figure out the answer to that, Dominarch. I'll let it be ambiguous. It is forever a mystery. Also, come on. We all know that Kias don't steal things. They get stolen. Which means the world is going to stand still for a moment when a Kia steals a Kia. I need to make an IKEA joke, but nothing's really coming to mind. I'm starting to think that Conrad in YouTube chat is a bot that is paid for by Tynan Sylvester, whose entire purpose in their existence is to go around and just try and sell people RimWorld. I'm gonna just remove you from my stream, because you clearly don't want to be here and aren't interested in the content being shown. If you want to go watch RimWorld, watch RimWorld. If you want to participate in a chat for the reason of talking about RimWorld, You can go do that in a RimWorld stream. If you want to take part in conversations and be a member of this community, that's cool, and you're allowed to talk about RimWorld. But if your entire goal in life is to just be that fucking meme of this thing's better, change my mind, mate, get a hobby. Please just like stop raising my blood pressure. My blood pressure. I mean, we don't even need to lower ourselves to that level, my friend. Hey, Calbert, boss in YouTube chat, but there's a person who's popped into the stream the last 2 days who just says, "Hi, I'm this person. I'm from Poland. RimWorld is better. Change my mind," and then just starts nattering about RimWorld. And it's like, why are you here? Just go back to 2008 when people still cared about what's better than the other thing. Patooey. And they get very upset about that? That's actually not totally true. They can drink if you have a tavern keeper, but then they get drunk and beat people up. They do drink if they're part of your faction, though. And they also eat if they're part of your faction. So I'm a little bit perplexed about the scholars not being able to eat and drink, because I don't think I've ever noticed that. So either I'm missing something, which is possible, or they can and they just don't because you have some settings set up in a strange way. I'm not sure. But you can get goblins in a dwarven civ, but they also show up in more ways than just as, what's the word? Performers, like chat's saying. They also show up as mercenaries and monster hunters. If you have public buildings or social spaces, they can petition to join. You could also play adventure mode and convince a bunch of goblins to go on adventures with you, which actually isn't too hard if you're chosen. And then bring them to your fortress and then retire, and they'll all be there when you reclaim it. Goblins are fun. I don't know. They have their moments. That's totally fair. Jane Morrison. In regards to Dwarf Fortress being too overwhelming. I mean, I like to watch Escape from Tarkov, but I find it to be fucking intimidating as hell. Yeah, okay, so this is extremely dangerous. I should not be doing this. I could build walls. That's all I can do. I have to wait for this ice to melt before I can do this safely. What does the yak say? Man, moo? Actually, I don't actually think I can tell you, but no thoughts, head empty, is what the yak says. I like watching EFT. I have no interest in playing it whatsoever. It's not even like a hate or not hate. I just don't want to play it. It's got nothing to do with cheaters either. It's like it's not a game that I'm interested in. Walking in. The Wermus Fath Umerith has come, a very large moose twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh. Its eyes glow green. Its black hair is unkempt. You will know why you fear the night. Huh. So, I have 2 squads. I'm actually going to lock these doors real quick. I have this gate. I'm actually going to lock these doors. See how good their range is. It's actually a pretty good training opportunity, too. It may just break through. send one of them down to here. I could also do this. I'm actually kind of amazed it's not going for the... livestock on the other side. Oop. That's really funny. So somebody in chat was saying that where creatures are cage trap are no longer are now trap avoid again. And that seems to be the case. Because he became a peasant again. And when he became a peasant again, he lost his hostility. Why is there a dick in the middle of the screen? Why do you think that every, like, mushroom-shaped object is a dick? Maybe it's you. Maybe you have your webcam turned on. I think I found your problem, Lorna. Your webcam is enabled, and you are looking at the recording. Projecting? I don't know, because that's what it looks like. I don't really have a better answer for you. Let me turn that off real quick. It's probably what she said. Anyways, because that's what it ended up looking like. I don't know what to tell you, man. Blind with the roasts today? Yeah, I mean, that's why I have a crock pot. I will say that Lorner did it to himself. But it's the only instance, I think, where it's appropriate to be like, you knew what you were getting into. Well, hello, Iggy. How's things? Yes, Moose, no. You know, in regards to the YouTube chat thing, not super long ago, something similar-ish happened to that, or a similar kind of discussion started where someone was just like, Dwarf Fortress is bad, blah, blah, blah. And they were just like being really annoying and disruptive in the YouTube chat, like not really providing any kind of entertainment, just like pretty much either there to flame or like annoy people. Probably trying to annoy me, but it was mostly just like bugging chat in the YouTube side. And so I timed them out for 24 hours. And then someone was like, you shouldn't do that. I was like, shouldn't do what? And they were like, you shouldn't time them out. I was like, well, why not? And they were like, because it's engagement. It's like actually positive for your channel. And I thought about it for a minute. And I am of the opinion that it is much more worth it to just provide a place that is pleasant for everybody and not, you know, an unruly mess. So, you're having homemade chili. Ooh, I thought it was cold where you're at. I mean, if I was given the option, I would grab a homemade blanket. But if you want to be chilly, I mean, hey. Who am I to tell you what to have? I'm not even funny at this point. What am I doing? Just like over here saying words. You love it when that happens. Ice appeared before the glass was done. Nah, F that guy. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the general feeling I have. Speaking of F that guy, you can name a dwarf chat if you want. The redemption's up. Oh, absolutely. 100%, Darius. It's like random chance to die if you're standing in that tile. Like, higher chance than normal. It's better to have a healthy space. Yeah, I mean, I've had my fair share of bad habits, Seer, in the past, but I'm trying to remedy that and not encourage it. Although I do still think it's really funny that RimWorld's base existence is a self-promotion forum. Like, the first time I heard about RimWorld was a self-promo post on the Bay 12 forums. I genuinely think that's hysterical. Like, imagine a world where Tynan Sylvester had to go to the Bay 12 forums of all places and be like, hey, check out my video game. There's something about that is going to be funny to me forever. Just because of how big that game became. Well, I mean, I could make a custom role called that guy. Nobody does this? How's that? Queuing green tea. By the way, green tea, I'll have you know, you're an elite Marksdwarf. They're kind of pissy, but you've killed 2 Forgotten Beasts and a Netton. Both with, like, perfect bullseye shots. I think comparisons are kind of silly when it comes to the 2 games. But yeah, no. Not as crazy as the Notch Apologist. Yeah, Colbert, that was weird. Speaking of crazy people in the YouTube chat, does anybody remember that one time that I made an Elon Musk joke and this person started defending him because they thought he was a genius, and then we all just kind of laughed at him for 5 minutes and then we realized he was serious? That was amusing. That was a funny, like, afternoon. I was like, wait, hold on. You're not joking? I thought you were just taking the piss. Elon is a genius. Yeah, he's a genius, man. He's a genius and never fails to surprise us. Definitely. Where was I? So smart he can't find his what? Anonymous, thanks for chucking a coin at your Witcher. Appreciate you. I wonder how many gifted subs Coin for Your Witcher has on Twitch. I was going to do a thing and now I can't remember what it was at all. Brain is just like self-seppukuing today. I guess I'm just waiting on class is really what I'm doing. And also most of this class is too far in, but yeah, okay. I'm just gonna do it this way. I'm just gonna get rid of all this class. I'm gonna get rid of all this class, and we're just gonna wait. And then I'll fix it once it thaws. I think for the time being, I'm going to go to the top. I'm gonna do this. 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 Then this is safe for you to scrub tutorial biomes? I mean, what's funny about the tutorial maps is, like, sure, often they are safer because they're supposed to be, but, like, there's always a non-zero chance that they're significantly more dangerous than most places you'd settle. Like, the classic one is just, like, clicks tutorial start, the tutorial begins, and then just, like, zombies invade and everybody's dead in, like, under a minute. Like, that's the classic one, but, like, there's also just, like, settled on a dragon. Of course, it's probably, like, 1 in 1,000, but yeah, exactly. Dragons, hydras, etc. I don't know exactly what Tarn's parameters for the tutorial is, but I kind of want Tarn to make an option like the tutorial, but, like, remove the actual tutorial part and the safety parameters and just call it random. I would really like a random embark option. Like, just let me embark anywhere, randomly, with, like, no logic behind it. I just want, like, insanity random fucking embark. button. I think that would be so fun. Embark in the ocean. So I've done that before using a df hack command, embark anywhere, which just lets you like start literally anywhere. And embarking in the ocean is possible if you embark in the middle of the ocean, do an immediate, either do a deep embark or like immediately pause the game. Like immediately, don't ever unpause the game. Teleport everybody into the caverns after doing a reveal all. You can actually do that. I wouldn't say that I recommend it though. There's very little bugged with the Marks Dwarves. They're just not even remotely clear or obvious what you're supposed to do. I know a lot of people, because in YouTube chat they say, I'm newer to Dwarf Fortress and I'm still trying to get Marks Dwarves trained. Not really sure what's bugged still. Very little. The problem with Marks Dwarves right now is this menu. Labor, standing orders, other. Hunter ammo. If you have any hunters, you're going to run out of training ammo like immediately. My advice for Marks Dwarves is just do what I'm doing, which is they only train one at a time anyway at archery ranges, so you need dozens of them for them to function effectively. Is just get them to train wrestling and just train on live targets. Like, just station them somewhere when things attack. Like, Green Tea, who's an elite Marks Dwarf, had no Marks Dwarf skill, ever. And has only ever been in 3 fights. 2 Forgotten Beasts and an Etten. And has probably fired maybe a dozen bolts and is already a great Marks Dwarf. Like, 1 siege and she'll be legendary. Like, they train so fast on live targets that, like, just... I don't know. I think a lot of people just overthink it, and that's kind of fair. I mean, I do that too. I think everybody in video games does that a little bit, but it is pretty straightforward to just be like, yeah, just don't worry about it. Does every trader and stuff just drown when you do, or do they come? I don't know what you're asking. Oh, must have lost another person to ice, probably. What do you mean? Oh, well, like in the ocean, you just don't get migrants. You just don't get migrants. We're about to have an ad break, and I need to take a piss. So I'm just gonna let them finish building all this. And when the ads are about to start, I will be right back. Do a quick BRB. Like, to give you an idea, like, also another thing is, don't ever get Marks Dwarves training with bows and arrows, because dwarves can't make arrows in vanilla. So they'll just run out of ammo. You're just wasting your time if you try and use bows. Just use crossbows. Just use crossbows. Don't even bother with anything else. Make a battle wagon with bolt throwers on it, and the dwarves can shoot off it. That would be cool. I will be right back, chat. Man, that's actually one of the main reasons I don't play CDDA. I'm not gonna lie, that is one of the main reasons I don't play CDDA is the cars. Or one of the main reasons I was like, I don't think this game's for me. What about the magic update? What about it? You see, and the only way for that to work is chat actually has to be moving fast enough that I wouldn't see that, you know? How are you gonna get one over on me if you're just the one getting over me? I don't even know where I'm going with this. The humans have arrived and are annoyed about wagons, but it's fine. We'll fix that later. It's better than Schrodinger's update? Yeah. It's like Schrodinger's crash. You are a crazy person. Dwarf Elvish diplomacy, but I respect it. Because they say I use bows and arrows exclusively for poisoning so I can keep track of which carries ammunition that is poison-coated. Woof. Things that I will never bother actually doing that I know is possible in this video game. The Necromancer's been elected mayor. Oh, that's fun. You want buckets to pour on enemies? Buckets? Nah. Cauldrons? Fuck yeah. I've always been like a little bit perplexed. Well, I guess there is one thing you could sort of do. You could put things into a minecart and get dwarves to push it and then dump it. But that's not really a trap, and it would probably make most dwarves run away in fear. But aside from like dumping stuff out of minecarts, that would be kind of precarious. I've always wanted cauldrons to work that way though, because cauldrons do exist in the game already. Just simply put medieval fantasy. Don't put miners in the military. Don't put woodcutters in the military. And don't put, like, hunters in the military. If it's a pain in the ass to do it, just don't do it. I mean, that's what I do. My life's fine. If you're in a military task that requires a specific uniform, okay. Don't do other tasks that require specific uniforms. Voila. YouTube chat's complaining about uniforms not being respected. It's like, well, then don't do the thing that causes them to disrespect it. Easy mode. Actually, it's not easy mode. I play lazy mode. That's what I do. I'm gonna go over here. I'm just gonna make some stockpile. Nothing huge, nothing crazy. Just like a series of stairs down here that kind of go over to here, maybe. Because I've got stuff I gotta put away. Actually, I could just do there as well. Could just get rid of these. I think I will. I think I will. I was gonna say, yeah, because like everything is down, isn't it, Clino? Like Bay12games.com is down, and so is Bay12 Forums. Just something I noticed last night. I was like, huh, all the Bay12 Games sites are down. Because I went to go look to see if Future of the Fortress was up yet, but nope. Boiling said, Cauldron, have fun with the dust. Well, I mean, you'd put a lid on the cauldron. Like, the way I envision it is just, you take a cauldron and, like, the equivalent of a track stop, you say what direction it goes, you place it, and then the dwarves would put whatever they want in it to boil, and then they put coal in it, charcoal, and then you wait. Like, I don't see my forges smoking. Why would a cauldron smoke? And then when Batty walk underneath it, you could either like link it to a pressure plate, or you could have a dwarf push it. I don't know. The forums pop right up for you? Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, the forums weren't up for me this morning when I was checking. Because I was checking this morning, because I was wondering... I was looking to see if Bay 12 Games was up, and I was like, I wonder if the forums are up, and those also didn't load for me, so... What do I have for blocks at the moment, anyway? Let's do Conglomerate. But thanks for the updates, Kleno. It's good to know that stuff's being done. I heard through the rumor bucket that Tarn is with family in the US right now, and I was just like, oh, I wonder if that means that, like, he's maybe not as aware of what's going on, but it sounds like things are getting taken care of. But anyways, I try my damnedest to enjoy this game. And I think, like, it's very much a... Like, if you play a lot of a video game, and this is, like, why any game that has extremely high hour counts will always have, like, a weird number of reviews or user reviews that are just like, this person has 5,000 hours in this game and their review is pretty negative. There's always going to be that in games that have been around for a really long time. And personally, I gotta be honest with you, chat rooms. It's hard for me to not point out the flaws with Dwarf Fortress. Like, it's really hard to not point out the flaws. However, I try not to, because I figure that if you're new to the game and you're here, you're either trying to learn the game, and just hearing about flaws constantly makes that a less pleasant and difficult experience. And if you're not here to learn the game specifically, and you've already learned the game, you probably like it. Or you're that guy that I removed from my chat earlier. So, do we want to just, like, reiterate the thing that we already know? Is that the vibe? Because that is how I lose brain cells, and why I try to just change the topic sometimes. Because, like, I know. You know, like, it's very easy to just be like, yeah, I wish we had this, and this. I don't think that benefits anybody. I don't think it benefits people who are playing the game right now. I don't think it benefits the developers, because they know too. I don't think it benefits me. I don't think it benefits you. I don't think it's pleasant often. In fact, unless, like, you're speculating about things that are coming up that are exciting, which can be fun, but even that can just, like, lead to disappointment if it doesn't live up to expectations, because it can build unrealistic expectations. I don't see how just the, like, over-fixation on, like, I wish this was better, or I wish this was better, or I wish this was better, is productive in any way, I guess. There was a Star Wars overhaul mod, which probably still exists in some ways, no mold, and plasma rifles, I don't know, but I know that there is several, like, Warhammer-related mods, so if there's plasma rifles in Warhammer, then that probably exists. I mean, isn't there a plasma bolter? I actually don't know. Don't at me about Warhammer, okay? I know nothing. I'll be the first to admit that. So that's done. Then let's go make another one. I don't know why I closed the menu. I'm just gonna go down here in the bottom. They're just going to be weapons, but no trap components. You wish you were better at the game? Yeah, me too. I wish I was more willing to do the really, really, really obtuse shit. Because a lot of the time I'm just not. And I would be lying if I said that I was. Unrelated. Why the hell is this dwarf's body not getting buried? Oh, okay, it is. Then have a good nap. Fast up, snooze good. You think playing too safe is holding you back the most? Yeah, no, I know what you mean there. I mean, I suffer from that sometimes. I don't trust this dwarf very much because they're good friends with this necromancer, but they're good friends with this necromancer because they're a permanent prisoner forever who I'm never going to let out. Okay, we've got water again on the surface, which means I can go to here because this is all drained again. And, we can dig. It is time to hopefully finish this structure. Which means water's probably leaking down here soon. Kind of amazing that it hasn't, actually. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. All of these miners getting happy thoughts about being in a waterfall. Lovely. See? Delighted. How delightful. You play this game for sheer confusion? Yeah, I mean, I think that's why people take years off, right? Like, I've had a couple people recently who are just like, you know, I played this game back in the day and I didn't like the graphics, or like I played this game back in the day and when the Steam version came out, I didn't like the new control scheme as much. Or I played this game back in the day and when the Steam version came out, like I thought it looked ugly. I've had some people that are like commenting on my videos recently saying, you know, like I saw this video, or like I watched a Von Galactic video, or I saw a recent Krug Smash video, and I've decided to give the Steam version another shot. You know, like I'm really starting to like it. And it's like, I think people, even people who like self-describe as fans of this game, take very long breaks. Like I am the weird one. I am the weird one because I'm paid to do this, right? And there would be more variety on this channel if I had more success streaming other games. But this is and will always be a game that I will return to because it's a game that I adore, for lack of a better description. More migrants have arrived, actually. Necron tier, what would you like to name? You would like a dwarven child, happiest available. Bearded, not matter. This one. Imush. Don't jump into the goblin masher. That's bad. Necron TYR. Yeah, I saw it. Actually, I saw it before you said that, but, you know. Batome is your mom, and your dad is Megalodon. That's probably why you're not depressed, because your parents are still alive. He is stubborn and tries to do things correctly each time. He is slow to anger and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. And he tends to hang on to grievances, but thanks, Dominok. He tends to be a bit stubborn and changing his mind about things, and he is often cheerful, and he tends to think before acting, and he does not go out of his way to help others. I've said this before, I need a fifth monitor. Or a fourth monitor, rather, not a fifth. Because then I would be able to put my notifications in a place where I could see them at all times. Because right now it's either notifications or YouTube chat, and I feel like I have unintentionally offend YouTube chat too much already. I don't need to offend them more. It is your son, Megalodon, yes. You could go look up your son in Legends as well. He generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, like maths, and prefers to present himself modestly. He enjoys the company of others, mostly his parents, and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, because he's a child. Leaves Lego in traps. Gotta defend the fortress and all, you know? He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he's troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. Although with dwarves, like children, it would probably be like, I'm gonna leave like a bunch of iron toys and like bits of rock and gem all over the floor. Yeah, be like having glass. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. What if I could make glass toys? He dreams of creating a masterwork someday, and personally sees the denial of impulses as vain and foolish pursuit, and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. I do actually have like a thought that I want to say about always critiquing the thing that you love, because it is positive. But Einith Necrontier likes conglomerate, pig iron, and red diamond, and chestnut wood, and skunk bone, and waves, and cages rabbits for their ability to burrow in the sight of the fragrance of silkiness, and when possible prefers to consume black bullhead, buckwheat beer, and string beans. I like string beans. And absolutely hates bats. And we got some older clothes, but it's fine. They're hand-me-downs. You remember the Seat of Creation, of course, the fortress, and your first memory was witnessing a performance. You were jolly eating at a crowded table. I don't believe I've seen that one before. Huh. I doubt that's new. See, normally they get annoyed at like the lack of tables or irritated at the lack of tables, but jolly eating at a crowded table. I wonder what causes that. Yeah, I mean, I go to thrift stores when my foot isn't broken, Dominic. I go to thrift stores pretty frequently, and I'm just looking for a nice like 24-inch light like 1080p monitor with a mounting bracket. And every time I find one, it's like they want $60 for it or something, and I'm always like, no, I'll pay 10, but not 60. For 60, you have to like carry it home for me. But you know. It's an absolute minefield of stub toes. Oh, stub toes, absolutely. I mean, they wear cloth shoes, too. I mean, this fort, if you're a child, has been pretty calm. Like, there has been some calamities, but as far as a Dwarven fort goes, not that bad. Generally not that bad. I'm going to melt that. And just melt some metal objects on repeat. Same with you. We'll just remake all that stuff into other things. Okay. So now that all this is more or less getting there, go around the edge again. I still need to make quarters for the queen. But one thing at a time. So the positive thought I have, or the thought that I have about like fixating on things that you want to see improved, usually means that it usually means one of two things, at least in my case, if I find myself like overly poking holes in the thing that I like. It means that I'm burnt out in a lot of cases. Like, it means that I'm actually like looking for something new or different in my workflows. Like, if I constantly catch myself like going, man, I want to bitch about this, I want to bitch about this, I want to bitch about this. If I just play a different game for 2 weeks, it kind of like fixes that. Or rather, I feel like I can wish cast and think about things that I would love to see added to this game in ways that doesn't bum me out. Whereas if I'm in a state where all I really feel that I can do is complain that I wish that this was better about this game or this was better about this game, and it upsets me, it usually means that I should go play something else for a bit. And I think that what often happens, like this happened with me with RimWorld, right? There was a few things that bugged me about RimWorld. And some of those things I could mod to fix, quote unquote. Some of those things I couldn't mod to fix. Some of those things were just like design issues with the game that I didn't like and wish were different. And eventually what ended up happening is I just got so consistently annoyed with the state of the way the game worked, I stopped playing it. And genuinely, I don't want that to happen to this game for me. And I do actually wonder how many people watching, like, just start to poke holes and wish and dream and think, man, it'd be better if it was this way. It'd be better if it was this way. It'd be better if it was this thing that I liked in this specific format. And you're probably right. It probably would be better. Maybe it's time to take a break. Which is maybe like the worst thing I can say in my position, because I'm massively benefited when more people are playing the game. But at the same time, maybe it's time for me to take a break. I don't know. I mean, dude, one of the worst weeks of my life was sitting in the hospital. We're going to kind of make it curve in at the bottom. Was sitting in the hospital, so I can completely relate to dwarves that are restless, resting and recuperating. It's like massive injury that is like going to take a long-ass time to heal. Huge amounts of stress, unfamiliar environment. Like, I don't know, that's super relatable to me. Like, hospitals are unpleasant. Like, who wants to stay in the hospital and not be able to move for months? Just want to get out and, like, go see your boss that you don't like. At least that's been my case in the past. They're going to break more. Hopefully not. I don't generally have that in my to-do list. I didn't even break my the bones on my foot during a break. It was just Boxing Day. It wasn't like a break from work or anything. Like I worked that day. That morning even. Tarn mentioned he's been ill, by the way, possibly to head off. So, where are the report? Oh. Fair enough. I figured Tarn's just been busy. He's been like on time a lot recently, and that's great. But every now and again, there's just like a month where the future of the fortress doesn't show up until like, I don't know, halfway through the month. So we're about due. Dwarves jump down tiles they can't get back up again. There are situations where dwarves will jump into a space that they can't get back up from, or alternatively will climb to a space and then not be able to figure out how to get back, or climb to a space because they had a reason to, like they were getting chased or scared, or running from something, or trying to get to something, and then they can't get back. Dwarves aren't always the smartest. They're kind of like cats like that, where they'll climb a tree and then be like, shit, how the fuck did I get up here? And then you have to call the fire department, and it's a whole thing. Do people actually do that, by the way? I don't think I've ever witnessed somebody call the fire department on a cat stuck in a tree outside of Disney movies. In fact, now that I think about it, the Incredibles 1 might be the last time I saw that trope happening in a piece of media. I guess people who don't own a ladder. Do people climb a ladder to get their cat out of a tree? Like, don't you just kind of like wait for the cat to figure it out? Because like that's always been my life. It's always been it's a cat. They'll figure it out. They'll come down eventually. Am I a bad person thinking that? Yeah, well, I mean, if the cat's up in a tree and the cat's scared, chasing it up the tree is just going to make it go further up the tree, you know? It's like, that's not going to make the problem better. You need the cat to calm down and then figure out the 3D platformer they've got themselves stuck in real life. It's hard to do that when there's a person you don't know on a ladder climbing up it directly towards you at high speed going, oh God. However, cats stuck on airplanes, very funny to me. One of my favorite airplane drama things from the past few years was I think it was a United Airlines flight, and it was just this flight attendant, full flight attendant gear, very fat tabby, holding it up, going like mid-sentence. Like, who lost a cat? Found a cat. Before we can empty this plane, we found a loose cat. None of the cats I had growing up were stuck in a tree. Growing up, my cat got stuck in several trees, and he was up one of them for like multiple days. But we understood why he was up there, because there was always coyotes on the ground when he was up in one of those trees. And like we could hear him meowing and like see him through the binoculars and stuff. And he would just like sit there He'd just like stare at us. Eventually he would come down, show up at the back door, and we'd let him in. Oh, great. So, Fred Durst, I'm never going to remember who you are. It's just an FYI. I will put a note next to your name. But if my cookies get deleted at some point, I will lose those. Or rather, not my cookies, but like if my web browser gets reset, I will lose them. You have a dwarf in your current fort that keeps getting stuck in trees? You just cut them down? Is he like, do you have a plant gathering zone? Like, what's making him climb the tree? And also, what's with the blobs composed of flame? The hell?
I wish to own a dorm of 4 to the power of 2 units.
A dorm? You mean a dwarf? Or are you talking about like meters? Anyways, thanks for 16. Oh, I see. Are you talking about 16? Is that what we're doing here? Thank you very much for the 16 months, mate. Wings doesn't necessarily mean it can fly, but yeah. Although, literally, that's like a water balloon. Like, one bolt will kill it. Tons of blobs. What is this story? Nah, it's Dragon Quest, right? Chat, can I get a round of beers for the 16 months? Oh, also, I just realized I gave your nickname wrong. Oh, there we go. Now I can read who Megalodon is. Or Fred Durst in this case. Where do you even craft a blob? In your stomach. Lunatic in YouTube chat. That's where you craft a blob. Looking at the YouTube chat and trying to get caught up a little bit. No, not an artifact. This is definitely a Forgotten Beast. I did once have an artifact that included flames in it. Because YouTube chat is asking if this is an artifact. But the artifact that included flames used bones from a Forgotten Beast that was made of fire. And it was like a footnote. It was like, it is encrusted with super long name, Forgotten Beast. It's fire. Which, whatever that means, we speculated it might be like a gem. Dino, if you follow the stream but aren't subscribed, you can use CryptBer, B-E-R, which is the MS Paint version, like Gearmaneer did. So this Forgotten Beast has wings. It is Osmoposnan, Arustruck has come, a blob composed of flame. It has wings and a bloated body. And it also has webs. It, again, looks like a pile of Cheetos. And it's down on the lower level. Now, I've had Forgotten Beasts go from this lower level to the upper level. So I'm pretty convinced it's going to path up. Also, the Mangy Demon is a pretty good name. Wait. For a split second there, I thought that was the same name as a dwarf that I had that just died. I was like, isn't that Southtime? Isn't that the name of that other dwarf? But no, I don't think so. And substitute magma forges? Maybe. I think yes and no. As part of one of the magic features, something like that would be interesting, but I feel like, you know how in the mysterious layers right now, there are like cloud essence, you know, like just those things that aren't real. They're just like things that like imply the existence of other things that aren't really tied to anything. It's just kind of like a test to see if they would function to make quests work. theoretically, I don't even know if this is what Tarn is thinking about doing, but like, if Forgotten Beasts were tied to spheres and gods, and particular gods had different, actually, hold on, let me check something. And different gods had different spheres associated with them. You could maybe have like a mineral or a material. Okay, that door is locked. How about the other one at the other end? I might just wait until it shows up in the upper levels and then we'll kill it. Yeah, I'll do that. You could have like a substance or a material or like an artifact item type thing that could be tied to different minerals, but like needing, like, I'm kind of, it's one of the reasons why like I don't really ever bother making like Forgotten Beast silk. Like the fact you can't sell it is like besides the point, but like the fact that in order, like I would much rather just be somewhere where there's a lot of spiders and just use cave spider silk than use Forgotten Beast silk, even though Forgotten Beast silk is like kind of cooler. Just purely because like then I need a Forgotten Beast with silk to be able to do that in the first place. And I find that to be a bit bleh. So unless there's like ways to reliably get a thing like leather, right? Like leather is a type of clothing, but you can reliably get leather because like 1 in 3 animals are giving you leather. Also, banger. Also, I've learned that Dabu got noise complaints from screaming at Lunkanen. Just thought I'd pass that little tidbit along. Why do I use block floors instead of smoothing it? Because I think it looks nicer. I can control the color that it is, and they're higher value once engraved than engraved smooth floors. That's why I do it that way. No, Dabu got a noise complaint from a neighbor while shouting Ilunkanen for the recordings. Like, an old lady knocked on his door and said, "There's somebody screaming in your bedroom." Which is very funny. To which he's like, "Sorry about that. I'll make sure they quiet down." Is the smoke in the caves from a problem for the fort above? Highly unlikely. Cave-ins, maybe. Like if you're talking about my frame rate? What? Oh my god. I think Otter's got Rockters. Bruh. I think that might be as deep as it goes. Because I just lost another dwarf chat. We lost Otters. Oh, that sucks. It was my captain of the guard too. They're in one of these ice cubes somewhere, I guarantee it. Yikes, man. Just fucking yikes. Although I should be able to do this. There you are. Look at that. Found him. Oops, that's a little too far. Rip indeed. And like anybody could die. All that it needs is like one piece of water to appear there. They just die instantly. I think the actual plan here now is to just finish this up. Let's just floor the bottom and say to hell with it. Like, it's gonna take another year to get it done otherwise. And what do I get out of it? 2 more layers? Oh my god! It's okay, he's dead, Jim. Cat detective. Okay, so what I think of... Erush, the Stonecrutter, has created a Lathorosh, a chalk ring, and claims it as a family heirloom. Next, you're going to be telling me, oh my god, he killed Kenny. The bastard. Chalk ring. Erush, the Stonecutter, has created Alath Gasolodtis, a chalk ring, and claims it as a family heirloom. It's a chalk ring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with tower cap and sheep's leather. This object menaces with spikes of chalk and conglomerate and red zircon. The item on the item is an image of 2 squares in tower cap. On the item is an image of the Sunny Time, the yak leather buckler, in sunstone. How fitting. I'm going to give that to the outpost liaison. And the captain of the guard needs this. How much would it cost to commission you to announce my dwarf's artifact creations, or even just a generic message? I read Altdorf announce. I'm what? I guess I need to know what the scope of work is. Do you mean like make a sound pack for dwarf fort? I'm confused. Sounds like a Fiverr contract. Fiverr doesn't have contracts, but... An announcer pack? The fuck if I know. It's not something like I can really put a dollar amount on, because I don't know how long it would take me to do it. I mean, besides, there's no way I would ever be better than the Gabe Newell Dota pack. I could never keep up with such things. Like a cameo. I joked about making a cameo once, like several years ago, when people used Cameo. And then I never did, and then everybody just kind of stopped using Cameo, and I was like, cool, I don't need to do that now. Our headed arrows. Is there anything? I know there's there's ballista arrowheads. But I don't know what a headed arrow is. Oh, I see what you're talking about. These? No. Ballista arrowheads under siege ammo. If you're trying to make a ballista stockpile, you need ballista arrowheads and siege ammo. Yeah, because there's like some weird mod, like it's like the blocky shields, or like the square, I don't know, the cone-shaped something, or the this asterisk this thing. It's like those are like things that can happen in artifacts and like weird edge cases, but not ballista ammo. I will say, catapults, real good and very straightforward. They throw boulder in the general direction of thing. Boulder go boom when it hit thing and make shrapnel. Everybody happy. Hard to run out of ammo for. You don't need to craft more. You just need to dig it. So if you dig it, you can dig it. But genuinely, I have no idea in regards to me making a Dwarf Fortress announcer pack. How much would it cost, like in an hourly sense? I mean, every time I've done like third-party commission work for like videos and stuff, I charge like $35 an hour, but I have no fucking idea. I actually don't know what the state of sound. I know that like you can tie different sounds to different things in the game. Like I know that there's some modability there. I don't know what the extent of it is. I don't know what the capabilities of it are, because I've never really messed with that stuff. So I don't know. I don't even know how possible it would be. I could give you a soundbite by just muting my desktop sound so you don't hear the game's music and then just go, bah! And that can now be your main notification for everything. You're welcome. So, and instead of getting that da-da, you can just use bah! Captain of the Guard named Drunkard. That's just every dwarf, though. Yes, Captain of the Guard is not named because I just assigned a new one. Drunkard! Drunkard? Drunkard. Donald Drunkard. Wipe basements. You gotta wipe those basements clean, if you know what I'm saying. She is bashful and tries to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She's moved by art and natural beauty, and she's troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She often feels envious of others, and does not often feel lustful. She has a greedy streak, and she shakes her finger up and down when she's, excited. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of raising a family and personally values artwork and doesn't particularly value loyalty. Dreams and likes ash glaze, copper, and picture jasper, green glass, and cotton paper, the color dark green, picks, low boots, and the words of the lavender wisp. The sight of the fragrances of silkiness. When possible, prefers to consume red squirrel, giant red squirrel, and black bullhead, and dwarven cheese and persimmon wine, and hates oysters. She worships a mug, and she's friends with umbral aldermen. Milked from the finest, largest, plumpest purring maggots. Ate it not. It's dwarven made cheese, yes. Dwarven cheese is milked from purring maggots, which are like, I've seen them a couple times recently. I need to actually dig. That's a mechanic that I haven't dug into in so long. Her rust eyes are round and her somewhat broad head is very short. Her lips are thin and her eyelashes are short. Her hair is ochre and her skin is brown. She is vengeful when joining an existing conflict. Welp. Where's that beast at? Lower levels? It's fine. Okay. I'm gonna try and make this look cool. So bear with me here, chat. I'm trying to make something look cool. What I'm doing right now has no practical purpose. Now imagine that, except it's me going, bah! Twice. That'd be awful. I believe I've read or been told everything that it is for sound packs and custom music tile stats, but I don't know anyone who doesn't work for Tarn who knows how to use it. Isn't it Putnam who made that system? Just go be like, Putnam, release a guide, thanks. And do it for free, and do it yesterday. Because that's how timelines in this industry work, right? Cheers, Stoner. Appreciate you, mate. Check, and I get a round of beers for the diabetic Stoner. Subscribing at tier 1. Cheers, mate. I'll raise a glass to that. I know this is not a glass, nor beer, but it is coffee. Okay, I'm actually like changing my mind about a chunk of this. The only thing not dwarven about it is lack of cabochons. I mean, it's just a vile force of darkness. And the next thing I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to set green glass blocks to one-shot max. And that select, or sand to one-shot max. I'm going to go green, glass, tube, sand. Green, glass, corkscrew, sand. And let's do 200. 200. Would help if I clicked the next one. 200. 200. And lastly, 200. Did you actually make that your notification noise, Seer? Because if you did, I'm sorry. That would also be part of my sound pack. Like, Fortress Falls is like, I'm sorry. Instead of playing Vile Force of Darkness. Batome. He's giving birth to a girl. Oh, baby. Do not freeze yourself solid in a brick of ice. That would be very unfortunate. Because it could happen right there. But it hasn't yet, so that's good. Let's unforbid you and try to unforbid you. You have a plant stockpile immediately next to your farm, but the dwarves always run to your other food stockpile 100 steps away to drop off harvested crops, and you feel like you're missing something obvious. I need to check something on farms, because now I'm curious. So what you can do with plant stock... Okay, so first off, you should put seeds, not plants, near the farm. Unless you're talking about, like, because these are my seed stockpiles, right? I've just got the seed stockpile that's literally just, like, the crops that are in this farm. And the seeds aren't allowed anywhere else, so they just get put into these farms specifically. So that it could be that, partially. Also, I was going to start Dimple Cups, so I'm going to do that. So it could be that. Otherwise, usually what I do is I have a central stockpile. So in this case, it's over here. And then usually what I end up doing, so all the food goes into the stockpile that's raw. And then when I end up with a bigger fort, I don't have a bigger fort right now, so I'm not worrying about it so much, but I will click this button, give items to this stockpile. So when they're done, they get put into that stockpile and moved over there. Stuff like that. Like, you could do that with individual stockpiles, but it's kind of hard to point at a particular way to fix the problem that you're having outside of, like, seeds. You want the harvesters to drop off right there? So what you could do, and this would be a little bit convoluted, but what you could do is you could set the one that you don't want them going to not do this, right? Toggle whether this stockpile can take items from anywhere or only from specific workshops or stockpiles. Click that. Then you could click all of the workshops and things that you want to go into that stockpile and tell them to give items to that stockpile. So like your kitchens or whatever. Then what you could do is you could go to the greens stockpile, and then you click this button, and then you set a give stockpile and set that to give to this stockpile. Or you could go to this stockpile and set a take location and tell it to take items from there. You could do it that way, but like the second you start doing that, you're kind of opening yourself up to optimization, but potential tedium. That's probably like your best bet. Of like the direction to go. There's too many items in these tiles for them to be able to actually do much. I want to say it's like one more. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one's also slightly bigger than the lower one. That's fine. I'll just make them different. And just be like, I meant to do that. How to never get annoyed with things not being perfect is make them badly. Fucking Galaxy Brain plays over here. How to never do things wrong. Don't try to do them right. This is just kind of like a decorative mural thing at the bottom anyway, so. I was worried that would happen, but kind of hoped that they would just get there first. I'm gonna fix that. I'm gonna finish this side, and then we're gonna build a pump stack, chat. Who's ready for pump stacking? Once pump stack's done, the fort should actually be defendable. So we'll attack the goblins again. Also, thanks to the 78 of you watching on the YouTube side. I do think that's the largest number of people that I've had watching on YouTube since I made the mistake of streaming not Dwarf Fortress for a week. How dare I? So, thanks to the YouTube folks for tuning in today. To the folks on YouTube, thanks as well. And thanks to those of you watching here on Twitch and those of you who have Pats next to your name, because you're the reason I get to do this for a living in the way that I do. So thanks for helping keep the channel funded and keeping me here playing video games. Because without you, I wouldn't be here. It sounds like a hyperbole, but it is true. TDM or just winging it? Yeah. Like, there's specific instances where I feel like it's worth it to wing it. And then there's instances where sometimes I'm like, yeah, okay, I will go through the extra steps to make this fucking thing work. You missed the last couple of days. It is what it is. Never had forever. I really hope that I'm able to get my YouTube channel up to 100,000 subscribers this year. I only need to get half of the subscribers that I got last year to pull that off. So it seems extremely doable. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. You both said wing it? Yes, it's the interdimensional mind connection that we have. It's how we travel across this country and keep it so well populated considering how big it is. There was a long-form shitpost in this chat for a while of Canada being on the moon. Can't even remember where that came from or who started it or how it happened, but... Wait. My elbows hurt. Getting old over here. Are my full run videos doing well financially? That's a very long question, or a very long answer to that question, Lunatic. Yes and no. No, in that the last video that I made has made about as much money as I make in about 3 normal streams. When I take time off of streaming, I make less money for the next couple weeks because people get out of the habit of tuning in and my view counts drop. Which is fine because I need to take time off every now and again, but like that's something that I need to take into account. In a vacuum, they're doing great. When compared to the fact that the majority of my money comes from streams, and it's kind of like a time investment risk when I make a big video. I have to take time off usually to get it done in a reasonable amount of time, or I burn myself out because then I'm just working 6 days a week, 7 days a week for a month and a half. So in that respect, no. Because most weeks I would just make more money if I streamed. However, those videos existing in the long run, even if they do not well enough out the gate to be in the green financially, in the long run usually end up being successful financially. But it's like a lot of perspective combined with like balancing logical business, I guess. And like... what's the right thing for me versus what's the right thing for the community versus what's the right thing for me financially? It's tricky. I don't know. Right now is a weird time in general. So there's a lot of weird uncertainties. I think so. Is my answer. Although, since the holidays ended, this is just like me thinking out loud and not much to do with anything. But like every year, things are a little bit different. And since the last round of holidays ended, everything's been bad. All money's been bad. Activity has been bad. Comments have been down. Engagement has been down on all platforms. And I don't know how much that is me. I don't know how much that is other games coming out. I don't know how much of that is people waiting for patches. I don't know how much of that is just, yo, holidays are exhausting. And then after the holidays, sometimes you just want to go do something else for a bit, which is fair. I get that. I don't know how much of that is like there's so many factors. It's like hard to say. So like I currently it's like I feel like I'm in a bit of a weird spot, but at the same time, like, who knows? I'm just going to put a garbage dump right here. We'll go up to here and just dump everything out of here. Because there is actually kind of like a lot of items and anvils and stuff mixed in with all this. It's going to take a while, but we've got a lot of dwarves, and so hopefully they can get this stuff moved. Totally. Absolutely. No, I do think that, like, those videos are worth making almost 100% of the time. There's been, like, one video I've made where I've kind of regretted it, but that's besides the point, as far as the bigger videos go. But I've always either learned something, but the question is, like, are they doing well financially is a very tricky one to answer, because the month I upload them, I almost always lose money unless they're one of the ones that just, like, takes off out the gate. So from my perspective, it almost always feels like they're not. And for the dozenth time in the time that you've been following my stream, click on your username, Batome. Follow age doesn't do anything in my chat. Never has. Never will. And the more times people type that command in, the more I will just say, just click your username. It'll tell you when the date you followed. So from, like, my perspective, it's like, you know, when you pour your heart and soul into something, and it does really well, that feels good, and you get a lot of dopamine from that. When you pour your heart and soul into something, and it feels like it's not doing well, even if it's doing great, you get rapidly diminishing returns, and it feels bad. Even if it's actually doing fine. And it's hard to tell. Stuff's caving in. The first dwarven caravan has arrived to trade. Bunch of shit's caving in from that forgotten beast. Is he still alive, or did you just kill yourself, beastie? He's probably still alive, right? Yeah. Just going around evaporating water. Breaking shit. There's also, like, this particularly interesting, kind of related, I guess, quote going around from Stu McKenzie, who's one of the founders of King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, where he's talking about removing his music from Spotify, where he's just like, it's liberating to get your music off of Spotify, because if you feel like your art is connected to something evil, it's much harder to continue making it in a sustainable way. I do kind of feel that. And, like, I think over my entire career, I've always been able to be like, well, you know, Google sucks, but I don't mind YouTube. YouTube's kind of okay. Or, like, you know, Amazon sucks, but I really like a lot of the people that work at Twitch. And it's getting harder and harder and harder for me to say that. And so as of late, I think making videos just, like, within the past year has taken more out of me than it has historically, purely due to that. Greetings, noble dwarf, they say to David. There's much to discuss. What a pleasant place you've carved out here for yourselves. There's much to share, and they've updated my maps. That's not even my faction. It's the other dwarven faction. Yeah, and also, please don't give me money if you don't have money. Give me money if you feel like giving me money because you can. Don't give me money because you know, feel you need to, I guess. Like, I'll put it this way. Last month was my worst month financially, last month being January, since Dwarf Fortress launched on Steam. It was the least money I've made in a singular month since Dwarf Fortress launched on Steam. Part of that was the last big video I launched was on the 14th of December, around the time ad revenue starts to go. I took 10 days off, and actually I took 11 days off, and combine that with just the state of the world, and I think a lot of people jamming cash under their mattresses, which is fair. Do that. Don't worry about me. If worst case scenario, I go to streaming 3 days a week consistently and make less videos and just go get a real job. And I'll say, kumbaya, this was fun while it lasted. But I don't think I'll ever really go away, even in the worst case scenario, if I can't do this full time anymore. But I would need every month to be 20% worse than last month for me to start going, this is bad. Taking a pay decrease sucks. Getting paid less sucks. But at the end of the day, I'll be okay, I think. So don't worry too much about me. Although if you want a big detailed readout, just go look at my most recent blog and it'll maybe help a bit or explain a bit. I don't know. Gigmoth, hello. It's good to see you. I'm babbling about nonsense that doesn't matter because I got stuck on a random tangent. What would you estimate the cost to be of taking the time to make one of those longer vids? Well, I'll put it this way. I don't know what you make an hour. But last year, after all said and done, after taxes paid, in Canadian dollars, in total, I made $28-ish an hour. If I worked 40 hours a week, which I don't. I usually work more, most weeks. So, if you take that into account, most of those videos, it depends how long it takes to make them. I'm not the fastest editor in the world. It takes me anywhere from 30 to 60 hours to make one of those videos. The last one I did took about 40.
Whenever I see a nice fort, I'll come over.
Appreciate you. Corpus dialect. Oop. Or dialecty? Is that how you say that? I think that's how you say that. Thanks for the 8th. I feel like your name always, like, catches me off guard. Thanks for the 8 months. Welcome back. The 7 inches of... Oh, is that why it looks like a 7-inch? I was kind of going for, like a power ball from Dragon Ball or something. Just trying to make it look cool. This is all going to be covered in lava soon, so... Also, chat, can I get a round of beers? Please and thank you for the 8th month with Prime.
Vulpine Anthro.
Why am I named Blind?
X400.
I mean, you can call me Greg. It's not disrespectful. My right eye doesn't work at all. My left eye barely works. It's like I see basically through a toilet paper tube, but it's not quite that simple. I have really shitty vision. It started off as self-deprecating humor, and it's stuck. Like... It was a name that I gave myself as a joke one day while playing League of Legends. And it just kind of stuck. I don't know. But you can call me Greg if that feels better. You know, you adding me and talking about 33 RPM records and 45 RPM records and 33 1/3 RPM records, you do realize... I have a 78 in that closet. 2 functional record players, 2 non-currently functional record players, and a record player that only plays 45 RPM singles. That doesn't work. You can't at me and be like, I'm old, it's a different cultural reference. Motherfucker, do not underestimate the power of millennial... stupidity? I'm trying to figure out where I'm going with this. It's not like cultural appropriation because like having nostalgia for things that were older than you isn't really that. Fascination with antiques. I don't know where I'm going with this. Navel gazing? Sure. Retro vibes. I don't know. Never underestimate the power of Stranger Things to make people think analog was cool. Analog is cool. Basically, you're calling me old. Screw you, man. Preach. Wait, no. Stop. Bah. It works without a fucking app. Me making mixtapes on my computer is the way of archiving music from streaming services, and they will never catch me. They can try, but they'll never catch me. The Forgotten Beast, Lomoth Sutkish. has come. A huge feathered porcupine? Okay. It has 3 long hanging tails and a gaunt appearance. Its lilac feathers are long and narrow. Beware its hunger for warm blood. Millennial Whimsy is my new dream pop side project. You know what's sad? That actually is kind of true. And in order for it to work, you need to pay like hundreds of dollars a month. So it doesn't work for 90% of the people who use it. I have gray hairs. I started getting gray hairs at 15? What's your point? There are people who went bald at 12. Actually, that's probably an exaggeration. There's people that went bald in their teens. At least I still have hair. And also, I'm like, just because I'm the one person on planet Earth who doesn't dye his hair, if anything, I'm just honest. And humans are judgmental. Pieces of shit. Raising prices, mate. How do you miss that? Anyway, the Forgotten Beast. Where are you? That's the question. Hunger for warm blood usually means scary or really resilient. So that one I kind of don't want to fight with, actually. But we might see a Titan battle in a second because there's that other Forgotten Beast made of fire and all that jazz. I'm just going to try and make this a little bit more smooth looking. And then we'll go follow that beastie and see where it's at. Ah, well. Hello, Lomoth. Bone Sash the Fated. Killed a dwarf in year 1. I killed a duck and sprayed dome. I like this thing's tail. Or tails. I'm 16 and a half, me? Dye my hair grayer? No, that's damaging to my hair. It's getting gray fast enough on its own time. I maintain that one of my favorite comments I got on YouTube last year was from a person who I'm not sure if they were just making a joke or trying to insult me or trying to be endearing. I literally couldn't, I can't tell what the tone of this person's comment was. But it was, this guy talks like a Zoomer and looks like a Gen X. It's incredible. And I just looked at that and turned to dust. I'm like, yeah, okay, I use some silly slang in my videos because I'm trying to be funny, but like, I look like Gen X, really? I'm like the end of the millennials. Like, I was like 2 years off of being a fucking Zoomer. Like, you just called me old in like 3 different ways, man. I'm upset. Not actually upset, but like, rude as fuck, but also, I don't think he's wrong. It's just, it hurts. In my videos, especially on the one that he commented on, which was the Gremlin video, I don't know, I make a lot of stupid comments. Ironically, actually, these days, I'm not particularly terminally online. I was terminally online for maybe about a third of my life, but the last couple of years, not so much, actually. In fact, I think I should be online more. I think it would actually be good for my job, but I've had points in my life where I've been terminally online, absolutely, but not so much these days. Okay, so caverns are off limits for the moment. Caverns are most certainly off limits for the moment. I'm looking for dwarves that are brave. Looking for dwarves that are brave. By the way, we are $33 away from the daily minimum. $33 US. Just saying. I personally doesn't really see the point of working hard and doesn't particularly respect commerce. Sterling silver, indigo tourmaline. Sure, but like, you're tough and developed empathy. It's developed empathy that's like bad. There's a sense of duty though, and is brave. Okay, sure. Get in there, lie test. You have a puppy? You're frail. There's your pupper. Alright, which one of you monsters brought a pony? Patient, poor empathy, not lustful, not dutiful. Wow, this is actually like an example of a perfectly like neutral dwarf. Well, that's fun. I mean, I'm not denying that I look old. That's the only response I get on dating apps. It's always people accusing me of lying about my age and saying that they're gonna report me. I'm like, I'm 31. I don't know what you want me to say. All right, which is the main reason I don't use dating apps anymore, or I've given up. Where was I? Scrolling around in here. Fearful in the face of imminent danger. You are just gonna go live in the land of Unibrow and not worry about being in the military. Has a sense of duty. So far, so good. She finds blind honesty foolish. You want to be a forgotten beast. I really don't want to give you a forgotten beast. So you can be slayed by a bunch of burly dwarves at some point. I'm going to let chat decide. Chat, can we give them a forgotten beast? Because I don't really want to, but I'll let chat decide. He has discussed it with eloquent speakers and values a harmonious existence and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Like, I genuinely don't want to give you one because, like, there's no real way for me to check in on it or do anything. Like, I can't. It's not going to have much of a personality. It's just going to die. Like, I guess so, but I don't know. The Legends is kind of making me rethink how I do naming a little bit. Because, like, if I name a chair, that's never going to be in Legends. Anyways, money aside, chat. The only thing I really need from you guys is just help keep that conversation moving. I can give you a forgotten beast after this is donezo. By that I mean once I'm done going through and naming a bunch of dwarves. Mostly just looking for dwarves that, like, aren't super easily stressed.
Afternoon.
What's up, Amber? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the 19th month. Or 19 years, as some of the memes say. Like, this dwarf will do okay. Wrong dwarf. Actually, let's just jump to here. And also place those there. What's for lunch, Amber? I'm not sure if redeem or what you meant to send for your artist for custom. Yeah, I'd like to be a burly forgotten beast getting ripped to shreds by dozens of dwarves. Somebody's into that. I'm good, personally, but, like, you know. If it gets your knocks off, then go enjoy rocking your socks off, I guess. All right, do you want to be a ball of fire or a bloodthirsty whatever the fuck? Because there's two. There's ball of fire, which is the red one, and the bloodthirsty whatever the fuck. Fucking Lamau. You Willoughby in YouTube chat. I don't know why, but I find that funny. But yes, to answer your question in earnesty. Fireball, you want to be a ball of Cheetos? Kick, got it. I really like the colorized beasts, but I swear the blobs made of fire just look like a bowl of Cheetos that somebody dumped on the ground to me. Volpine Anthrop? I think I spelled it right. Anyway, you are a beast who has killed 5 dwarves. I will hold on this if you want to go look them up. Your last name is the Mangy Demon. Spidery Trenches. If you want to go look yourself up. Choctopus? No, that's a different thing, right, Dino? Anyway, it is pleased by its own appearance and burning, and it tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, mostly water. And it tends to not reveal personal information, and because it burns it, and it tends to consider what others think of it. It often acts with compassion with burning, and is moved by art and natural beauty. It also has webs, by the way. So it shoots webs, and it's on fire, which is actually kind of fucking horrifying because it's an enormous blob composed of flame. It has wings and a bloated body. Beware its webs. So it's like spikes you to the wall with webs, and then it makes you burn to death. Webs and fire? Mm-hmm. We can stop the fire. I haven't traded yet. I should probably do that. Let's see if I can. I sort of got distracted. I say sort of, not really. It's just, I've been kind of distracted all day, to be honest. It's just kind of been a distracting day. How you doing, Letteran, by the way? Good to see you. I hope your brain is doing okay. $155 shoes. That's a lot of shoes, my guys. You're awake? Well, that means that implies that you slept. Have you seen The Witch? Letteran? It's good. It's good that you slept. It's good that you slept. Why are the trade wagons in the caverns? Well, they didn't bring the wagons. The wagons couldn't get down the stairs. Mostly because the last time I traded above ground, I got invaded. So I'm trying to keep them safer-ish. Which witch? The witch with 2 V's. The start. YouTube chat. The fire blob seems like the respectable fellow. Probably. Is it possible to trap a fire monster and use it as a mist generator? No. Because it creates steam, not mist, which is a different substance. It used to melt dwarves, but they stopped doing that at some point before I really started playing this game competently. Or rather, it wouldn't do anything positive if I did that, is the better thing to say. As far as things made of fire, though, there are fire snakes, which can be caught with the animal traps, but the thing about fire snakes is they have this, how do I put it, habit, I guess, of burning their way out of all cage traps that aren't lava safe. So like if you have a bunch of cage traps and you're like, I'm gonna catch some fire snakes, and the fire snakes are like, those are made of wood, you baby, then like you're not gonna have much luck. Yeah, that's all I got really. How about I buy the quivers and the backpacks? Except for the stupid expensive one. I just wanted to do a little bit of trading, nothing crazy. Trapping a dog in a cage made of steaks. I don't think this is a good way to give most dogs a tummy ache, but sure. Maybe dog treats. Probably also would give a dog a tummy ache, but... Okay, so this looks ugly as fuck right now. I have a question, chat. Should I bother putting flooring into this? It's gonna be full of lava anyway. I think I might. For one specific reason. It'll look nicer while we're building it. It won't actually take that long. I have the blocks. And if something falls into it, they'll take more damage when they hit the bottom. I mean, they'll also already be covered in lava, ideally, but... Then I will do this. Grab that and put a ramp there. That it's mud under there? Why? I mean, this is an aquifer layer, so there was water there not too long ago. Are you trying to tell me that this Maltese that we have trapped inside of a box with 2.5-inch thick stakes is a wolf? Vulpine? Maybe like an oversized guinea pig with a rat complex. Hope you've enjoyed your lurks, UGDPY. Appreciate you, mate. How you been today? How do you search for worn items? It's in the name. How do you search for worn items? When you try, it only shows X things within the name. Well, yeah, same, but like you have to dig through a little bit. You get a lot of false positives. Unless you have a super effective refuse stockpile, which will just rot away all the worn items for you. You didn't realize what was in there? There's also the thing where like I just make like 100 of everything per year, which is way more clothing than I need. So I'm selling like not just used clothing. I'm also selling new clothing. Like I'm selling a combination of like used clothing and new clothing. We're like a lightly used / bulk discount store. Been playing Path of Exile running. They have a beta running, adding turn-based combat. I swear that somebody told me about that like several years ago. That like PoE had a version that was going to be turn-based. How is that? I feel like that would be really slow considering how wild the combat in that game gets. Like you'd have to have... Oh, Pillars of Eternity, not Path of Exile. Sorry. Didn't that already have that? Okay, now I'm just like thinking about, I was like, is it Pathfinder that I'm thinking of that has a turn? It must be Pathfinder. Which of those games that is like of that style that's relatively recent that has a turn-based option? I think like the Divinity games do. Huh. I was either that or power over Ethernet, but turn-based power over Ethernet seems wild. Are they walking on the air right now? Nope, this is the ground floor. Like this right here would be in the air. But no, they're on the ground floor. Lunathic in YouTube chat. Although it might... okay, so I'm not talking about the Divinity Original Sin games. I'm talking about the Divinity games. Aren't the Divinity games like real-time with pause? Like the OG Divinity game? Anyway. There's too many... Like, there's Divinity, then there was Divine Divinity, and then they made Divinity Original Sin, and also Divinity Dragon Commander, which is the only one that I've actually played. I don't even... Might be one of the more confusing naming schemes. Although Japan just goes, fucking hold my beer every time people start thinking about confusing video game titling, and then they're just like, this is X-$42 X random lady name. But anyways, I guess question. Oh, they have it in the second one, but not the first one. Okay, that would explain probably then why I was just like gaslighting myself. Going like, didn't that exist? That looks pretty dope. I wonder what this looks like in ASCII. One of the cooler things I made. Is your favorite game? I thought you were gonna, I was reading that, and as I was reading it, I was really hoping you were gonna write wife at the end. That's my wife you're talking about, sir. Anyways. So, I've got that done. Now it's time to put together a pump stack. Actually, how many pipes have they made? In fact, I think we've got 128 out of 200 still to go, and 139 out of 200 still to go. Making good progress, which means we are very likely clear. I love the fact that the 5 most pissed off dwarves in the fort are farmers. Like, I would always expect that to be my military, because, like, you know, they're just, like, training and stressed about it, right? But it's like, it's just farmers? Yeah, that there's also that kind of area of Japan where it's like, why did you name your anime like a clickbaity YouTube video? I don't get that. Like, at all. But it's okay, I don't need to. Okay, so I think I should be able to go from here. Let's see. Sure. Wait. Yep, that'll work. All the way up through here. All the way up through that. And all the way up to there. Except I think I'm just gonna go to right there. Actually, no. I gotta go from this side. Have the most to walk if the farm isn't centrally located? The farm is centrally located. I think most likely what it is the farmers are the closest to, like, the garbage piles. That's probably what it is. Let's just go down to about here. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go all the way up to here. And just dig up one. So what I think I'm going to do is I have 2 pump stacks. Do you guys hear the wood chipper outside? Pretty loud wood chipper. Anyway, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have one here, which is going to be from layer 16, which is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Like 60, like 72 or something layers, which is fine. Just gonna go from there all the way up. And then I'm going to build a tunnel from here to somewhere over, I don't know, around here, I guess. Then I will build a second pump stack that's going to go from a reservoir down in here, underneath the fort, to up and alongside this. Just going to dump lava in probably around here. That, I think, is what we're going to do. But yeah, I'll keep an eye on that Silver She, though. OS update time. Good luck. I deleted a Linux kernel the other day, and it kind of stressed me out. Because somehow I ended up on, like, the cutting-edge experimental one, and I'm not even sure how, because the distro I use doesn't actually support it normally, unless you're on a different fork of it, which I'm not. Only kernel you delete is popcorn. Sure. A section of cavern has collapsed. You never dared to make to pump up lava before? Really? I don't think it's never as bad, I think, as people presume it is. It's one of those things that, like, looks like it should be really, really, really slow and tedious, but the only part that's slow is, like, actually building the thing. As long as you're sure that you have magma-safe materials, it's actually not all that bad. Going to make... Let's do steel gauntlets. And I'm going to take the top squad. I'm going to make a alternate version of this uniform, which just replaces clothing. I'm going to call it crossbow mixed bull. Confirm and save uniform. Grab this, swap the whole squad over. Then they all strip their clothes off, because who needs clothing? Or they should do that. I should actually just get them back to training. Yep. Then they go grab leggings and shoes. Got their bolts already. Why are you crying? Euphoric due to inebriation. Oh, so happy. They're crying. You also hear, it's also hard for a lot of people to design the pump anymore. I mean, yeah, I agree, Cashless Nomad. You need to remember that I played this game for probably thousands of hours before ever touching a minecart or a pump. Can't be you? You sure? Positive? You were more scared that your doors would be hit by the magma. That's something I think is really funny about lava versus water in Dwarf Fortress is liquids are not created equal in this game. And like lava is significantly less dangerous in like immediate terms for dwarves than water. Because pressurized water, fort's gone. Lava, like, how bad can it really be? All right. Let's go. What do we up? Pretty sure? Got it. Got it. YouTube chat, I have a question. What should I do with torn clothes? Do you keep having problems with them? Well, presuming you have enough clothing for dwarves to equip new clothing, if they're greedy and they want to keep all the items that they've always had, just make sure they have cabinets in their bedrooms. Each cabinet can hold up to 156 pieces of clothes. So just make sure that they have access to cabinets. That'll help. The other thing you can do is sell clothing and search by X. Then it'll just get automatically tossed. Another thing that you can do, and this is a bit extreme, but you can do this as well, if you have a huge problem with used clothing, which this fort kind of does, this will also destroy not used clothing, okay? Dwarves generally don't keep low-value clothing. Usually, low-value clothing ends up sticking in a stockpile. So if you go here, you allow all, okay? I generally remove metal, period. And usually gems as well. If you go to quality, get rid of everything down to finely crafted, your craft stores won't get upset if they get destroyed, okay? And then you remove all this, and you just go wear. Put all the wear in there. You go armor. Put the armor in there, so leather armor go in there. What this will do in a refuse stockpile, because that's what this is, it's a refuse stockpile. Like this shirt, these are all higher quality, so these won't get thrown out, and they're owned by a dwarf. These shoes, however, probably won't be claimed, because there is a high supply of higher value clothing around, and nobody's claimed it anymore. I could sell it, but it's worth 5 dwarf bucks. Like, who care? I don't. Get thrown in there. But the one that's owned won't, right? Like, this is a damaged glove. No one's ever going to claim this again. It's owned by Scales. That's fine. But when Scales dies, no one's going to claim it. So it'll just get tossed into the refuse stockpile. That is something you can do. Like, that's like the last-ditch effort. Chat, how do you get rid of clothing? Indoor fortress or otherwise? In real life, I make bike rags. So, you know, that's what I do, personally. But what do you do? You feed the old clothes to siblings and cats. Talking about in Dwarf Fortress or in real life? What are we talking about here, man? See, like, now they're bringing all this stuff over. Like, some of them are somewhat nicer. But most of them will be like this. I mean, that's basically what I'm actually doing, Sarah. Like, I'm using an Atom Smasher, yeah. I might swap this out with lava, though, because that'll be easy to do soon. All the new ones are going to get there, and then if you have a trash stockpile, they take all the clothes. That's actually kind of a genius little note that I never really thought of. It's like, if you have a clothing stockpile, just set it to put all the clothes in a specific place. Like, I could just be like, here, oopsies. And here is the clothing repository. And I could be like, maybe don't put the lowest quality ones here. And you give items to that. I think I'm running out of webs. You store them in a regular stockpile and monitor it a bit, and if I see lots of brand new clothing, I know... also, another thing I could do is I could set this to not take from other places. So this will just be new clothing. Like, old clothing won't go there. Old clothing will get slowly destroyed by being thrown into the trash pile. I love how it's mostly like the shoe stockpile right now. Let's make some more wooden bins. Actually, let's not do that. I'm running very low on wood. Let's instead go bars. Let's make some iron bins. I can just melt them later if I want them. The iron back. Game is not letting me click that for typing that for some reason, and I don't know why. What did I do? I don't know. Okay, well, let's try that again. There we go. I'm not sure what I was doing wrong. Let's do 50. That, and then do $50. That'll be plenty. And the last thing I need to go actually is, yeah. You used to crush them with a bridge, but I've discovered that you can't do that anymore. I think you did something wrong. Because I'm crushing stuff with a bridge down here. So you can absolutely do that. You just can't crush them if the stuff's on top of the bridge when it's open. Like, you have to, you know, make sure it's under the bridge to crush it. I'm curious. I wonder if you made, like, a retracting bridge instead of a raising bridge, Tank. Sometimes I sell, but usually you end up with lots of full bins, right? I mean, bins are good. Like, the old school dwarf mentality of, like, bins bad is kind of counterproductive these days. On a bridge is just a cat. Well, I don't know. Springboard, maybe. I don't know if I'd say catapult. Pretty sure it was the dropping one? Oh, actually, speaking of bins, I do need to go to this stockpile now and remove bins. Because look, guess what? There's a bin! Like, immediately a bin ends up in that stockpile. I can get all that stuff out. I'll have to remove it, but it's fine. This is why I like making metal bins, is so, like, if I do need to empty one, I can just be like, well, let's go melt it, you know? Then they melt this finished goods bin, and then this happens. The setup that separates new clothing, I sell the bins directly, and that's way easier than going at sock by sock.
How y'all been?
How y'all been? Check out these bins! Anyway, Goat Girl Zell. You did. Doing pretty good. Check this out. We're making a big ol' tube thingy. I don't really know what to call it, so it's just tube thingy. That's what we're doing. No, it's not hot right now. It will be hot. It's actually pretty cold because there's ice outside. It's going to be hot when I fill it up with lava. Unless you're talking about the dick-shaped bridge at the front, which chat likes to point out. I don't know what to tell you. Quit projecting, I guess is what I'll tell you. Yeah. It's like a vault? Sure, minus the slate and more glass. I've seen bigger, that's what she said? So I remember, chat, how I asked how do you get rid of used clothing? Snatcher Hardcore in YouTube chat just says, I start a new game. It's like, how do you deal with used clothing? I quit. Just like real life. Such pump stack. Much deep. Well, they're almost there. So I suppose that part's good. Now the question is, do I want to go deeper? I kind of do, actually. There we go. Except what I'm going to do, I think. I'm probably going to flood these bottom few layers, because that'll be pretty easy to do. But for the beginnings, I need everything to be lava safe. Quartzite's lava safe. Green glass is lava safe. The easiest way for me to do this is go to here and type in block. This is a little bit silly looking, possibly, but just forbid everything that ain't green glass. If it ain't green and it ain't glass, we don't need it. Don't want it. And then... yeah, I guess I could use those iron pipes, too. So I can now just use closest material. Oopsies. But then what I need to do before I can do that, because they're going to start from here and they're going to move up, need to go through this. I need to alternate these so that they can vertically transfer power. So, front, and then front. And this part's pretty straightforward, generally. And I do insist it's not as scary or tedious as people seem to think it is. In YouTube chat, I decided to put chili peppers on your noodles, and it was the biggest mistake of my hour, and now I have to choose between death by starvation or death by fire. Honestly... why don't you just, like, wash the noodles? I know this might be a crazy thing, but, like, noodles cooked in water, take the noodles, rinse them, eat, then re-sauce them. You're sitting here and trying to decide which picture to draw next for Reddit based on your Dwarf Fortress games. The death of the great best warrior fortress, Gorlak, the slayer of two giants, and a couple of minotaurs, not to mention all the similar foes, and the destruction of the fortress due to miscalculation while building a waterfall. Dragon that defeated the fortress from an alien... wait, what? Oh, Elven. I read that as alien invasion. Sorry. From an Elven invasion. I mean... I don't know, chat. What sounds cool to you? Also, hopefully you're doing more than just putting them on Reddit. Like, save them for yourself, at least. Actually, I should just use the deep space button. Dragons roasting elves is always fun. I find that when I do end up at war with elves, they very rarely purely just send elves. It's usually like the last majorly memorable one where I was at war with everything. It was like, oh, they're just sending like legendary not hamster men, chinchilla men. It was like chinchilla people that they kept sending, and like Wolverine men. Those were scary, the Wolverine men. Especially because that was during the very first round of the siege update when there was a bug where siegers would just like pick a tree and camp in it until you went and attacked them. Which was pretty brutal because they were all like master swords Wolverine men. And they eviscerated my army. But also, you know, it's pretty fun. Also, yeah, rip the Gorlak. I would say the Flood, personally. Because I think that one's maybe the most relatable. After that, maybe the Gorlak. But it's your creativity, so you do what you want to do. Although that's kind of, you talking about those different drawings for Reddit kind of reminds me of like how I decide what video to make next. It's like, well, I could do the thing with this thing, or this thing with this thing, or this thing with this thing while I'm actively playing a fort that's like fresher in my memory, and I'm thinking about that more than the forts I could turn into a video, and then I go, oh god, I'm just one person. Oh look, stuff's on fire, cool. Anyways. A bunch of pyromaniac beasts. We're in an ad break, but I'm just gonna finish this. Ha! Beauty of it, only need to do it once. Storf is pissed off, and I find that really hard to believe. Doesn't feel anything at work. Just want to craft an object. Maybe you're just like not fit up for this whole mining thing. Yeah, this dwarf just doesn't feel anything positive. Really? Wild. Just remembers defeating the baddies. That's it. 2 wide pump stack. Yep. It'd be pretty funny if DF had spicy food, and spicing a dish would give a mood boost. You know what's funny, Lunatic? Dwarves used to be very picky about specific kinds of food. And that was removed from the game because half the time it was impossible to find giant, like, I don't know, giant hippopotamus spleen. But yeah, more cooking stuff would be cool. Spicing would be neat. Caves of Cud comes to mind. The caves always come to Cud. By the way, chat, plan for today is we're Dorfin until the vibe shifts. And when the vibe shifts, I am going to play some more Menace. And then tomorrow Menace launches, so I don't know what I'll be doing tomorrow. I'm like in 2 minds. Part of me kind of wants to just play Menace, but part of me wants to do other things other than Menace. We'll see. I'm excited for Menace, though. Been enjoying the little bits. I've been plucking away at that. The caves always cut until the cutter find the caves. The real question is, you cut or cut not? But you could try. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. That's funny, actually. Did I screw something up? I don't think so. I may have screwed something up. Yep. I broke something. Somewhere, I broke the stairs. I'm like mostly certain of this. Right? Nope, that's the top. I mean, I know how. Probably with a pickaxe. Shrug, whatever. Actually, hold up. Let me try something else. Okay, that works. Oh, I see what I did wrong. These are backwards. I'm having a day today, chat. I just put in 2 things and then started digging around them and like didn't look at them and was like, whoa, okay, wait, hold up. There's a problem here. It's a bit of a problem here. It's okay. It's actually a rather easy problem to fix. All right, speaking of problems. Then this, 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 that, this, that, this. That. Now I feel like every time I do this, there's always somebody who points out, why don't you just make a macro? It's because I don't ever use macros for things. At least not anymore. Because of that, if I start to do this and I use a macro, by the time I correctly make a macro that works and figure out what all the hotkeys are now, I could have just built it. So I find that like it's just easier to build it. Because I only need to build it like once. So it's almost always faster for me to just do it this way. Even if, yes, a macro would be more pleasant for this process. Never thought you could power pumps by stacking them? Yeah, only if you power them this way. So like that's a gear basically. So that at the end acts as a gear vertically. So they're powering each other vertically. It's one of these things where it's like, I'm not entirely positive how intentional of a mechanic it is. At least, it's an intended mechanic. I don't know if Tarn ever envisioned us using it like this. Snatcher, think of the child. But the Marksdorf's got him. Fired a bunch of bolts at him. I don't think they hit him. Seeing a bunch of... Why is there a random hole over there? What the fuck? That's weird. See a bunch of like... Oopsies, I just saw something I need to keep forbidden for the moment. Right now, most of the dwarves are just building stuff. Sandshrews, what up? It's good to see you. And Zimo, dear, hello. How is Dwarfs today? I mean, it's been the longest January of the last couple of years, but aside from January in general being bleh, it's been all right. Dwarfs is good, I think. You haven't messed with them yet? Well, you're learning things. Let's just go from the bottom. Oopsies. Although I will say, I'm just making sure that all of the blocks that could go into these are made of glass, because everything else is forbidden. And I've done that intentionally so that I can just click all these really quickly without having to assign all the different materials. And just use closest material. Because otherwise, it would take significantly longer. But if I only have pump materials made out of glass, which is safe for lava use, and I only have four pipes made of glass. Okay, we're still making tubes. Oopsies, that's not what I want. I'm still making 89 more glass tubes, and I presume they're done with the corkscrews then? Okay. How's the lava pit going? I'm making part 1 of this thing, whatever that thing is. I'm building part 1 of my future, I guess, pumping mechanism. And over here, I'm gonna build a method of getting some power. I'm actually going to go from this side. So they'll dig through that, which will take a little bit. But pretty good tipping. I don't know how intended it was. Well, I mean, it's intended now. That's for sure. But yeah, it's hard to say how intended it was. For pump stacks to be one of, if not the primary use for pumps. I'm gonna chop down 2 more trees, which should be okay for the elves, but we'll see. If I piss them off, then oh well, I have plenty of wood. I'm probably also getting close-ish to the point where I could fight them anyway. So we should probably just start saying fuck it and throw some caution to the wind. I don't know why it's so gusty over here in Caution Land, but it is. Higher quantity of lava going uppers is why. That's why the double. I mean, that is mostly just going to be moving lava from deep below to up. So I'm kind of... How do I explain this? I'm kind of expecting to use that as just quantity transport, basically. I don't know why that wouldn't be a legit question, but yes, no. Is in fact a legit and easily answerable question. Double pump, more water, more better is the answer. And I'm just gonna throw... I'll also note that like all of my workshops are forbidden right now because they're all made of blocks. It's funny. Funny side effect of how I'm doing things. Happy dwarf, no matter the beard. Can do. Rolf. Let's do great, great, and bridge. Okay. Happy Dwarf, no matter beard. You are now Rimtar. Rolf, did you have a dwarf in this fort before? Society, creatures, Rolf. No, you has not. Okay, so this is Rolf the First for this world. He is impeccably curious without any respect for property or privacy. He is quite ambitious, and she is a friendly individual. She is considered rude, and she could easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and often cheerful, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she finds obligations confining. But she is, although she values the concept of loyalty and is troubled by her natural tendencies, and she is trusting. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she doesn't really care about anything anymore. More stuff breaking. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees competition as reasonably important and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and does not respect the law. She likes alunite and bismuth and bronze and rose quartz and almond wood, giant deer antler, and dog tooth. Gems, male shirts, figurines, and goblets. I still maintain that baby goblins should be called goblets. Horses for their strength, and capuchins for their social nature, and the sound of the silver of control, and the sight of the balances of twinkling. If impossible, prefers to consume stingray and steelhead, trout, and barley wine. Absolutely hates blood gnats. Her nose is incredibly upturned, and she has a jutting chin, and her teeth are gaped. You have two friends, Nil and Udib, the lie maker and clother. You're not a member of any very not religious world. Like, they all worship gods, but like nobody in any factions that I've really seen in here are members of religions. So that's interesting, at least in this faction. Link, and Link. Actually, man, what's life without a little bit of risk? Yeah, what's life without a little bit of risk? We're gonna do this the risky way. That's the way I'm gonna do it. We're gonna do it the risky way. You guys like the risky way? I'm gonna go down into there first while we let them work on that. Save the game? Why would I do a thing like that? Sure. Just let me do this first. Are they no longer making corkscrews? Oh, I see the issue. Kind of dumb now. These are fucking forbidden. Alright, I can quick save. So, I had a thing I was gonna say and it just like completely slipped by my mind. Yes and no, Lunatic. Yes and no. Because a forge is something specific, but lava-safe materials in Dwarf Fortress make 0 sense, period. Even if it's betraying its own logic, because they're saying, it's kind of funny how things can be melted in a magma forge, can be safe for using in magma. It's like, yes and no, I don't know. I mean, like, it's a weird system that kind of doesn't make any sense. So, you know, just kind of is how it is, I suppose. Just kind of is how it is. Let's also unforbid all of this over here, yes. And these can be unforbidden. All right. But how you doing today, Bubble Page? How's things? Hey, chat. Today's been extremely lurky. What do you want to talk about? What do I have to do? Probably something that is outside of my power. But if there's anything you guys want to chat about, let's help keep that conversation rolling. Because I'm just trying to keep the chat active to some degree. I'm reporting a bot in the Discord. Gotcha. That's just the old molt bot being stupid. When you get your hands free, you'll be more chatty? Are they in prison? No, it's fair. I'm mostly just like, I don't know, I've tried to verbalize recently that I'm a little bit on the, how do I put this? Mentally bricked when it comes to creativity at the moment. I mostly just blame the state of the world. I'm sure that's something that a lot of people can relate to. And when I'm especially mentally bricked, my ability to keep talking gets worse. Who won? Who was playing? I know nothing about soccer. I like that you call it soccer and not football. That's funny to me for some reason. Okay, forbid that. Now, we're going to be risky, chat. Who's ready to be risky? We're going to grab all of the military and tell them to go stand right the fuck there. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go do... Okay. I'm going to dig through this. Channel through both these. Actually, let's pause that one. Just normal dig through that one. Here we go. Oh, also, please pull that lever. Okay, that bridge should close. Yep, it did. Let's see if I can do this first. Because there is a big, scary, forgotten beast on this map. Sweet. That boulder's annoying. It's a good thing I put that blocker there. Okay, we're all safe. Of how Germans call gloves hand shoes aren't like direct translations amusing. So that's how I've always felt about hand shoes, gloves, stuffs. Speaking of beasts that we forgot about, the forgotten beast Zotir Angiz Tol has come, a gigantic humanoid composed of amber. Ooh. Shiny. Semi-opaque. Reflective. I'm kind of amazed that my green screen's still functioning. Normally at this time of day it wouldn't, but I guess I figured out my lighting finally. It has large mandibles and it scrums and fidgets. It's beware its deadly spit. Oh, by the way, for those of you who haven't seen these guys are bugged, and now we have a giant pond turtle. Because they exist now. Proof! Anyway, here's this monster. It's gonna be it versus the giant Cheeto monster. The ball of flaming Cheetos, assuming it's still alive. This thing has killed a bug bat and Nako Known Cruel. I guess Nako Known Cruel was known to be cool. This is Terror Deeps. Down, down, down. I really like its mandibles, actually. Those look cool. What a dope monster. It sounds cooler than plain old football. I guess so. I was like, was that a Forgotten Beast? What was that? What's it in combat with? Oh, it fired a blob of spit. It spat out a bug bat. Got it. Not too much. Pretty sure there's another one somewhere on this layer, but it could very well be outside of our line of sight. I was kind of hoping it would fight, but keep an eye on the combat logs. Death by cheese. It does kind of look like it's made of cheese. We got cheese and Cheetos. All right, let's go this way. Should be pretty damn close to done. So far that makes, that's 1,000 power, 1,050. What about the lower one? 1,050. So I need about 25 water wheels? Something like that? Something like that. I may actually need to make this longer. But it shouldn't be too bad. Pal of viewers pointed out how ridiculous it sounds that we call planes fly stuff and lighters fire stuff. Wait, in German? Well, okay. I'm glad you named them fly stuff and not fall stuff. Or is that what you call like a bungee cord or a parachute? No, I mean that makes sense, I guess. Like, I guess I just never realized that directly translated to stuff. Yes, I am building a lava pump, Seagrips, in YouTube chat. How did I do the far away view? I mean this. I hold down Control, and I scroll the mouse wheel, or I hit the square back brackets. This fortress is starting to look like a metropolis. Like, it's really starting to look like a fort. Do not worry or look at the lack of bedrooms, though. Even though there's a bunch here, we don't have enough. I need more. But you always need more. Maybe the mechanics district can have some bedrooms in the future. Stuffer things? I mean, fire thing is... That's just me talking when I'm exasperated and trying to tell somebody I need a lighter. Give me the fire thing! And a candle. It's like they just hand you, like, I don't know, thermite. You said fire thing. so what we're going to do, I'm just gonna let these work. Just ever so slightly more. Also, I need to see. Oh, we're still making iron bins. Look at that. Lovely. Bomb wreck. The metal crafter has been possessed. What a possessing thing to do. And have happen. You want to fight? Okay, we can help that happen. BOM. Hey. Why are you... What am I spelling wrong? Maybe you're just not able to be put into the military when you're in a strange mood. Weird. Today I learned. Beastie number 4Z in the last not super longy. It's Jared Leto. It's Pan Note Demet is its subtitle, and it is a great quadruped composed of mud. Yeah, it's Jared Leto. It has a long swinging trunk, and it has a bloated body. Beware its poisonous vapors and ability to tank movie sales. Where are you? This one is on the upper level. And is probably going to get obliterated by the purple thing. We're in an ad break. I'm going to go take a piss real quick. Enjoy the description of Jared Leto. I will be right back. I hope it's musical. That would be very funny. 2 seconds, chat. Yeah. All right. Be lurking later on, but you have errands to run. Very important. Go do your errands and lurking later on. I'm gonna watch this monster kill thing. Or not kill thing. You love Frankenwords? Oh, just like how Germany like just makes compound words? Like that game that's coming out that's all about shooting stuff at a very far distance with a giant artillery thing against aliens. Where'd that other beastie go? Game, you're making me nervous. Speaking of errands, welcome back from your errands as somebody else leaves for errands. Leto began, and there's a hyperlink to an actual place on the map called the Depths of the World. This is now Legends calls this, is this how Legends calls this? The Depths of the World usually just means unnamed caves. If you could take the link for that and plop it in the chat and I'll take a peek. But it's probably just the caverns. It'd be really weird because Underworld is what the game calls the circus. But the Depths of the World usually is referring to the caverns, but the caverns usually have more specific names. So, like, the Depths of the World would be like, you know, I'm walking on the sidewalk. He's outside, right? But I'm on a street named this and this. Whereas, like, the Depths of the World would be like the cavern named blobbity blobbity blah. But a lot of caverns are unnamed, so they're just Depths of the World. That's probably what it is. Yeah, no, this is just a way to show the caverns. Because goblins journey down there, and then they tame animals. Yeah, cave crocodiles. It's just a unnamed cavern, basically. Just show of hands, how many of you have tabs open with the legends up? Killed a blind cave bear once. Because I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream. Hey, ho! But when I was moving from Legends Browser to Legends Viewer over the weekend, I discovered something because I had to open up my Cloudflare to point it at a different port. And Cloudflare claims that there was like 360 gigabytes of data transferred from people looking at it and using it and sorting it. I haven't looked at my ISP's data usage. But, like, holy shit. Like, I'm normally in the terabytes per month anyway, so, like, that's fine. I've got unlimited data. But, holy shit. Holy shit. You know, hobo, I gotta see this. Wow. Another one? Feoba! Melly has come, an enormous feathered scorpion. It has a curling trunk. It appears to be emaciated. Its plum feathers are delicious but patchy, and it has a poison sting. Beware it. Are we gonna see them fight soon? Please, Mr. Linesman, let the... This one's called nothing. The Murky. Okay, this might be the prettiest beast. I love those blue claws. It's in conflict with something. And then just a, uh-oh. Hungry head flies by. Oh, no. There's gotta be like a few dozen hungry heads over there. No, I think a lot of that, Rogue Phoenix is likely just random trawlers and trackers and... How do I word this? Scrapers. Those sorts of things. Like just the automated internet churn machine, you know? Like, how many instances of Legends Viewer do we need to host before we start seeing references to Dwarf Fortress places in LLMs popping up. That's kind of more the direction I'm thinking, but... Because that's, like, data that is going to that port from, like, through Cloudflare. So... That one does look kind of amazing. It's definitely my favorite. And it's visible again. Yeah, that looks like, you know, something that you would... Whoop. Well, it's dead. I was going to say, it looks like something that you would buy and then put in a fish tank, but it seems that Quasimodo, the cursed devil, the mysteries of poison, killed it by kicking it in the sepia-thorax, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. And it traumatized him. It's upset. But it's now killed 1, 2, 3 forgotten beasts. As well as 30 other things. Hungry heads, flesh balls, blind cave ogres, crundles, bug bats, a reacher, Jack, we call him. I mean, probably not. Stoned, probably not. Wish you had a brain so you could play this game. I think they sell those at like a lot of like if you can find like an ethnic grocer, the ones that like sell literally every part of the animal, I'm sure you could find a couple brains. You could get a few pig brains, most likely. Zealot Tactics in YouTube chat. Or, you know, read, watch some tutorials. Have a bit of it's more patience that you need than a brain, really. All right, so with this up and more or less ready to go, I'm gonna yoink. So I'm not actually gonna need to go that far. I'm gonna need to go to here. So let's go. To go like over to here. And then down to there. In YouTube chat, Zealot Tactics just said that if they had a brain, they could play this game. It's like, well, I don't know if you need a brain. I'm sure somebody's willing to offer spares. Okay, let's go over to here. Although, like, you know, when you start talking about, like, the black market for organs, that starts getting expensive, so I don't know if it's worth the cost of admission at that point. Stepped on a bug, slapped the bug. Yeah, something like that. I made a shit ton of grates. Okay, so now that all that is done, I can go block. Just unforbid all of these. Yeah, Kimberlite blocks, that's fun. How hard can it be? Yeah. So, I mean, you know, I watched The Final Destination recently, and they practically walk into a morgue at one point in that movie. And, like, don't seem even remotely bothered by the weirdness of the fact that they're literally in a morgue, like, staring at their friend's corpse. Like, they're completely unbothered by this. And so to that, all I have to say is clearly breaking it, like, if movies from the mid-2000s taught me anything, breaking into a morgue is super easy. No, it's brain removal. We need a donor, though. It's not like it's astrophysics. I'm sorry, what is rocket surgery? Like, is this just like the... What? It's not that complicated. It's only astrophysics joke. Or is this, like, something else? What the hell is rocket surgery? This whole bit chat reminds me of this joke from something. Could not tell you what it was. A guy with crazy hair runs into a room and screams, I've lost my mind. Followed by, I'll help you find it. All right. Nyom. Rocket brain science surgery. Well, here's the thing. How can I go to a bar while being in space? Honestly, to me, that just seems like some sort of ploy to get me to sign up for a suicide mission to Uranus. And honestly, I would rather stay on Earth. Thank you very much. There's bars here too. I don't need no space bar. Run-on sentences for days. Speaking of run-on sentences, or nothing to do with run-on sentences, actually. I was watching Cody's Lab recently, and remembering this is a very specific part of YouTube, so most of you probably won't know who the heck this is. Cody's Lab is an interesting YouTube channel. He's been like practically homesteading for the last decade, but trying to build something that could theoretically be like completely isolated from oxygen as like a homemade backyard pseudo-space colony. Staying forever. It's very expensive, and he's not doing it very quickly. Because he was one of the people that was originally selected for that Mars 1 thing that never happened. It's kind of wild watching him these days after like basically saying like, yeah, no, we're not ready as a species to actually go to Mars. Fascinating YouTube channel. Okay, just a child. You know this the difference, but like the very fine line between child screaming, having a good time, and child that's being attacked. There's at least 2 of them outside right now, and it was hard to tell for a second there. It was concerning. Bomrek, Regulet, the metal crafter, has created Wusen Bishol, an iron puzzle box, and offers it to the Seed of Creation. The children will love it. The problem is, I need somewhere to put it. Does anybody else notice that I haven't made any accommodations for my royalty yet? Or is that just me? Because I'm sitting here kind of thinking about it. Okay, I should do that. She's a necromancer. She's fine. Doesn't seem to mind much. But how you been, Hobo? How's things, man? It's a lot of construction that's happening. There's the other beastie. I love the thing that the fact that this thing killed a dwarf in the first year of this world's existence. Dumad Rayworks. Sort of thing that starts a religion, man. Kinda just chilling. I'm getting like weirdly excited for the Formula 1 season. Hobo. I'm starting to miss it. It always feels like it's almost like baseball where like the Formula 1 season almost doesn't end. Like there's like a 2-month break and then it's just back. And like I've started to miss it in the last like 2 weeks. NASCAR started today? Okay. Owning a NAS has destroyed my brain. Need to buy a model car and put a hard drive in it. With like a Raspberry Pi. Let's just a little mall car. You know, some about you big. Maybe just like a little NVMe drive. For maximum speed, of course. You always take so long setting up the justice stuff that not accommodating your nobles doesn't matter for a fair bit. Yeah, that's fair. That actually kind of is one of the beauties of the nobles, is just be like, nah, we're a crime fort. We're pro-crime here. You're allowed to commit all the crimes, and there's no real punishment for that. It's totally fine. It's a really easy way to just, like, not worry about satisfying your nobles. It's also a really easy way to piss off most of your dwarves, or a lot of your dwarves, but who cares, really? All right, so we have a problem, chat. I need a lot more than 10 wood. So hopefully I don't upset the elves too much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll do that. I may also replace some wooden floors that I have, like in here. With other things, I could also do over there. 1, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I'm gonna need more power. That's what I'm going to need to widen this. Let's just forbid this. Or not forbid this. Open that up. It was supposed to start last Sunday, but apparently stock car racing isn't a fan of ice. I mean, if it was, I might watch stock car racing. That sounds like fun, actually. But honestly, you know, it's... Oh, man. Don't make the politics joke, Greg. You know what I was going to say. It's probably for the best. I mean, most people. Yeah, see, now I can say it, because Tiny Hippo said it. See, like, most people shouldn't be. Most people aren't a fan of ice. I would hope. It's good to know that the cars have thought about that much. Oops, you did? It's fine. I just acknowledge that a lot of people are trying to avoid the bullshit going on in the world right now. I'm trying to not, you know, cause people to get unnecessarily stressed. Because honestly, it's doing it to me. It's happening to me. I'm unnecessarily stressed a lot of the time right now. And it sucks. If this makes me go to war with the elves, so be it. But it did legitimately... No, it's not your fault, though. It's totally fine. I mean, the reality is current politics do have me calling the things that I put in my drinks frozen water. So, for whatever that's worth. Sorry, I needed power. It's actually maybe the most realistic excuse. Crunchy water. Hard water. Wait, no, that's something else, actually. Gotta get that hard water. Similar to production violations, wait, what happens if we have justice and don't get rooms? Do they... Well, they make demands. I don't know if the, how much the justice violations will hurt, but yeah, I mean, if you don't give them a bedroom for like 2 years, the queen will get pissed, basically. Solid water? Solid water and like thick water are like specific things though, right? So you can, like... It's for people who don't have proper functionality of their jaw can drink water. That is actually a thing, though. Time to make a reservoir. So that'll be... I need... I guess enough for that, so... That'll be the pump. Thick water now with extra cake. Maximum thickness for the waters. Elven caravan has arrived as well. The second one. So it's war with two factions if I piss them off. That's the reality. That I don't know. That's outside of my very narrow realm of knowledge. Which is about 3.5 by 2 feet. So problem numero uno. That actually isn't all that much water. Kind of need more of it. All right, Raul, sorry. Locum, apologies. Vicod, hate to break it to you. I'm demoing your bedrooms. I'm officially a bad landlord, chat. I don't know what to do about this, or what you're gonna do about this, or what you're gonna do with that knowledge, but I am officially a bad landlord. Because I'm going to need more power than what this is going to generate. Greetings from the woodlands. We have much to discuss. Am I in trouble? Whatever possess... Okay, phew. 9 trees. Okay, I've made it, chat. Although, now I've already chopped down... What was it, 5? Well... 1, 2, 3. I'm going to say that they said I can cut down 9. 4... 9. If we go to war. Oops, that was 10. We go to war. What do you have? Let's just bring one of these over. And also one of them's over. And I will buy all of the giant animals that they have. Because they haven't brought me sunberries yet. I would listen to them if they brought me sunberries, but they haven't. So I don't feel betrayed, but don't have much reason to listen. Meanwhile, some migrants have arrived despite the danger? What danger? Nobody's died, really. Aside from me freezing dwarves to death in a ball of ice. Oh, heavy water is like nuclear contaminants, isn't it? Now that I'm actually thinking about it for more than 2 seconds. Also, we're about to get hit with some ads. I will pause the game when the ads are done. You just create work orders to make drinks when I have condition 2 plus brewable plant or 2 plus brewable fruit to make 2 drinks. I always end up with thousands of excess because I never turn it off. Sure. Yeah. I mean, I tell them to brew when there's a minimum number of things. Same with cooking foods. Like stop if more than this, or... I'm sorry, is that a giant flying squirrel? Excuse me? Giant kiwi cock! You heard me, chat. Giant wolverine? Ooga. Giant black bear? Giant flying squirrel and a donkey. There's also a slug. I don't really need another giant otter, but what if I keep it? You know, I'm gonna be honest with you, chat room. I've got all this clothing over here, and I'm like, yeah, I could trade with them. What if I just took all their stuff? What if I just chose chaos? They haven't brought me any sunberries. That's all I really wanted. I just wanted sunberries. They haven't brought me sunberries. I'm starting to get a little bit upset. Giant kiwi cock. You heard me. I'm gonna be a bad person, chat. I'm gonna click the seize button as soon as the ad ends. What do you think? Should I do it? And Ababab is right in the YouTube chat. Click the like button. With hydrogen, but the hydrogen is deuterium, which is the one with the extra neurons, which makes it react differently to radiation stuff. Oh. Well, I mean, we've been asking them for years to bring sunberries. They haven't. And I've been within their limits for the entirety of the time I've been trading with them, which is like 5+ years. So I'm sorry. Don't they bring you lots of logs if you comply with demands? Lots? No. Some? Yes. Am I mostly bullshitting here and saying let's start a war? Yeah. Did the other one bring me sunberries? Because there's 2 that I'm trading with. They brought a sparrow, a red squirrel, a normal pond turtle. Oh, hey. I have a breeding pair of giant kiwis. Okay. These ones I might stay nice with. Like, go to war with one half of them and not the other half. No sunberries, man. I am offended. Actually, things from the woodlands, there's much to discuss. Sure, we'll agree. 11 treats, thank you. I mean, what? Start a war, start a nuclear war? Maybe not a nuclear war. That seems a bit intense. I mean, the goblins are already at war with me, so they started the first war, honestly. So let's look. If I go civilizations, I'm at peace with the elves at the moment. Oh, shit. I always forget that this exists. 0 of 9. 7 of 11. You know what? Let's keep it a little bit more reasonable. 7 of 11. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's see how that does for me. It would actually be kind of funny if it's counting as one big total. Because, like, if they go and fell those trees and only one of them fills up, that's actually really fucking funny. But how you doing, Deep Space? How you been? I noticed that you were here super early today. Hopefully you got some sleep. What do the elves say? You have disrespected the trees in this area? Probably. What's up, Roston? How's things? Okay, so is the other one counting up? 4 of... Oh, okay. -3 of 9. Oh. Oh, that's how many you have left. I get it. That feeling when, like, you notice something for the first time ever and you're just like, oh, that's what that means. Okay. You have 2 sleeps these days? Like you're is it Michelangelo or something who slept for 15 minutes every 3 hours or something? All right, so I've got a giant kiwi hen, another stray otter, and then a giant kiwi cock. So I've got a male kiwi and a female kiwi, as well as a giant flying squirrel, which may be my best new pet. Kind of want to put the kiwis somewhere where they're kind of obvious, because that's really fucking funny. Let's just go workshops. Did I ever make nest boxes? I kind of don't think I did. No, I didn't. Here, I'll put the kiwis here because that's gonna be amusing. Kiwis are much larger than you were led to believe. Mm-hmm. Can you see the kiwi portrait, please? Oh, I want to see it too. Don't worry. I've never seen a giant kiwi. I'm just waiting for the jump scare of the giant kiwi, like, barging into this area. There they are. They've got a slight smile. Oh, that's real funny looking. What a lad, man. All right. It looks like somebody took, like, a toothpick and stuck it into a testicle. That's the hen, and then that's the cock. Who's angry after being confined. Patient. She has, like, it's kiwi but bigger. Yeah! Exactly. That or it's like a peanut. They kind of look like a peanut with a twig sticking out in 2 feet. Like a diseased corn dog. Hey now, the food I make doesn't look pretty, but it tastes good. Quit being so mean to my poor corn dogs, okay? Such majestic beasts. Aw, thank you. The game just, like, hitched kind of heavily. I'm not sure why. Just get rid of these beds. And that. And that. And that. I kind of feel bad for the dwarves whose, like, bedrooms I've just, like, confiscated. It's a housing redevelopment, okay? You know, very normal thing. Well, that's not good. Why do I have a Hammerlord? Oh. Huh. So... I think Erdim's about to die, chat. Because this Burby here is trying very hard to make us die. Although, he's not dead yet. I mean, he's lost some ability to grasp, and the bird is now dead. But, there's sparrow people and more giant vultures on the surface. That's a Crundle. How did I click on you? I was trying to click on the vulture. Like, they're not aggro. I guess you... Interesting. Well, they're still shooting at him. It's great training, honestly. A Crundle vulture? Okay. Not giant vulture? There you go. I mean, look at it. You can see the vulturous nature in his eyes. You did? How? Well, that's a little awkward. I apparently have to let this dwarf out, because I've got a dwarf who fell into my pit. Thanks to these stupid birds. These goofy giant vultures. You love the Crundle portraits? They look like something. I do have to say that, like, out of all of the cartoony portraits that people thought didn't fit the game so well, that one does. Okay, we've got all those artifacts done. Let's just go door. Nope. Okay, fuck it. I will just re-wall it. And go down to here. Let's just unforbid everything in here because there's a bunch of random forbidden shit. Okay, so this is filling pretty consistently. Let's get some mudstone in here. Just kind of want the coloring to be consistent. And then we're going to see if this sucker works. I'm going to leave them separate because they won't spin if they're not powered. Although this one won't spin because... oh no, it will. It only needs 17 power at the moment. A classic rescue operation, the best kind of operation. Okay, So this I gotta block off. And then over here, and do that. And this. And they're gonna dig down. You up here. Dang it. One off. I was thinking for a second that I'd be able to do that all in one, but nope. Yeah, we're gonna have to chop down some more trees to get this done in a reasonable amount of time. It's a damn shame, but it's the truth. Hey chat, favorite Dwarf Fortress sprite and why? I'm a big fan of the shark that's just like a giant circle mouth. It's like the basking shark, I think. Big fan of that thing. It's just a big... It's like the most surprised looking shark I've ever seen. You like the Rutherers? The Rutherers are pretty good. Two of these not get finished? Oh boy. Job got canceled and stuff got broken. Thankfully, the dwarves will be able to finish this pretty quickly. There we go. Fluffy Wamblers all early, no matter the sprite. Gotcha. I do like the Fluffy Wamblers. Remember there was one world once where I had a Fluffy Wambler god, and it was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. How's that combat still going? And they're still fighting with the giant vultures, hey? I think I may actually have to lock the dwarves underground, chat. I'm gonna make a burrow. I'm just gonna make it burrow 1. Just gonna be all the way down. Did I screw that up? And then let's go to the surface. Let's add in this. Let's remove everybody from that one. And add everybody to this one. And delete this. Just get inside. This whole situation ain't great. Thankfully, nobody's gotten splat yet, so that's kind of a miracle. We're back. Had a lot of other systems to update as well, apparently. Yeah, I had to delete a lot of copy of Notepad++, although I think that's been fixed now. The whole Notepad++ being compromised for a minute, potentially. Thing. I will say this tower is actually working pretty well. I mean, most of these dwarves are proficient marks dwarves at this point. Just like hanging out up here and then just periodically like unloading all their bolts. These don't actually have that many bolts, but hey, it's something. I'm gonna have to do some pretty heavy livestock cleaning pretty soon, I think. All right, cool. You just type no hacks in terminal. No hacks, please. Thanks. Please no steal. Original character. I mean, I'm sure that'll work. I'm sure you've got absolute immunity that way. All right, let's hope nobody breaks shit. Do that. And then we're gonna go all the way up and down. Put some blocks in the walls. I need 59 for that one side. What the hell happened here? Wacky. Okay. Throw those in. All right. How do you enable DF hack? You install it, and then it just launches, assuming you're running the same versions, which it should be. And then you hit tilde. Or it'll be all over your screen, but if you want to look at the console, you hit tilde on your keyboard. Or you could install it manually, but then you just follow the documentation. It is like a third-party piece of software. It's not a vanilla thing. Ah. An ambush. Curse them. Here we go, chat. What are we up against? Oh, goblins. A goblin spearmaster. Do you remember this guy, chat? Write down this lad's name and check it up in Legends. This goblin, sorry. I was reading the word dwarf while talking about this character. This character appeared during the last siege, got directly into the fortress and managed to make an escape out the side. Killed Frisco, Moreb, Athil, Shem, and Godin, the grizzly bear. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Object. Nope. I'm going to go to Places, Siege Engines, blap. I've never used a siege engine before. Do I have anybody with skills in it? Nope. Well, I'm sure this will go just fine. Oh, no, wait, never mind. That's not it. This is siege engines. Put all of these people who know what a siege engine is onto that task. It'll be very important. And I'm gonna tell a dwarf to go pull this lever. This wasn't hooked up last time, so we kind of started at a disadvantage. And let's see what happens. Okay, so you dodged out of the way. The legendary goblin who caused us so much grief takes a flying bolt to the neck, tearing the muscle and the upper spine's nervous tissue, and falls almost as soon as he arrived. Now, who got the hit? Please tell me.
Bring out your dead!
Strikes the Goblin Spearmaster in the head. So I'm starting to think that green tea might actually be my greatest Marks dwarf. Gruesome wounds, this does not scare me, she says. She does have an impaired grasp on one of her hands due to some nerve damage. Her upper arm bears a straight scar, and her lower arm bears marks of old wounds. Because she's killed a Forgotten Beast, an Etten, a second Forgotten Beast, and now that Goblin. High Master, Marksdwarf. Chat, I need a bunch of bolts and a Vile Force of Darkness because we are under attack, my dwarves. Unless they're all just retreating, which... Honestly, that's actually just kind of fucking funny. Bye! Smell you later! See ya! Fort Champion? I mean, maybe. My queen wants toys, chat. Well, I suppose all I can do now is just go to places, siege engines, and pause those and see if more goblins arrive. And honestly, I was fully expecting those goblins to be elves and not goblins. I was like, curse them indeed. I'm like, wait, oh, no. It'll be fun watching them fall into the pit. Yeah, I don't know if anything, how many things are going to end up falling into the pit, but... The thing is, like, I don't think there's a single faction in this game that I like. Like, I think people love to have allegiances in video games. I don't think there's any faction I hate in this game. Really. They're all just kind of fun little characters. That's about it for me. Okay, so that's gonna do the bubble over thing, which is fine. So, I now need an extremely brave miner. So who's the brave? Megalodon is my brave volunteer. Armed with an iron pick, his crutch. Hopefully he doesn't leave his 2 children and wife. Wish him luck, chat. Cool. You've discovered an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. Raw adamantine. Praise the miners. Whoosh. That's part 1. Then we're gonna send another dwarf over the other side to go dig through that. We're gonna wait until this starts blinking, and now Squiggly is gonna do the run. Another beast, for some fucking reason, has arrived. This one's named Zopu. It is an enormous hairy frog. It has a long, straight horn, and it squirms and fidgets. Its eggplant hair is very curly. Beware its euphemisms, because it's eggplant. Anyway, it has deadly spit. Just like my ex. Anyway, he's just gonna go around the corner here and just do the beast thing. Where are you? Pretty shallow. Okay, so... Lower down. Looks really fucking cool, though. Anyway, I got a dwarf I want to watch who's digging a hole. Run! Run, Beardy McDorfsons! who then digs through this side. And starts more lava flowing in. And then I go one layer above. Dig through both these. Then dig through those. So essentially what I'm doing here is I'm just flooding this whole area because it doesn't really matter if it's flooded, these lower areas. This is just going to help us pump lava out quicker. That's what this is going to do. It's going to give the lava more inflows. So now we just need to wait for those walls. We're about to get hit by an ad, so I will pause the game when the ads hit. Just waiting for these. Come on, dwarves. It's one. We're in the ad break, but there ain't too much going on. And there's two. Now that's done, I can go here. I think what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to do one tile like this. I'm going to place a floor tile right there, and we're just going to go vertically up. I hope this fort's been entertaining, chat. Been trying to keep it tense and interesting. I think it's doing that, though. Yeah, I want to know what was up with that ambush, Bone Doll. It really feels like they were trying to start off with some bigger goal than that, but it just kind of flunked pretty quickly, so I don't know. Okay. Yep, powering the stack from the top. I mean, this is the top right here. This is where the lava's gonna go. And then we're gonna have a second pump stack. Except I'm only going to do a 2x2 there. We're going to keep digging. Meanwhile, okay, all these are powered so far, which is good. Let's go gear assembly, gear assembly, gear assembly, gear assembly, and gear assembly. Then I can go deconstruct this floor. Sorry, elves. I apologize, I guess. Let's go down here. Gear. 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 And gear. Let's deconstruct that corner. And lastly, gear. So the idea here is to make two separate pump stacks. One to go from the lava sea to where we are right now. I'll just smooth underneath that one. And then another one to go from that reservoir that I'm working on behind the scenes that will move it the rest of the way. But because I'm going to have two separate, I can like basically preload the second pump stack, because pump stacks sometimes can pump faster than the area that they're removing lava from can refill. If that happens, you often end up with this issue where you require more lava to be flowing into that place than the game can reasonably give you. And in cases like that, well, it's often a pretty good idea to, you know, just set it up so that you can move a lot more lava than that. Also, I may end up actually putting the second pump stack somewhere like over here. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to do it this way. Sup? Shutterbug, how's things? Gem cutter withdraws from society. So if I put it right there. Yeah, that'll do. Actually, pretty easily it'll do. Got gem cutter. Yet another artifact incoming. So for in here then, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna dig up to here. Just channel this out. Your fort is falling to were-mammoths. I like just the dichotomy of chat here. It's just like we got Shutterbug, who's like, hello, and then we got Smoking Top Hat, who's like, hey-oh, and then we've got Shutterbug, who's just like, I'm on my way to work. I want to go back to sleep. Yeah, mood, man, followed by Lamau. Oh my god, my fort's dying to were-mammoths. Yeah, that seems about right. Dwarf fort. That's for sure. I think this was the first time I see them ambushing like that, not actually sieging. I've seen them do that since the siege update, which is always a little odd when it happens. I have a giant pond turtle. Sandberg. So, checks out. Let's give that a yank. And I'm gonna go right here. Workshops farming nest books. Section of caverns collapsed? Oh, well, anyways. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen them ambush like that a couple of times. I wonder if they're like one of the things that can happen when you get the first small sieges, you know? Because the last siege that we got wasn't just an ambush. It was like an ambush and like a battering ram. But like the first two are raids, so that could maybe just have been a raid, perhaps. Vukar the Gem Setter has created a dick shell whatever, and offers it to the Seed of Creation. Okie dokie. What is it? It is a perfect squirrel. A perfect squirrel, chat. It is a perfect squirrel. It is, all craft store ship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of the Sunny Time, the yak leather buckler. I'm gonna put this in the middle of the tavern and just stare at people and be like, I dare you to steal it. That's what I'm gonna do. In literally 1 minute? Well, okay, so you're not losing your fortress to were-mammoths, no more. You are converting your fortress population into dormant were-mammoths that have a party once a month. Honestly, I think, chat, honestly, do you think No Mold's got this? I honestly think that you just need to make sure that the kids all attend the Were-Mammoth petting zoo, and everything will be fine. Side note, when it comes to Were-Mammoths, just nickname all the dwarves that are Were-Mammoths, then put them all into squads. Send them with no uniform, okay? Send them to go attack something when the full moon ends, and then lock the door. Profit. You can save this. I have faith. That's an idea for next time. Come on, you got this. Also, by the way, if you play another fortress in that world and you play as that same faction, there is a very high likelihood that you will get random Were-Mammoths appearing. Honestly, I need to try that maybe. Just like let some were-creatures go hog wild in your fort for a bit and then just like send them to go attack something and be like, what could possibly go wrong? Why is there dwarf blood down there? What crime did Squizzly commit? Elf merchant is fighting. Did I kill some elf merchants? It kind of seems like I did. That's awkward. I'm sorry. Oh, I see. I had an elf merchant go berserk. That makes some sense. Not like they have a way to leave.
One more month to go to the funny number mech dance.
Dr. Phineas. Yeah, soon I'll have to call you nice Dr. Phineas. Check, can I get a big round of beers? For the incredible amounts of support. Well, the number itself might not be nice. The support is, so thank you. I'm gonna forbid this guy's corpse out here. I'm just gonna let that sit. That can be left there for a bit. What? I realized that an entire elven caravan went insane. But I've never seen that before. Just like walk up here and then just like fling themselves over the edge. Huh. Yeah, that's a new one for me, I gotta say. I mean, I've seen that sort of stuff. I've never seen them just fling themselves off the edge. I need to actually watch that movie. T-Bay. Wild. Suicide Squad. No, honestly, I think that the Suicide Squad was the people expecting that movie to make a profit. Are there more merchants left? So there's 3 down here. Like stricken by melancholy. Are you gonna do the same thing? Oh, that happens pretty frequently. If something like spooks them, they will just often abandon their stuff, but they will consider it a lot. Wow, they are. Wow. Or at least that yak did. Yeah, I've never seen that before. At least not in the current versions. Bro. I mean, this is an elven yaks. These two? The Unbridled Dale. Like, here comes another one. Unless they think that they can, like, jump to there or something, and they're like, yeah. Whoa. So if I chop a hole... More or less, Firestorm. It's basically just like the front door is a giant crater, and there's a bunch of suicidal elf merchants that keep throwing themselves. I did steal their stuff, so like I'm a bad person, but like I've never seen just like a group of elves like a group of merchants go insane and then just like crawl around babbling, which I've seen that before, but I've never seen this being the result of it. Look at this. Like, yeah. It seems like they're trying to end it. I mean, like, there are weird, like, oddities that happen sometimes. I'm gonna forbid the bodies. But it certainly seems like they're trying to end it. If it's a bug. Oh, well, I mean, like, so I've seen things like repeatedly jump off of ledges before in Dwarfort. But this is like unique because usually it's like somebody's injured or something. And they can't actually, like, make a gap, but they think they can, so they keep trying to jump off the edge. Or, like, trying to path something. So that might be what's happening. Like, they might be trying to get to, like, the north side of the map, and they just don't realize the floor's not there. Like, that could be what it is. But I don't know for... It's hard to say for certain. Oh, multiples of them have died. There was 8 of them. All right, well, I'm just gonna lock the gate. I mean, this one died here. Like, this one's dead. This one's dead. That dead. There's like 3 dead things right there. So no, they are dying for certain. It's just kind of wild. It's like something that it's like something that you hear from like older Dwarf Fortress tales. The mountain? It's got to be the symbol, you know. Speaking of, hey, human traders, are you gonna fare better? Are you? I mean, I certainly hope so. Snail meets with the royal treasurer. Feck. Feck says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. Why is there dead elves in the pit? Bring me wood, please. That'd be lovely, actually. I want figurines and windows. No, I only have Linux, sorry. Can't help. Reminds you of the Lemmings meme? Just Lemmings in general. I love that a franchise of video games perpetuated a lot of like inaccurate false information about like some cute little rodents being suicidal. Like, are lemmings smart? Not really, but like they don't just kill themselves for no reason. Disney did worse? Oh, I'm sure. I just think it's funny. Just because other like franchises and things have done worse doesn't like make that one any less funny. Also, what are you referring to that Disney did? I know Disney's done lots of bad things, but which one of the bad things are we referring to in this instance? You know, honestly. Yeah, it's about... No. We're there. Never mind. Back from dinner, what'd you miss? Literally suicidal elves. White Wilderness, the True Life Adventure series with segment on lemmings detailing their strange compulsion to commit mass suicide. Huh. Hold on. Who did that first then? I'm assuming it was obviously Disney, but so wait. Is Lemmings the video game based on a myth from Disney? I have way more questions suddenly about Lemmings than I ever thought I would. Today I learned. I thought that was just a bit for, you know, the video game. But okay, I mean, the more you know. I learned something. Thanks for teaching me. Unexpected education. So I stole their stuff, and they didn't take it very well. Speaking of the werepanda Toad, I can't do a Toad impression, so I'm not going to, has come. Toad Rorkagushgralakudmakom has come. A large panda twisted into humanoid format. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow blue. Its sepia hair is unkept. You will know why you fear the nights. The spookiest night. It's an adept hammerman? Well, that's fun. It has killed 60 things, plus an additional 10 other things. I'ma lock the door. Military missed it, because, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it's breaking my door down, chat. Werepanda breaking door. Okay, so it's already bleeding. Speaking of were creatures, the fact that they can break doors now is fucking scary, let me tell you. My turn for where fun? No, it'll just be their fun. A flying iron bolt strikes the werepanda in the upper body, tearing the heart. Shot to the heart! But we might be too late, because we don't need to give Jack Black a bad name. He's already done it to himself. The werepanda misses, and then another bolt strikes it in the upper leg. Jumping forward, more bolts. Miss, 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 miss. Let's disable these again. Actually, I don't need those. Miss. It's becoming a bamboo munching pincushion. Good. Bolt lodged firmly in the wound. It's missing. Miss. Oh, it attacked and jumped away. Okay. None of my recruits have flown out of the tower yet either, which is also kind of surprising. So chat, whenever you see Dwarf Fortress player-based propaganda saying that bolts are bad, just remember this. None of them have been hit yet. And there it goes. Nobody took a bit. Nobody got bit. Not one. I think these dwarves have earned a minute's rest. Can I get a big round of beers? For our gracious, legendary, incredible warriors. This looks so fucking funny. I mean, it truly is, yes. We defeated the Kung Fu Panda. Huzzah. I think, honestly, the panda sprite is my favorite in the game. I can't lie. Oh no, a bone doctor's throwing a tantrum. How dare you do that? That's rude. I keep looking down here and expecting to see one of my dwarves at the bottom and not, and being mildly surprised. Actually, incredibly surprised. I do have to say it sucks to be the dwarf who owns this bedroom. So, sorry to that Eurus there. Must be hard for you. Actually, no, I don't actually need this lower level. It's a bit redundant. Won't do much. This, on the other hand, can dig this out. And this out. Okay. Let's jump up to here and see how things are doing. Not horrible. There's a lot of dwarves in there. I feel like I could expand the tavern out to this front porch area. A lot of dwarves just hanging out, socializing. It's pretty good. All right, so bottom one pumps from this way. You. Oops. You. Yay! Sorry. And then you. And then hack it down these trees. So this dwarf's bedroom is Maffles. There's going to be a floor grate there. And I will compensate for the shrinkification of their bedroom with a bunch of windows. Would you be comfortable sleeping in this bedroom? To do all the staircases leading down to the bedrooms? I don't have to build doors on them. That's basically it. Less production for doors. Lazy. It's a decent way to use space. It's kind of about it. Nope. That's dumb. It's a very small one. But mostly a combination of equal parts lazy and actually it's kind of a decent use of space. What do I want to sell you? Gonna send 2 of those over and trade them. Somebody's knocking on my door, so 2 seconds, chat.
You fucking donkey!
All right, that was kind of funny. So for those of you who don't know, I'm getting significantly faster internet on Sunday. Or Saturday, not Sunday. And I'm going from supposedly 1,500 down, which is more like 900 down most days, and it claims to be about 500 up, but it's generally around 100 up. I'm going from that to 3 gigabit asynchronous, like just each way. And that's because they just put fiber lines in the building. Like, they've just been installed. And so, like, you have to get, like, the manual install done, so, like, a person comes in and, like, puts it in your walls, basically. But they're going to all of the different apartments. And the guy that knocked on my door is their salesman trying to sell me on it, and I'm like, no, I'm already signed. It took, like, half of, like, a back and forth for a minute to be like, no, you don't fully get it. I've already paid, like, I'm literally already signed up. Like, I don't need you to cancel my current internet plan. I've already done that. I'm also, like, actually on a contract on my internet for the first time in, I'm not going to say ever, because that is inaccurate, but the first time in, like, 5 years, because where I used to live was always, like, this close to upgrading to fiber, and it just never happened. Like, one thing would just come up, and then, like, the building wouldn't vote for it. Or, like, one person would dig their heels in at a meeting, and then it would just never happen. But moved in, and, like, first order of business for, like, all these young people buying into this building was, we're upgrading this internet. There's no questions, no ifs, no buts. We're upgrading the internet. So, just download more, upload. My CPU literally isn't I don't think my CPU is going to be fast enough to actually download at the maximum possible capacity. Like, genuinely, I don't actually think I can process information that fast, but... Okay, I've now got you done. So now I need one of these. This is going to get spicy in a few minutes. So you guys want to learn something I personally think is kind of funny about pumping lava places into our fort? And just, oh, actually, maybe not pumping lava, but digging into our fortress that I think is kind of funny. You can dig vertically through an aquifer, and you're gonna go there, you're gonna go there. You can dig vertically through an aquifer, and it doesn't get canceled at all. No wet walls cancellations if you're digging vertically up. Which I think is amusing as heck for some reason. Okay, so we're gonna dig over to this side. Just go through and just keep going up. So, Dsec, I know that you've, like, been around this channel for a bit. I don't think you were around this channel in, like, 2016, were you? If Hobo's still here, he probably remembers this. Around 2016, I was streaming Planet Coaster's beta, I think. It might have actually been the full release. I think it was actually the beta, but pretty sure it was the beta. Streaming the beta for Planet Coaster. Just kind of building a theme park and, like, vibing, right? And at that point, I played a lot of, like, modded older PC games, like a lot of Roller Coaster Tycoon, OpenRCT specifically, and stuff like that. And this one viewer who'd been around the channel for quite a bit at the time was all, like, a bit odd, but generally fine, right? And I just kind of mentioned, I'm like, hey, you know, like, I keep track of my streams, like the total number of streams I've done, which I still do. Like, the number up, actually, I guess it's below now. It's, like, over there. That is the number of streams. That's the number of times I've turned my stream on. And I was like, we are about to hit stream number 666. I'm gonna stream Doom, because Doom 2016 was like about to release at the time. Like it was coming in hot, quite literally. Satan himself, John Romero, was arriving and ready to, well, I guess like at that point it wasn't that version of id Software, but you know what I mean. Anyway, I kind of decided then and there that I was going to stream Doom 2016. And this person pipes up in chat who'd been hanging around for quite a bit. Almost every stream. And was like, I can't support you anymore then. I was like, I beg your pardon? I'm like, well, unfortunately, violent video games like that make people violent and angry and cause them to hurt people. And then just kind of went on this mini tirade, I guess, about how if you play a lot of violent video games like Doom, you're probably uneducated, are mentally unwell, and shouldn't be occupying society freely. After we finished laughing, I banned him. That was genuinely one of the greatest interactions I've ever had with another human being on the internet, and I still think about it. Rip and tear through their morals. It's truly, I think, the only time I've ever really encountered an actual pearl clutcher while streaming. It was so fucking funny. It kind of was. I also kind of felt bad. I don't know. There's like a weird part of me where I was just like, what kind of life do you have to live to come to that conclusion? I wonder how tolerable that person is these days, Hobo. Hope they came to their sanity at some point. Also, you know, like the boom boom shooty game bobble page where you're shooting pinky demons. You know, the most biblically accurate depiction of hell. Truly. Truly horrifying. Depictions, not depictations. What the fuck am I saying? Words are hard. What the heck? Not saying. Oh, that's a bad and violent word. Not gonna lie. I kind of ironically say heck sometimes. Like the heck. It's just it's so fucking stupid, but like I do find it kind of amusing, so sometimes I say it. Wait, hold on a second. How do you know the population of hell? I don't even know if it's religion, Brosifer. Like, because like religion can also be like a very useful way for people to find community. Like there are positives to religion. It's just when it goes bad, it's wild. Is heckin' Wimby? Really? Not here. Also, I realize when I turn my chair, I think this light's a little too bright. Bah. That kind of makes it worse because now it's too close. How the heck does that make it worse? Oh, there we go. Trying to figure out the perfect lighting level for these lights so that it never like wrecks my lighting. Well, population of hell is everyone who died. Okay, but like, logic aside. Although, remember doing something, reading something that like, it's like every 100 years there have been more people alive than in the entirety of Earth's existence previous or something. I don't remember where I was reading that, but it was just like a math study thing I was trying to figure out the total number of humans that have ever lived. This is going to be the trickiest part of building this. It's like any other social infrastructure, it gives purpose, and in this case, religion, it was education, healthcare, record keeping. I mean, it was also a way of, like, social control, you know? Give the people religion and they'll leave you the fuck alone. But I honestly have to say that I think the most positive, healthy relationship with religion I've seen, actually maybe not literally healthy, but like mentally healthy, relationship with religion I've seen was this old fellow who was a member of my community garden where I used to live. I'll get that named in a sec, 409. Did you have a dwarf previously? Because then I'll be 409 too.
Yay, I remembered my Prime
Skitty!
sub.
Thanks for the 4th month with Prime. Appreciate you. But was this older gentleman named Giles who was a member of the community garden that I had a plot in where I used to live. And he mentioned once that he went to church. And I was like, I'm like, how long have you been going to church? He goes, well, I started going when I realized that they have snacks. So I show up right as the sermon is ending, and I eat free lunch. And he managed their garden. Like, he got extra gardening space out of it and a free lunch every Sunday. Huh. No, it's totally fine. I just want to know if you, if I need to put a 2 at the end. I'm just going to finish digging this because I'm kind of focused on it. I'm getting the feeling that my meds have worn off. Okay, where was I going here? Let's just double check. 4. You've had 2 dwarves, actually. The first one was 409 of the humid volcano. Okay, the previous fort. And then the second one is of the mahogany mine. Are you alive? Looks like you... Oh, nope. You died. So it'll be 409 the second. You were struck down, in fact, by a reptile man. Embrace Twinkles. That was their name. Embrace Twinkles was shot and killed by the dwarf Scales with a copper bolt. Scales is still alive. The dwarf that killed your killer, in fact. So you wanted a dwarf with a beard. Okay, can do. Jack, can I get a couple beers for remembering the Prime subscription? Skithy. Are you okay with milking these points for all they're worth, or would you prefer a fishery worker, or, I don't know, a siege engineer? If you have any preference of gerb from this list, pick a Reno. Where are the beasts? I mean, there are the beasts is what is the only thing I can really say. Thomas McCanus. No preference at all. All right, we'll go with the milker then. Happiest of the bunch. Batch. Bin. We'll go with 409 the second. 409 the second. Divine Minds. What a last name. Divine Mind. Divine the Fine Mine is always tense and jittery after being forced to endure the decay of his friend. Well, that's a shame. I know exactly why that happened. That was definitely the first Goblin invasion. He likes to present himself boldly, but it would offend the average sense of modesty. And he finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Though he wishes this were not the case, because he considers altruism foolish. But he's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and can handle stress. He's curious and eager to learn, of course, and he rarely feels discouraged. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and speaks very deliberately when he's annoyed. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't care about much of anything ever, really. He dreams about crafting a masterwork someday, and personally is an absolute believer in the rule of law. Finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, sees war as a useful means to an end, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. That is a captain of the guard waiting to happen. He likes calcite, rose gold, lace agate, and clear glass, the giant Cody leather, rope-weighted fabric, and the color golden yellow. Thrones, flasks, donkeys for their stubbornness, and the words of the lavender wisp, and the sound of the silver of control, and the sight of the fragrances of silkiness, and when possible, he prefers to consume herring, blood amaranth beer, Caper berries. He absolutely hates rats. What's up, Namaki? Small question regarding immigrants. How do I stop? Sorry, that's just really funny. How do I stop them? I've reached 200 population. I was barely able to get a squad together. I don't feel like dealing with big sieges right now. Hit escape. Hit settings. Click game. Scroll down. Population cap. Okay? Strict population cap. You can set this number to whatever you want, whenever you want. Okay? That is the total number of adult dwarves that can migrate to your fortress. This is the number of dwarves that can be made within your fortress by the adult dwarves in your fortress. It's a joke for the grown-ups in the room. Anyway, and then the other one is baby child cap. That's how many can migrate to your fortress out of the total cap of 220. So. And I could have a maximum of 50% of my migrants being children at a time. Or trade less. When your home faction shows up, if you don't trade with them very much, then they won't bring you much in the way of migrants. If you sell them a lot of value, then they'll be like, oh, there's lots of richness there. And then they, you know, send you more migrants. And sorry for laughing, but I do genuinely find that to be a really funny question. It's just, how do I stop them? There's too many. Make them stop. I can't handle all these goddamn dwarves. There's something about that. This is really funny. I don't know. Oh, 100%. No, 1,000%. If you give them like $3.50 and like a peanut, they'll send 2 migrants. The more you export, the faster you get migrants imported. So if you're not ready for a fuckload of migrants, best advice is be stingy with your trade deals. Just put the excess on a bridge and fling them. I mean, click on them and then click this button and then they'll go away. Hold up. Did I get a helix? What the, where the fuck is an enjoy torch? It seems like I have a helix. Which is news to me. Weird. 220 now? Well, I mean... See if people have the same trouble, or how do you handle that? And they all say 150 pop in 10 years. Meanwhile, I'm like confused as to why I have 200 in the first 2. Because you're playing the game the way it tells you to. So like games like, you should trade with these elves and like build this thing and like take care of your nobles. And if you do that, you get lots of dwarves. And then everybody else is like, I have a mayor. I'm going to set him on fire. And then wonder why the dwarves are upset. So honestly, I think that you should be proud of yourself. You're in the competent minority, my friend. You're doing such a good job managing your fortress. You've got demand. People want to live there. Normally, when dwarves want to live somewhere, the response is, what the fuck's wrong with you? But you've managed to, like, satisfy some of their needs, and that's impressive. Fire hot, exactly. Okay, so you... All right, let's do... all that, all the way up. And then also all this. It's through the aquifer so that it doesn't flood. Okay, let's see what I can do now that I've got extra logs around. Let's see how much power we've got. Also, yeah, it's good to see him. Lanix, you like the shirt color? Yeah, me not wearing a gray or black shirt is kind of an anomaly in it. I do own one, like, electric red shirt, which I wear, I don't know, maybe twice a year. Like, it has to be, like, a very certain level of ridiculously fuck you hot outside for me to wear it, and it's very rare. Like, it is an oddity for me to wear that shirt. And every now and again, I'll wear it, and people will be like Chatch is just, like, flabbergasted, like, holy shit, he owns color. What the hell's happening? I'll never get rid of that shirt, though, because it proves that I was in sports once. The Forgotten Beast, Genkesh Nakmesis, has come. A enormous humanoid composed of crystal glass. It sounds pretty, and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its crystal web. Beware its webs. That is like a fortress ender if you don't know what you're doing. I'm gonna place a bunch of these. I also realize I've kind of screwed this up a wee bit. It's fine. I'm gonna go take a peek at that thing because I want to see what it looks like. I don't think all of these will have power. Oh, okay. A little bit disappointed. Tooth danger. Cavity. Did they do the giant beach balls? Oh yeah. I mean, we were up in the sticks, nice and close to the washroom. So we, is this the tooth fairy? Is that what you're saying, No Mold? It's like there's the tooth fairy and then there's in Dwarf Fortress, there's a tooth monster. Anyway, yeah, no, they had giant, they also had a drone powered blimp that was pretty cringe, but I think that's the point. It was fine. They're a very well-rehearsed band. I came to the conclusion after seeing them 409 that the Offspring might be the best band to take like a 12-year-old to, like in history. Like that might be the best first concert to send a kid to. Okay, I think there is a wrinkle in my green screen. If I spin this slightly. Sweet. Nope. Yep, that fixed it. Cool. No, so I haven't fully explored this cavern layer. So there's still a whole bunch of southern stuff. Oh no, I just had Dwarf Stricken by Melancholy. Fuck. It was bound to happen eventually. This dwarf has slowly been going insane since the beginning of the fortress. How sad. Gonna get a bunch of Fs for the good dwarf. 25 years old. Were you a child when you got here? Joined, almost immediately experienced trauma, had a pretty shitty injury, and never really recovered. It's now stricken by melancholy. Tough times. Anyways, I've got to finish these pumps if I can. So let's see, how's the power doing? Okay, so these ones aren't powered. This half up here is, though. One to three? I have one. I've got 30 dwarves in the military out of 200 dwarves. 1 to 3 seems very high. But I am not everybody, so chat may have different numbers that they go by. I don't know. It highly depends on how many things you're at war with. I usually have like 3 to 5 squads for a full fort. This isn't... So you just have like 140 enemies and like 40 war beasts? Sure, but if your squads are decently armored and have backup and are not all like super green and have never seen a weapon before, you're probably okay. You are probably okay. I think what's more important is like having some ranged squads and some melee squads. I think that's more important than strictly just like numbers of squads. If you focus entirely on just like having as many squads as possible, that's great until you have one that counters the weapons you have. So that's making 900 power. Not enough power. Which ain't great, actually. It really ain't great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig through this. And I'm going to deconstruct this. I'm going to plunk some more right there. You've been training them since day one. I think you should give them a break. Sidebar. I think you should give those dwarves a break from the training. Cool, this is getting deeper. That's what I needed. What are you doing there, dwarf? Oh, they literally can't get over there. Okay. I feel really silly. Oh shit, the ad break started. My bad. Yeah, I've been like very spacey today. Like I slept like shit last night. I've been trying to cover for it, but so I've been like phasing in and out of existence midstream today. So that's my bad. But if you focus on just having large amounts of squads, you're gonna put yourself into a bad spot because like you could have 10 squads of dwarves, and they could be armed and trained and excellent. And you tell your dwarves to charge to go fight with a demon or a forgotten beast or something, but then they all die immediately because that demon or forgotten beast or something has webs or dust or something that counters them. Like what's more important than just focusing on large numbers of dwarves is having a relatively diverse skilled variety of melee and ranged weapons. That's what's much more important in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. Like a full squad of legendary melee fighters gets taken out by, not even just by that, but like gets like demolished because they end up in a fight against a foe who like knocks them into each other and they fall over. Like, yeah, dwarves are also only as strong as their energy. So if they tire out quickly, then they'll unexist themselves much faster. So keep that in mind as well. Okay, so that's 600 power at the moment. This is 5. That'll be 700 power. You've stopped because you're not getting enough. You're going periodically. I'm a little worried about this. Me widening this. Although, is this going to go up to 7 again? That's the question. There's no wavering in the power on this side. It's a little bit on this side. So maybe it's like you who's not quite getting enough power. This one seems to be slowing down. This one's getting power a bit more consistently, but we'll just leave it for the moment. We'll see how much power we can end up with. This is all the way down to here. And you on this side, this will need 1,400 power. Okay, might need to make 2 of these. Composition over numbers, and also now it's more important to have like if we're talking fortress defense, you want a bigger civilian population that's accessible that can, you know, at a moment's notice, drop everything and man the siege weapons as well. That's another thing. What's the water wheel system for? To power the, like, 300 lava pumps I've built to fill up this reservoir to the left of the half of the screen, right here. That's what they're for. Let's do some... of that. Some of this. Okay, so I'm gonna go down to the bottom here. I'm just gonna fill all this in. I'm gonna go right here, and I'm gonna plop a grate down there. Nice fancy grate. We're also gonna plop a wall right here. Okay, so this is all good. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to here. So you, hole, 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 hole. And then we're gonna start channeling through these. And then the question is, how silly do I go with this? Let's just keep going this way, this way. This way. Up to there. You go this way, this way, this way. So my plan is still to play a little bit of Menace tonight. But I'm also kind of like in this determined mode because I haven't decided if I want to play Dwarf Fortress or just Menace tomorrow. Kind of leaning just doing a full day of Menace and then potentially on Friday, but most likely coming back to Dwarfs and splitting the day again on Friday. Because tomorrow's Thursday, and that's when Menace launches. But I also really want to get this pump stack done tonight, today. I want to get this thing full of lava. Getting to that determination point. How you doing, chat? Hopefully your afternoon's going well. I feel like I've kind of done a bit of a cruddy job streaming today, but I'm doing my damnedest. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Something prime subs, but that's about all the energy I got for the day. It's been one of those weeks where I just haven't slept well at all, and last night I want to say that I maybe slept for 4 hours, something like that. So, hanging in there. No, I feel you. I get you. I'm here trying to keep myself awake here. You had a shit day at work. I feel you, mate. I can't really say that I have shit days at work because me, like, a shit day at work is like my stream crashes. Like, I think about this every now and again where it's just like somebody in chat's like, man, I had a shit day at work. I'm like, nah, no, I feel it's like, do I really though? Like, my idea of a bad day at work is like, nah, kind of fine. I don't know. Like, I'm grumpy now. But, like, I've had legitimate weeks ruined by shit days at work at old jobs. Man, there's part of me... Is it better to have a specialized squad at Xperia? If you want faster training, yes. Sorry, that took me a while to answer that question, Namaki. If you want faster training, yes. Because they can give, like, axe demonstration, or, like, the person who's leading a training session can give weapon-specific demonstrations. And if they can't do weapon-specific demonstrations, then they'll just do fighting demonstrations. So, yes, you kind of do, but at the same time, they'll figure it out. Like, it's one of those, like, you don't need to do it that way, but it is the more efficient way to do it. God, these elves yeeting themselves off the bridge might be the craziest thing I've seen happen in a minute. Was how would I know what the dwarves prefer, what weapons, split them accordingly? I mean, the only thing you really need to worry about with military dwarves is just make sure that they are at least relatively brave-ish. That's like the biggest thing you need to concern yourself with when it comes to building a military dwarf fort, is just make sure that they will enjoy the process of training, so mastering a skill is ideal. And make sure that they are relatively brave-ish, and you'll be fine. And then give them occasional breaks. Like, let them take a break every so often. You love a shape? Oh, you mean like this? It's been a while since I've made any patterns like this. I do realize that this looks like a dick, but, I mean... It also looks like a rocket ship or a bolt. Depends on what you like staring at in your day. Anyway, down here is, I mean, that's my little thingy. My shape, if you will. And then this area is just a fucking mess. I mean, I'll say it how it is. Okay, so you're doing 16 power, you're doing 700 power. So if I connect these two together, what's that give me? Yvette meets with Dodok. Such a pleasant place you've carved out here for yourselves. The dwarven faction that I trade with that isn't my dwarven faction. Looks like a shovel too. Ooh. Okay. Or like the end of a catapult. I could also very easily turn it into like a Starship Enterprise. Okay, this is still filling, I think. Slowly, but it's still filling. You know, I've got another way I can do it, but may not. I don't know if it'll actually help. A caravan from Kalath Sidir has come. That's my faction. Oh no, that's my faction. The other one was the first faction. The two dwarven factions. Whomst I trade with. All the way up to there. Let's make sure that one gets done first. There you go. Let's go a little further down. Let's pause. Go down to there. Except right here. I will remove that. Over here, this is producing 1,300 power right now. Needs 14. I need 2 more water wheels in this. But it is filling. You seem to be getting power consistently now. So does that one. So I can connect 2 more to it. I also need more fungi wood. Who put that blood there? It's Lomoth Bone Sash, the Forgotten Beast. That's a little rude. I should grab them up when they're done. Are those bros swimming through the water to get there? Nope. I'm not sure what you're referring to in this instance, but nobody is swimming to get to my fortress. They're walking through some ankle-deep water, but I don't think that counts. I have no idea what that sentence means, Namak. Oh, the blood? No, that was the blood of a forgotten beast, not one of my dwarfs. I'm just gonna sell a bunch of random clothing. So I've definitely got unused, unwanted, loose clothes around. Like, you mean floor carpet as in, like, the blood smear. There's like a dozen of them. Did I hollow the entire thing out? This? I mean, yes. What I did was I cut out the individual floors, then collapsed the top, and then it just deleted itself. Is the angry Cheeto still filling up the basement? Presumably not, because I don't see its body around. Or rather, I don't see it, and it should be in the upper cavern layer. Which I should be able to see, but I don't. So I'm thinking no. I haven't looked at it in a while, admittedly. Let's trade with the mountain home. Or, I mean, we are the capital, but we're going to trade with the mountain homes, the great dwarves. I'm actually going to order some food variety, I think. Is that enough? Hey, they'll do it. Sweet. Let's trade with the other faction. Brought some nicer bars. Horned melons, fruits and veggies. I just want the food variety. That's all I really want. Because I'm not really catching much in the way of fish, even though I do have fishing enabled, which is rare for me. I'll grab the cut gems as well. So grab the flasks. Oh, I don't actually have enough money to buy that stuff, so I won't. I mean, I probably could find enough money, I just... Let's do those then. Okay, name a female dwarf. The rare lady dwarf ask. Pick saviors. Smoking top hat. She feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and can sometimes act without deliberation. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she can handle stress. She has little interest in joking around, and she tends to be passive in discussion. She often is cheerful, and she tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. I'm reading that twice. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she runs her fingers through her hair when she's nervous. When she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of crafting or creating a great work of art, and personally sees power over others as something to strive for, believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and values eloquence. She likes olivine, iron, and yellow jasper, cacao wood, and giant echidna parchment, gems, floodgates, and scepters, and buckets and llamas for their jutting teeth. In the words of the lavender wisp, and when the sound of the silver of control, when possible. She prefers to consume plum helmets and sandpear cider, and absolutely hates snails. Lovely little dwarf, if I do say so myself. A good one, even. She has bronze eyes that are round and a prominent chin. She worships Anum Asmol Ud, which I think is not the god of oats, that's the god of twilight. And you've got a bunch of friends. At least you don't worship the god of 50 Shades of Grey. I mean, that would just be embarrassing. Now, over here, let's see if we can, how much more I can do here. Power, power, power. It's up to 1500. Hells to the ye. All right, that is almost enough power. So if I turn this fucker on right now, I need to lock this. Actually, what I really need is I just need a lever to turn it off. Which is always, by the way, the smartest way to build any kind of pump setup is just connect an off switch. Which I do. Chad, how often do you remember to put the off switch in before you test the thing? So I'd say 1 in 3. Can someone help you with your work order restriction? You can't seem to get dimple dye powder is less than 20 to work. I'm probably not the person to ask. Chat might be able to. Does anybody know, like, good ways to get dimple dyes to function? Because, like, I've had issues with, like, items in bags and work orders, but I just assume that I'm stupid because I'm pretty historically terrible at that sort of thing. I think that beast might be back, chat. Shit's breaking all of a sudden. Okay, so you go down to there. And you aren't connected to anything. So the problem with this is it won't be the most consistent. Why don't I do this? Let's pull water from here too. So many things use bags. Yeah, you may just like not have enough bags. Could very well be the issue there. So chat, I'm not gonna lie. You can probably notice. It's probably obvious. I think my brain is like shutting down. Like I think I'm hitting my upper capacity for the energy I've got today. Which is wild because I haven't streamed that long today, but at the same time, I didn't sleep much last night. So I think we're gonna try and get this project done. and we're gonna skip playing Menace tonight. And hopefully you guys are down for a day of Menace tomorrow, because I really want to play it. I want to just spend an afternoon playing that game, because it seems like a lot of fun. So let's see if we can get this lava flowing. What do you think, chat? You got faith in me? I hope you do. If you don't, that's fine too. More caverns are collapsing. Caves are breaking. Dwarves will be dying. I mean, the dwarves aren't dying, but the caves are definitely breaking. Okay, so that's all done. And I'll fill all this in. You got bags, you got the dye, but they just keep producing and you want them to stop. Ah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I actually have not messed around with dimpled dye since the dye stuff was all reworked and since those other additions were added. The dwarf Aban has finally passed away, chat. Who was that dwarf who was stricken by melancholy, and it seems that Vukar is putting away Aban's corpse. Rest in peace, Aban. One of the earliest dwarves in the fort. Also, we just apparently gained a Woodworkers Guild, which is kind of funny, and we're getting another artifact starting. One of the first insanity cases in the fort, too. I feel like I'm running out of containers. Sorry, you need what? Square blocks, sure, a forest, got it. Pictures of glass, shining bars of metal. Stack leather. What's your name? Rith the Armorer. Okay, I'm gonna make some raw green glass. I should have raw green glass. It's a little surprising that if I don't, but these haven't quite started powering yet, but let's hope that this actually helps and doesn't negatively impact the power flow. It's kind of negatively impacting it, chat. Seems to be negatively impacting it. The lava must flow indeed. Yeah, best of luck, Iggy. Actually, you know what you could do? If you want them to stop, you could literally go here and click the clock. Restarts if completed, conditions checked monthly, seasonally, yearly. You could just make it yearly for a bit. You could do it that way. If that's like an option that you're willing to go with. Okay, it's definitely like stuttering less now, which is good. Yeah, I'm seeing 7s making their way all the way down to there. That's pretty good. So kind of something I'm wishing I did. I'm really wishing that I blocked this and then let the water go around, like flow around it. Let's see what I can do. Because this could actually be like a viable alternative here. It's just, yeah, limit the total amount that can go through. Would probably honestly be the bestest option for you right now. Okay, let's see. Will you get done successfully? Okay, now that will fill up, which is really what I need. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through these and turn them into those. Maybe not all three of them, just the ones on the edge. An ad's coming through. I'm going to pause the game when the ads hit. The water flows around it. So all this starts to power up. That's now powered fully. Let's see if I can connect you. All of these. And then I deconstruct this. May need to get rid of that, though. You break that. Hang in there, Dorfus. You know, actually, don't actually do that. Put the game in pause. Is this the Yak Fortress? Still the Yak Fortress, Thomas. In YouTube chat. Sorry for the 10-minute break there. Woof. Yeah, no, I'm fading. It's definitely like normally in a day when like my meds wear off, it's like I'm still mostly fine. It's just I might miss things or like get a little bit too distracted, but now today it's like, oh, meds wore off. I no longer have a brain what functions. But we'll get it. We'll get this done on the day. I've started this mission. I'm committing to it. I will hopefully get it done. Damn it. And as always, don't forget to, if you had a dwarf, check what happened to them in Legends, which can be found by typing in !legends here on Twitch or by going to blindIRL.legends.net. I mean, that's the problem with mental illness. When rest is needed, it could not be further from my life. It's like, while I agree that, yes, certainly rest is needed, could not be further from my current existence. There's a troll in the lake over there. I don't know what this dwarf wants. I don't know. Do you have any picky needs, preferences? Giant ostrich leather, pangolin tooth, hockey bone, the colored taupe, battle axes, cages, large gems. If you want gold, I ain't got none of that, so. It's producing like no power. But this is 1500 steady now. Let's see if we can hook it up. So that's 1500. That's 1413. That might actually be enough. Take this lever, hook it up to this, and pull it. And then all we have left is wait. And also, chat, just want to say thank you for tuning in. If you happen to have Prime subscriptions, think about me. I babble like this sometimes to try and do this without ever having to bring in any kind of outside sponsorships. This morning, some strange company was trying to pitch me on Raid Shadow Legends. It's been the first time in a minute. It hasn't happened in a while. But, you know, I want to avoid having to be shitty and promote that crap outside of making fun of it like I do from time to time. Prime subscriptions help me continue to operate in that fashion. This is now disengaged. Lever's connected. So now, I just need this done. When this is done, we can test this sucker. This is still super low power and needs help, frankly. But it's picking up slowly. Very slowly. Port's looking good. Cheers, mate. Some cobwebs in the dining halls, but Verithinas, thank you very much for the prime. Appreciate you. Varanathrus or something. I think I'm close-ish. I've certainly been more wrong about names before, so won't pretend that I know how that's supposed to be said, but maybe I didn't get it that wrong. Okay, now we're just waiting on these doors. That's still getting constructed. So these should start spinning all the way up to the end here. I need 72 power. Oof. I think we're gonna be like 100 power short, chat. So good news is this is filling slowly. What? How? You have discovered a downward passage. How did I discover a downward passage? Where was I digging? So a tree collapsed, I think, from the burning here, and that exposed this. Wild. You would tell me if you knew. Well, at least you're still trying to figure it out as well. We're all in this together then. More things have collapsed. You know, it's probably safer for me to do it this way. Stake through this, channel down, and then put 2 more right there. That'll give me 200 more power, or it probably will. A downward passage is where one cavern layer connects to the cavern layer below, basically meaning that cavern layer 2 is connected to the one that I'm in right now. And forgotten beasts and other scary things can travel from between the 2 cavern layers. That's why it's important for it to tell me, because it means that forgotten beasts can get up here, but I know that because I've seen them appear up here after not wandering into the map on this level. At least it's flat 15 hundo now. That's still getting worked on. They still can't hold 100 power, but it's fine. Where there's a giant hole connecting all 3 layers, did you build the hole or was the hole just there? I've seen like world gens where the surface is connected to the first cavern layer before, and those ones are always super cool. Open caverns are kind of cool, but also super dangerous, extremely dangerous even. So it's powered all the way up to there. Up to 1600 power. From that. 1700 power. Let's see what happens if I turn this sucker on while we have the power. Send it. No, we did not. I need an extra 31 power. Okay. Everybody, grab onto your rubber ducks. I don't know where I'm going with this. Let's just dig over to here. And I'm going to dig out to there. But we are bloody close. Can I conscript some, what, just build like hamster wheels or something? Unfortunately, no. No, I started building this before I knew how much power I was going to need. So I kind of fucked up because I should have just made it wider from the start so that I don't need to fix it. Basically, like, generally the way, like, electricity works, right? You figure out how much power you need to do something, and then once you know how much power you need, then you build accordingly, right? I didn't do that. So I have no idea how much power I need. So I just started building a thing, which is fine. It's not the worst way to do things, but I just started building a thing instead of, like, figuring out how much power I needed. So now I've realized that I don't have enough power and I need to make it bigger. So could I, in theory, it would be cool, but if I just did this in a smarter order and didn't, like, start by building water wheels and then not thinking about it too much, I probably would have had less issues. Do I literally have no logs? Yep, I have no logs. Okay, well. Habbity bubbity. Let's go over to here. Do this. Mine out these. Mine out that. Is the power of demand of them variable? It's 100 when powered, but if the amount of water isn't quite filling it all the way, then it jumps up and down. So that's why the ones at the end are, like, bouncing up and down, because, like, only one or two of them is powered, which is enough to roll them all, but not actually enough to generate new power. Okay, so let's see what we can do. I was like, these ones just aren't quite consistently generating enough power. These ones just, aren't generating any power at the moment because that water wheel there isn't done. Okay. Now we're just waiting for one more log. One more. One more. Just one more. Good news, chat. She's powered. Can I get a bunch of lava, please and thank you? Because that's what we're pumping. Now I get to find out if I fucked up and I'm spilling lava into my hallways. Don't look like it. Nothing seems to be broken either. Good stuff so far. Good stuff so far. Come on, chat. We can get some more lava than that. And there she goes. And away she flows. I will go down into here real quick and forbid all of this. Zephon, you may want to get the Urist out of there. Gush. Lava Reservoir Part 1 is now done. For Part 2, we need to connect this. Which should honestly be pretty simple. Part 2 is going to go from the bottom here. It's going to fill all the way up. Actually, it is going to fill all the way up. I should probably block this off even. Like now, even. Because this is going to bubble up here, bubble up that, bubble up that, bubble up this, and then spill out into here if I don't do it this way. But now it should be safe. And let's go across here. As the lava continues to fill. Why are we pumping lava? Okay. Do you want the actual reason? Or the theoretical reason? The actual reason is vanity. Entirely fucking vanity. Theoretical reason is it might act as kind of a moat thing. It's gonna look fucking dope. That's the real reason. So, hopefully I've solved that question. But genuinely, it's like, it's gonna look cool. It's literally it. Okay, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna go across to here with the mudstone. So things are consistent. But yeah, mostly it's gonna look really cool. That is the honest to yourest main reason. We're gonna get this constructed. I mean, I've actually, okay, so I had a fortress once that was in a very shallow cold biome that was a glacier. So I couldn't use a well because buckets would instantly freeze. So what I did was I put the well above a room that was full of lava and completely encased my hospital in lava. So you can use heating, but maybe not for the most straightforward purpose that you might imagine. Like, there's times where it's useful, for sure. So you go down to there. And then, of course, Uber to there. Oops. And then I go down here. Look at you filling up. That's what we like to see. It's filling up pretty quick. Some smart person forgot water can travel diagonally and okay, so let's say, chat, this is a theoretical question we've got here. So let's say theoretically, some smart person forgot water can travel diagonally and dig out a river from 1 sea level below its surface. How does he stop the water and put a floodgate because constructions got canceled? Dwarves can't construct anything unless it's 1 deep. Go 1 above and try and widen the hallway, not including the area where the water is flowing in through. Hope there's a door? Yeah, move back. Time travel? Yeah, that bubble page is on it as well. I guess I would need to, like, see how bad the actual thing is. That's something that you might have to just say, fuck it, abandon ship, and then grab pumps and drain it later. If you have dwarves above, you could make a woodworker's shop and make a corkscrew and a pipe section. Actually, I know what I'm going to do here. Could make a corkscrew and a pipe section, and then that could be left on its own as a... Where's woodworkers? Just trying to satisfy the... Is it woodworkers or carpenters? Woodworkers. But yeah, honestly, like, you could make a couple pumps and pump it in the other direction, and that'll slow down the flow enough that you can probably build a wall. That's what I would do, but I think the time travel option is probably the wisest. Okay, so you right there. Okay, so that'll get hooked up pretty quick. This is all spinning. This over here is still filling. So if I go 1Z level above, you can build below? No. That's not what I'm saying. So if you've got a river, okay, and the river bends, and you dug diagonally from below and it's draining in, okay? If you go one above the river and you build a pump going this way above, then it'll pump the water out of where it's flowing into your fort fast enough, hopefully. Although you may want to build some walls on either side of it so that you don't drown the dwarf. Fast enough, hopefully, that then Dwarfy can run back into the hallway and put a cork in it. But, like, that requires a lot of ifs, buts, thens, and ands. Good luck. I would need to see, like, a bunch of screenshots or, like, even just look at the actual fort itself to be able to tell you, like, how to solve it immediately. I'm just kind of guessing, but that's the best I can say. Wait for it to freeze. That's also not a bad idea. Yeah. Or just, like, say, test fort, do not upvote and lock the door, and build a new fort next door. Do the dwarves like all the glass? Some dwarves like glass. It's like a % chance. Certain dwarves like certain materials for personal reasons. Oh, well, this is pumping now. This is actually pumping a little bit. I was hoping I would turn it off first, but... All right, chat. Here we go. Although it is probably going to stop in a sec, but... Don't the water... Yes. Correct. Don't water enter inside door to rear. Door at rear. So my fancy front door is almost ready to a go-go. Would building a wall atop and letting it fall down without support? I'll be completely honest because I can't really see exactly what the problem is. All I can really say is maybe. Oh wait, building a wall above and letting it fall. If it's not a constructed wall, so if it's like stone or rock or part of a mountain, probably. If that's something that you're building, it'll fall apart when it falls. So this is stopped now because I did in fact stop it. My switch flipped. So now we just wait for part 1 to finish filling. Because I want to see just how heavy this geyser can gusher. I think that honestly, the advice about going back to a save file is probably the best. No, literal rear door, because, like, Abe, one of the clearest options when put into a situation such as, my fortress is full of water and I can't get in, simply lock door and build new fort next door until you have the construction capability to fix it. Here's the thing. If you channel out the surface, then it'll freeze. And also, freezing will work because it'll stop the new water from entering, and then you could dig down to the left of the fort, or the right of the fort, or the bottom of the fort, or somewhere else around the fort and drain it that way. So freezing could absolutely work. It absolutely could. So I want to show you guys something cool. Lava doesn't flow that fast, eh? It really doesn't. In fact, it kind of gets stuck sometimes. Well, I'm going to show you guys a little bit of a trick. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Like, you can freeze water in the third cavern layer if, like, there's... as long as it can see the sky. Solid afternoon of Dwarven Engineering, Gyrum. And Eurus McDwarf just runs past. It's probably getting kind of warm in here now. I think that this pump stack over here is actually getting a little empty. Because I'm seeing so much less lava come up. How much have I drained the magma sea now? Yeah, okay. I mean, still filling. This is the majority of it, though. It's doing okay. It's pumping faster than some pump stacks I've done. You try it and let me know how that goes. No mold? Actually, you could just watch the fortress of, the video about, the fortress Gortusk, my cult fort. It's the one with cult, all caps in the thumbnail. That one, I use lava mist as defense. The fun thing about lava mist is they don't realize it's a thing that exists, so they just walk right through it. It's not like smoke where it blocks pathing. They just walk right into it. And, let me tell you, it's not good. It's not good. It's real bad. I mean, it might not make smoke when it's there on its own, but it starts to make smoke real quick when it touches a dwarf. Your poor Were-Mammoth fort. I gave you solutions to solve it. I guess none of them worked, eh? So what I'm waiting for is when this fills up, then this is going to start filling up. And what I mean is this pump stack is going to start filling up. So right now there's just like no lava sitting here because as fast as it appears, it gets pushed up here, right? Into this level. But once this is full and there's nowhere for it to go, it'll fill up here. That's what we're waiting for. In fact, we are almost there. I mean, not... Okay, I wasn't intentionally burning my own dwarves. Mostly the goblins. This is what we're waiting for. Look at this. See? Lava. And honestly, if they walk in front of the fire cannon, like, that's on them, you know? It's like if Jimmy wants to stand in front of the howitzer and say, "Take me with you, Bobby Bomber!" Then that's on him. I don't know why you would name a mortar shell, but, you know, here we are. So now all this fills up. And all this fills up. See, the lava's still moving, so there's somewhere for it to go, clearly. Although mostly just in a circle, I guess. See? That's what we want to see. We want to see everything sitting in equilibrium. Everything at equilibrium. It's almost there. Slung over to the side now. And this is starting to refill. Perfect. All right, so now, I'm gonna snooze these ads because fuck them. We don't need no ads. Now that this is all sitting at maximum magma pressure, I'm gonna turn on this lever. We're gonna see how fast the puddle of lava goes. Daggett, one of the original dwarves in the fort, gets to do the honors. You ready, chat? I need some more lava. As much lava as you can muster. It's kind of like a doctor's stethoscope. Fly super fast. Let's see what this looks like. All the bubbling. That looks pretty cool, actually. It's pretty cool indeed. Now, of course, I can always make more pumps. And make the setup bigger and more elaborate. And I think that's the plan. I mean, after all, what else are we going to do? Store fort. It's filling pretty quick, actually. That's nice. It's good. A+. So this is pumping from here. And this is refilling it, you know, faster than this can drain it. So this basically has maximum flow capacity at all times, which is what we want. Absolutely what we want. Maximum flow capacity. Or as much as fucking possible. Through the aquifer all the way to the top. And it's going to fill all of this up with lava. For what purpose? I'm going to throw a yak in it. So what's the goal here? So these dwarves worship a god that is a yak, represented by a yak, and is the god of volcanoes, fortresses, or volcanoes, mountains, rebirth, creation, and rebirth. Birth? I think it's just rebirth, not birth. Just like rebirth, creation, mountains, and volcanoes. And the expedition leader of this fortress worshipped that god, named Lenon. And this is me making a volcano so that we can rebirth our dead faction with the holy cow. So that's what this is. I'm making a quote-unquote volcano. Because we're in the middle of the desert. We don't have no volcano. So we had to make our own. We had to do volcanoing on hard mode. And I'm probably starting several wars in the process. But that's what we're doing. That's kind of a, you know, an excuse to do a mega project, if nothing else. Mountains, volcanoes, fire, sun, creation. Okay, I forgot the fire part, but screwed up fire with rebirth, but that's the difference. Been drinking too much of my own Kool-Aid, turns out. Or in this case, pineapple splash bubbly water with 0 sodium, sugar, or calories. It's kind of gross, but I don't know. Keeps me awake. Is it possible to channel upwards? Yep. You want to poke a hole in a lake 1 Z level above. The dwarf probably won't survive, but yeah, you can channel up. The Forgotten Beast, Icky Ered Dipola has come. A gigantic scaly leech. I also think you're icky. It has a broad shell and a bloated body. Its blue scales are jagged and overlapping. And close set, not overlapping. Beware its deadly dust. Sulyurn. Icky Sulyurn. Never killed anything. You know, I'm so happy that they put the colors on the beasts. They look fantastic now. Absolutely fantastic. That one's not going to hang around for too long, I don't think. So I'll be honest, I don't really know what else we can do here. Aside from just let her fill it up. And then dump the yak in. And then continue to play with lava, because I've got a huge variety of sources of lava now. We can extend pump stacks. We can change lava locations. We can move hot stuff from one place to another. We can build a humongous manufacturing plant for it. I mean, heck, I could drain this as well. And I could use this to fill minecarts with lava. What? Okay, actually, that would be really fucking funny. If I built a system that, like, fired minecarts out of here, that would collide with this, then fall all the way down to, like, down here, and then back up and out. For, like, almost no purpose. I could make, like, a circular minecart rail that goes in circles around this, so anything that, like, walks too close to us just, like, gets slapped by a minecart going at warp speed. There's all kinds of dumb things I could do. I'm not going to say that the world is my oyster, but it's certainly my mountain home. Feed the lava danger noodle. Yeah, build a giant fire snake. I mean, it's filling nice and quick. We shall make our god proud. Because the tavern can't get much busier. Chat room, I was planning to stream longer today. I was planning to stream pretty close to how long I streamed yesterday, which was like closer to 11 hours. I've been trying to catch up on time, to be honest. But I've been streaming for 9 hours, and I am about to fall asleep in my chair. I think that's me for the day, guys. I think the fort was awesome. I think we made some great progress. I will get the legends updated in the next 20 minutes. And I think tomorrow, we won't be playing Dwarf Fortress, I'm sorry. We probably will Friday. Tomorrow, I will be doing a full day of Menace, because I want to. I don't know if we hit the daily minimum today. So I'm going to go look now. But what I will say is if you like the channel and you like the way I do things here, do consider supporting the channel. You know, fun fact, we are right on the dot at the minimum wage mark. But I streamed for more than 8 hours, so we're under minimum wage again. But it's fine. It's fine. We made it. We made it. We made it. Hopefully. I haven't caught many the last 2 days. I've slept maybe an average of 6 hours a night for like the last 4 or 5 days, Eric. So here's hoping. 2 seconds, chat. All right. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. Thanks for hanging out, though. Tune in tomorrow if you want more Dwarf. Otherwise, I will see you or tune in the day after tomorrow if you want more dwarves. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow for more of the shooty alien ghost splat time. See you on the flip, YouTube.